Welcome, thrill seekers and night owls, to the ultimate collection of true scary stories that will send shivers down your spine while gently lulling you into a deep, inescapable sleep. Imagine this, the perfect blend of bone-chilling real horror tales from around the globe, narrated in a soothing, hypnotic voice that wraps around your mind like a warm blanket in the dark. These aren't just any stories, they're the ones that millions turn to when they need to unwind, letting the eerie whispers and terrifying twists melt away the stresses of the day, guiding you effortlessly into dreamland. Whether it's ghostly apparitions in forgotten mansions or sinister encounters in shadowy alleys, these real-life nightmares are crafted to captivate your imagination, heighten your senses just enough to release all tension, and then drop you into the most restful slumber you've ever experienced. Trust me, once you start listening, you'll be hooked, waking up refreshed and craving more. This is your go-to-bedtime ritual for ultimate relaxation through the power of true terror. I'm speaking to you from the United States, where these chilling legends come alive under the stars. If these mesmerizing, true scary stories are already pulling you under and helping you drift off peacefully, smash that subscribe button now and enable notifications for more sleep-inducing horror delivered right to your feed. And drop a comment below, let me know if you're tuning in, share what country you're chilling from, and tell me about your own eerie tales that keep you up or help you sleep. Don't forget to like and share for good karma against the unknown. Alright, let's ease into the darkness with our first story. True scary stories. The last night at Black Hollow Road in the United States. Black Hollow Road cuts through the Appalachian foothills like a scar that never healed. It is a narrow stretch of cracked asphalt surrounded by dense forest. The kind of forest that swallows sound and light and makes time feel wrong. The story you are about to hear happened in the United States, in a forgotten town that barely appears on modern maps. What makes this story terrifying is not what people saw, but what followed them home. In the fall of 2014, a night shift courier named Daniel Reeves took a route he had never driven before. Daniel was 29, practical, skeptical, and exhausted from working double shifts. He did not believe in ghosts, urban legends, or true scary stories people told online. To him, fear was just a chemical reaction caused by darkness and imagination. That belief would not survive the night. His GPS rerouted him due to road construction and led him onto Black Hollow Road at exactly 1:17 a.m. The moment his tires crossed onto that road, his radio cut to static. His phone signal dropped to nothing. Even the dashboard clock flickered for a second, before stabilizing. Daniel noticed the trees immediately. They leaned inward, forming a tunnel that blocked out the moon. The air felt heavier, almost damp, like the road itself was breathing. About 2 miles in, Daniel saw a figure standing on the shoulder of the road. At first, he thought it was a deer. Then he slowed down. It was a woman. She stood perfectly still, facing away from the road. She wore a long pale dress that brushed the ground. Her hair hung straight down her back, dark and unmoving despite the breeze that rustled the trees. Daniel's first instinct was to keep driving. Every warning story he had ever heard about stopping for strangers at night flashed through his mind. Then she turned her head. Her movement was slow, unnatural, like her neck resisted the motion. When her face came into view, Daniel felt a chill crawl up his spine. Her eyes were wide open, reflecting his headlights, but there was no expression in them. No fear, no awareness, just emptiness. Daniel pressed the brake. He does not remember deciding to stop. Later, he would say it felt like his body acted before his mind could argue. He rolled down the window just enough to speak. "Are you okay?" The woman did not answer. She took one step toward the car, then another. Her feet never made a sound on the asphalt. Daniel's heart pounded so hard he could feel it in his throat. He reached for the door lock, then realized the doors were already locked. The woman stopped inches from his window and slowly raised her hand. That is when Daniel noticed her fingers. They were too long, bent at odd angles. The skin looked stretched, almost translucent, like something wearing a human shape rather than being human. She opened her mouth. No words came out. Only a long, shallow breath that fogged the glass from the outside. Daniel slammed the accelerator. The car lurched forward, tires squealing as he sped down Black Hollow Road. He did not look in the mirror at first. He was afraid of what he might see. When he finally forced himself to glance back, the road behind him was empty. No woman, no movement. No sign he had stopped at all. Relief washed over him in waves, followed immediately by confusion. He laughed out loud, trying to shake the fear. Just stress, he told himself. Just a trick of the dark. Then he heard it, a soft tapping sound. From the back seat. Tap, tap, tap. Daniel froze. His car was a two-door coupe. He had not opened the back. No one could be there. His eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. The seat was empty. The tapping continued, now closer, like fingernails brushing the back of his headrest. Tap, 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 tap. Daniel's breath became shallow. He told himself not to panic, not to crash. He whispered that it was nothing, that he was tired, that his mind was playing tricks on him. Then a voice spoke from directly behind his right ear. You should not have stopped. The voice was dry, hollow, and layered, like several people speaking at once. Daniel screamed and swerved, nearly losing control of the car. He slammed on the brakes and spun around in his seat. Nothing. The tapping stopped. The forest was silent again. Daniel sat there shaking for nearly 10 minutes before forcing himself to drive. When Black Hollow Road finally ended and the GPS signal returned, he felt like he had escaped something alive. He finished his delivery and went home as the sun began to rise. He did not sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the woman's face pressed against the glass. The next night, Daniel woke at 3:11 a.m. to the sound of tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It came from his bedroom door. He held his breath, staring at the handle. Slowly, the tapping moved upward from the door to the wall, then to the ceiling, as if something was crawling above him. A whisper drifted down. You saw me. Daniel did not open the door. He did not scream. He stayed frozen until morning light filled the room. Over the next week, the activity escalated. Shadows moved where there should be none. Reflections in mirrors lagged a second behind his movements. He would hear breathing in empty rooms. Every night at exactly 3:11 a.m., the tapping returned closer than before. Daniel searched online, desperate for answers. That is when he found old forum posts and archived discussions about Black Hollow Road. Dozens of people described the same woman, the same dress, the same empty eyes. Many said she appeared to travelers who stopped for her. What chilled Daniel the most were the comments about what happened after. They called her the Watcher of the Hollow. According to the stories, she does not kill. She follows. Once she is seen, she attaches herself to the one who acknowledged her. The tapping is how she reminds you she is still there. One post mentioned a detail Daniel had not told anyone. She gets closer every night. On the 8th night, Daniel woke to tapping directly above his face. On the ceiling, inches from his eyes, were handprints pressing outward, as if someone were pushing from the other side. The ceiling bulged slightly with each tap. Tap, tap, tap. A crack formed. Daniel ran from the house and never returned. He moved across the state, then across the country. He changed jobs. He changed numbers. He never drove at night again. For a while it seemed like he had escaped, until last month. Daniel now lives in a high-rise apartment in a busy city. No forests. No hollow roads. No silence. At 3:11 a.m., his upstairs neighbor complained about tapping sounds coming from the ceiling. Daniel does not have an upstairs neighbor. Security footage from the hallway shows Daniel standing outside his apartment door at 3:10 a.m., staring at it, completely still. At 3:11, the tapping starts, from inside. Daniel does not remember leaving his apartment. Security records show the elevator arriving at his floor at 3:08 a.m. The doors open. Daniel steps out slowly, barefoot, wearing the same clothes he fell asleep in. His eyes are open, but unfocused. He walks to his apartment door and stops inches from it, standing perfectly still. For 2 full minutes, he does not move. At 3:10 a.m., his head tilts slightly, as if listening. At 3:11 a.m., the tapping begins. From inside his apartment. Tap. Tap. The security camera microphone does not pick up the sound, but Daniel reacts to it. His shoulders tense, his mouth opens. He whispers something the camera cannot hear. Then he raises his hand and taps back. Tap. 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 When the building manager reviews the footage later, he notices something else. As Daniel taps on the door, a second set of handprints appears on the inside of the door, pressing outward. They are too large to be Daniel's. The fingers are long, bent at unnatural angles. Daniel wakes up on the hallway floor at 6:42 a.m. to the sound of neighbors screaming. His apartment door is open. The door frame is splintered from the inside, as if something forced its way out. Inside, the apartment is empty. Not broken into. Not damaged. Just empty. No furniture. No clothes. No personal items. Even the walls are bare, stripped down to concrete, except for one thing, handprints. Dozens of them. Covering every surface, on the walls, the ceiling, the inside of the bathroom mirror. Some are small, some are large. All of them look pressed from the inside, as if the walls themselves were soft when the hands touched them. Daniel tells the police he has no memory of moving his things out. His bank records show no storage unit. No movers, no purchases. It is as if his life inside that apartment never existed. He is taken to the hospital for evaluation. That night, he is placed in a private room. At 3:11 a.m., the nurse on duty hears tapping. It comes from the ceiling above Daniel's room. Tap, tap, tap. She checks the floor above. It is an empty maintenance level. No rooms, no pipes, no reason for sound. When she returns, Daniel is sitting upright in bed, staring at the corner of the room. He tells her she is standing behind you. The nurse turns around. Nothing is there. When she looks back at Daniel, his eyes are wide, filled with tears. She is closer now. Daniel is discharged 2 days later. Doctors diagnose him with acute stress disorder and sleep paralysis. They prescribe medication. They tell him the experiences are psychological. Hallucinations caused by trauma. Daniel wants to believe them. For a week, the tapping stops. He sleeps. He almost feels normal. Then, on the 8th night, he wakes up at 3:11 a.m. to the sound of breathing. Not tapping, breathing. It is slow and shallow, coming from directly above him. He opens his eyes. The ceiling is inches from his face. Not collapsed, bent downward, bulging like stretched skin. A shape presses against it from the other side. A face. He sees the outline of a nose, a mouth, eyes that do not blink. The ceiling ripples as fingers press through, forming familiar handprints. Tap, tap, tap. You ran, the voice says, layered and dry. Daniel screams and falls out of bed. The ceiling snaps back into place instantly, smooth and solid. No marks, no cracks. The next morning, Daniel finds dirt under his fingernails, leaves in his shoes, mud on the cuffs of his pants. He checks his phone. There is a video recorded at 1:19 a.m. He does not remember recording it. The video is dark and shaky. The sound of footsteps crunching on gravel fills the audio. A familiar road appears in the headlights. Black Hollow Road. Daniel's breathing becomes frantic as he watches himself drive deeper into the forest. The timestamp reads current date. In the video, the car stops. Headlights illuminate the shoulder. The woman stands there, facing the road this time. Her face is clearer than ever. Her eyes lock onto the camera. She smiles. The video ends. Daniel deletes the file. At 3:11 a.m. that night, his phone rings. Unknown number. He answers without thinking. On the other end, there is tapping. Tap, tap, tap. Then her voice, clearer than before. You belong to the hollow. The call disconnects. Daniel is reported missing 3 days later. His car is found parked on Black Hollow Road, engine cold, driver's door open. There are no footprints leading away from the vehicle. Inside the car, on the fogged windshield, words are written from the inside. He stopped. Locals say Black Hollow Road has been quieter lately. No sightings. No stories. No woman on the shoulder. But travelers report something new. At exactly 3:11 a.m., if you stop your car and listen closely, you can hear tapping. Coming from inside your own vehicle. Tap. 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 For months after Daniel Reeves vanished, Black Hollow Road was closed to the public. Officially, it was due to erosion and unsafe conditions. Unofficially, locals knew better. Too many reports came in from tow truck drivers, state workers, and night patrol officers. All of them described the same thing. Tapping, not from the trees, not from the road, from inside their vehicles. The first recorded incident after Daniel's disappearance involved a state trooper named Michael Harris. He was assigned to check the barricades at the north entrance of Black Hollow Road at 2:40 a.m. His dashcam footage was later obtained and reviewed frame by frame. At 3:09 a.m., Harris parks his cruiser and steps out to inspect the barrier. Everything is normal. The forest is silent. No wind, no insects. At 3:10 a.m., the audio picks up a faint tapping sound. 3 taps, perfectly spaced. Harris pauses and looks around. He laughs under his breath and says it is probably debris hitting the car. At 3:11 a.m., the tapping becomes louder. From inside the cruiser, Harris freezes. The dashcam captures his face as the realization sets in. He slowly walks back to the driver's side door and looks through the window. His seat is empty. But the seatbelt is pulled tight, stretched as if something invisible is sitting there. Tap, tap, tap. Harris opens the door. The tapping stops instantly. The seatbelt retracts on its own. Harris backs away, breathing heavily. He radios for backup, but receives only static. When he looks up again, the forest seems closer than before. The trees lean inward, just like they do farther down Black Hollow Road. A woman's voice speaks from behind him. You looked. The camera cuts out at that exact moment. Michael Harris was found at sunrise, standing in the middle of the road. His eyes were open. His body was stiff. There were no injuries. No signs of struggle. The only unusual detail was his hands. His fingers were bent at odd angles, frozen as if he had been tapping on an invisible surface. After that, the state removed the barricades. No signs. No warnings. Black Hollow Road was quietly erased from official records, but roads do not forget. 6 months later, a group of college students from Ohio uploaded a late-night vlog of a road trip across the Appalachian region. The video was meant to be light-hearted. Music, laughter, jokes about getting lost. At 1:17 a.m., their GPS reroutes them. The comments section would later explode when viewers recognized the trees. The road narrows. The music cuts out. Static replaces the sound. One of the students in the back seat jokes about a woman standing ahead. The camera turns. She is there, standing on the shoulder. Facing away, the driver slows down. The chat explodes with warnings as the live stream continues. Do not stop. Keep driving. At 3:11 a.m., the car comes to a complete halt. The driver says he feels sick, dizzy, like something is pulling at his chest. The woman turns her head slowly. Her face fills the frame. Her eyes lock onto the camera. And then she looks past it, at the back seat. The tapping begins immediately, not from outside, from inside the car. All 4 students hear it. All 4 start screaming. The live stream cuts out. The car is found 2 days later, abandoned on the side of the road. No blood, no damage, no signs of violence. Inside the vehicle, there are handprints on the windows. From the inside, the prints overlap each other, dozens of them, layered and smeared as if many hands were pressing at once. None of the students are ever found. Online, people begin connecting the stories. Old forum posts resurface. Archived videos, deleted comments. A pattern becomes clear. Black Hollow Road does not take everyone. Only those who acknowledge her. Only those who stop. Only those who tap back. A former folklorist from Pennsylvania posts a final explanation before deleting his account. He claims the Watcher of the Hollow is not tied to the road itself, but to recognition. Once seen, she needs confirmation, a pause, a look, a response. Tapping is her language. If you answer, you invite her closer. The last known report comes from a rideshare driver in another state, hundreds of miles away from Black Hollow Road. His dash cam shows him driving through a well-lit suburban neighborhood at night. At 3:11 a.m., he hears tapping. He laughs nervously and says he does not drive hollow roads. The tapping continues. From the back seat, he turns the camera. The seat is empty. But the indentation is clear, as if someone is sitting there. The driver whispers no, 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 and keeps driving. The tapping stops. The next morning, the video is gone. His account is deleted. His car is found parked in his driveway. On the inside of the windshield, written in streaks of condensation, are 3 words. You saw me. Black Hollow Road no longer appears on maps, but the hollow does not need a road anymore. It only needs a moment, a pause, a tap. At 3:11 a.m., after the rideshare incident, something changed. The tapping no longer waited for roads, forests, or isolation. It began appearing in places where fear should not exist. Hospitals, apartment buildings, crowded cities, places filled with light and noise. At first, the reports were scattered. A hotel guest in Chicago complained about tapping inside the bathroom mirror at exactly 3:11 a.m. Maintenance found nothing. The guest checked out early and left behind all his belongings, including his wallet and phone. A subway operator in New York reported hearing tapping from the sealed control panel while the train was underground. Surveillance footage shows him turning his head slowly toward the sound, eyes widening. The train stopped between stations for 6 minutes. When power returned, the operator was gone. The door to the control cab was still locked from the inside. A night janitor in Seattle recorded audio on his phone after hearing tapping follow him from floor to floor in an office building. The recording captures his breathing, his whispered prayers, and then a second set of breaths. Perfectly synced with his own, authorities dismissed the incidents as coincidence. Online, people did not. A private group formed. No public posts. No names. Only timestamps, locations, and one repeating phrase. 3:11 a.m. Members shared rules they believed could keep the watcher away. Do not stop. Do not look. Do not acknowledge. Do not respond, and above all, never tap back. One member broke the rule. Her name was Emily Carter, a graduate student in behavioral psychology from the United States. Emily did not believe the entity was supernatural. She believed it was a shared psychological phenomenon, a mimetic hallucination spreading through stories and expectation. She decided to test it. Emily documented everything. Her journal, later uploaded anonymously, begins calmly. She describes setting alarms for 3:10 a.m., sitting in silence, waiting. Nothing happened the first 3 nights. On the 4th night, she writes that she felt watched, but heard nothing. On the 5th night, at exactly 3:11 a.m., her pen stops mid-sentence. The next entry is shaky. I hear it, from the wall behind my bed. 3 taps. Slow. Patient. It sounds like it knows I'm listening. Emily does not leave the room. She does not scream. She does not run. Instead, she taps once on the wall. There is a long pause. Then 3 taps answer back. Closer. Emily's final entries are fragmented. She writes about shadows bending wrong, about reflections blinking out of sync, about waking up with dirt in her hair and mud on her feet. She writes that the watcher is no longer outside her space. It is inside her timing. Her last recorded message is a voice note uploaded at 3:11 a.m. In the recording, Emily is whispering. She says it doesn't walk anymore. It waits. It stretches time thin. If you are awake at 3:11, you are already halfway to her. Then the tapping starts, right next to the microphone. The audio distorts. A second voice overlaps hers, copying her words half a second late. The file ends abruptly. Emily Carter is never seen again. Her apartment is found empty. No furniture. No bed, no walls, only handprints. Pressed outward, covering the ceiling. After that, the rules change. People report tapping even when asleep, even when unconscious, even when dreaming. Those who experience it describe the same sensation. Waking up already standing, already listening, already responding. The watcher no longer needs you to stop. She only needs you to notice. The final report comes from a child's baby monitor in a quiet suburban home. The parents are asleep. The house is still. At 3:11 a.m., the monitor activates. Soft tapping is heard. Then a woman's voice, calm and close. He sees me now. The parents rush into the room. The crib is empty. On the wall above it, fresh handprints slowly fade, one by one, as if something is pulling itself back through the surface. Black Hollow Road no longer exists. Daniel Reeves no longer exists. Emily Carter no longer exists. But the watcher does. And tonight, if you are awake at 3:11 a.m. and you feel the urge to listen closely, do not, because the moment you recognize the sound, she already has. After the disappearance of Emily Carter, the pattern became impossible to ignore. The watcher was no longer bound to place. She was bound to awareness. Reports now came from people who had never heard of Black Hollow Road, never read a forum post, never watched a video. They had nothing in common except one thing. They noticed the sound. A sleep researcher in California documented a strange spike in patients waking suddenly at the same minute every night. 3:11 a.m., not from nightmares, not from noise. Just awake, alert, sitting upright as if called. Several patients described the same sensation before waking. A pause, like the world holding its breath. One patient said it felt like someone waiting for permission. Another said the air felt thinner, stretched tight, as if one more movement would tear it. None of them mentioned tapping at first. They mentioned listening. The first confirmed case of spontaneous recognition happened in a retirement home in Michigan. An elderly man named Robert Klein woke at 3:11 a.m. and began tapping on the arm of his chair. 3 taps, perfectly spaced. When the nurse asked him why he was doing it, he looked confused. He said someone was knocking from the other side of the room. There was no one there. By morning, Robert was gone. His room was unchanged except for one detail. The wallpaper behind his chair bulged outward slightly, as if pressed from behind. Maintenance peeled it back. Handprints. Pressed outward. A technology journalist later uncovered something even worse. Smart devices were recording it. Voice assistants activating at 3:11 a.m. without prompts. Motion sensors detecting movement where none existed. Sleep tracking apps logging sudden spikes in heart rate followed by long periods of stillness. In one leaked recording from a home security system, a living room is empty. The timestamp reads 3:10 a.m. At 3:11, tapping echoes through the room. Not from the walls, from the camera itself. The lens vibrates slightly with each tap. Then a shadow passes over the lens. The recording stops. The account that uploaded the footage was deleted within hours. The homeowner never logged in again. Experts tried to explain it away. Mass suggestion. Digital artifacts. Shared anxiety. But the watcher did not need belief. She only needed acknowledgement. The final documented incident is known as the mirror event. A man in Oregon, awake late, washing his face at night, looks up at the mirror at exactly 3:11 a.m. He notices something small and wrong. His reflection does not move when he does. For half a second, it just stares back. Then it raises its hand and taps 3 times. From inside the glass, the man stumbles backward, screaming. The mirror shatters outward, glass exploding into the room. When responders arrive, they find no body, just footprints, leading into the wall. After that, the reports slow down, not because the watcher is gone, but because people stop talking, accounts vanish. Files corrupt, videos end 1 second too early. People who try to compile the evidence describe the same thing. Tapping while they work. Closer every night. Those who hear it learn quickly. Silence is survival. Black Hollow Road was the beginning. A place where she could be seen. A place where she learned. Now she does not need roads. She does not need forests. She does not need darkness. She only needs a moment of attention. A second too long. A pause. A thought like this sounds familiar. If you ever wake suddenly at 3:11 a.m. and feel the urge to listen, if you notice the quiet feels crowded, if you hear something that sounds like fingers brushing glass, wood, or skin, do not respond. Do not move. Do not tap. Because the watcher is not trying to get in anymore. She is waiting for you to realize she already is. There is a reason the report stopped. It was not because the watcher disappeared. It was because the people who understood what was happening realized something far worse. She was learning restraint. For years, the pattern was obvious. 3:11 a.m. Tapping, recognition, disappearance. The timing made her predictable. Survivors learned to sleep through it, drug themselves into unconsciousness, or drown the night in noise. Then the timing shifted. The first deviation was subtle. A woman in Arizona woke at 3:09 a.m. instead. She described the same sensation others had felt for years. The pause. The pressure in the air. The certainty that something was waiting. No tapping came. At 3:11. Nothing happened. Relief followed. At 3:14 a.m. she heard it. 3 taps. From inside her chest. Doctors later ruled it a cardiac episode. But the EKG showed something impossible. Her heart rhythm had matched the tapping pattern exactly before stopping. After that, the watcher stopped being punctual. She began arriving early, or late, or not at all. People stopped trusting clocks. Sleep specialists reported patients waking without timestamps, convinced they were late for something they could not name. People began avoiding mirrors, reflective screens, dark windows, anything that could look back. Then came the quiet cases. No tapping, no sound, just presence. A man in Texas reported waking to find his bedroom slightly smaller than it had been the night before. The walls closer, the ceiling lower. By morning, the measurements returned to normal. A woman in Vermont said her shadow lingered after she moved away from the light. It tapped once against the wall before dissolving. A teenager in Colorado claimed his phone camera opened on its own and showed the inside of his own room from an impossible angle. As if filmed from the wall, he deleted the video. That night, the tapping came from inside the phone. The private group tracking the watcher stopped updating publicly. Their final internal message was brief. She no longer announces herself. She waits for recognition in other ways. A blink held too long. A reflection checked twice. A sound that makes you think, did I just hear something? That thought alone was enough. The last person to document the phenomenon intentionally was a former sound engineer named Alan Muir. He believed the watcher existed as a pattern embedded in human perception, something triggered by expectation and repetition. He thought he could mask it. Alan built a soundproof room in his basement. No clocks. No screens. No reflections. White noise played constantly. He recorded everything on analog equipment, convinced digital systems were part of the problem. For 12 nights, nothing happened. On the 13th night, Alan stopped writing at 2:58 a.m. The audio recording continues. At first, there is only white noise, then silence. Not absence of sound, removal of it. The silence feels heavy even through the recording, like pressure on the ears. At an unknown time, something taps. Not 3 times. Once. Very close to the microphone. Alan whispers, barely audible. That's new. There is a long pause, and tapping answers back from inside his mouth. The recording ends. When Alan's house is checked days later, the soundproof room is intact. No damage, no signs of struggle. Alan is not there. On the inside of the padded walls are handprints, faint but numerous, all pressed inward this time, as if something was trying to get out. After that, the stories change tone. People stop describing fear. They describe inevitability. They say it feels familiar, patient, almost gentle, like something waiting its turn. Some report dreams where they stand on Black Hollow Road, though they have never been there. The forest is gone. The road stretches into nothing. The woman is no longer on the shoulder. She is behind them, not touching, not tapping, just close enough to be known. The final verified message appears briefly on a forgotten forum, posted without a username. She learned our schedules. She learned our fear. Now she learns our habits. You don't hear her because she isn't knocking anymore. She's already listening. The post vanishes within minutes. Since then, there have been no confirmed disappearances tied to tapping. But emergency rooms report an increase in patients who insist something followed them home without ever making a sound. They say the worst part is not the fear, it's the waiting. Because once you realize you're not alone, you start listening too. And somewhere something taps once, just to see if you noticed. The people who were still listening understood something the others did not. The watcher was no longer hunting. She was nesting. The first indication came from places where nothing should linger. New construction. Fresh buildings. Homes where no one had ever lived long enough to leave a memory behind. A family in Nevada moved into a newly built house. No previous owners. No history. No tragedies. On their 3rd night, the father woke suddenly, certain someone was standing at the foot of the bed. There was no sound. No tapping. Just certainty. He turned on the light. Nothing was there. But the room felt wrong, smaller, tighter. Like the walls were paying attention. At breakfast, his 6-year-old daughter asked a question no child should think to ask. Why does the lady sleep in the walls when we sleep? They sold the house 2 weeks later. Across the country, a demolition crew in West Virginia began tearing down an abandoned building near where Black Hollow Road once existed. The structure was old, condemned, and empty for decades. On the 2nd day, workers found something strange behind the drywall. Handprints. Hundreds of them. Not layered randomly, arranged. They formed spirals, circles, repeating patterns that made no sense until one worker stepped back far enough to see it. They formed a face. Eyes wide, watching outward. The crew abandoned the site. That night, the foreman woke at home to the sound of drywall cracking. Not breaking, stretching, the idea spread quietly. The watcher did not follow people anymore. She stayed in rooms, in corners, in the thin space between surfaces. People began reporting the same subtle signs. A closet that felt deeper than it should be. A hallway that seemed longer at night. A room that felt occupied even when empty. Those who experienced it said the same thing. It felt like being observed by something that had been there longer than you. A sleep study conducted in secret revealed something disturbing. Participants wired to brain monitors showed a new pattern during REM sleep. A synchronized pause in neural activity, lasting exactly 3 seconds, occurring across different cities at different times. Not at 3:11. At moments when subjects reported the feeling of being noticed. The watcher was no longer tied to time. She was tied to awareness itself. One final case leaked before the data was buried. A man in Missouri installed a thermal camera in his bedroom after weeks of feeling watched. The footage shows him sleeping peacefully. No movement, no sound. Then the temperature changes. A human-shaped cold spot forms in the corner of the room. Not entering. Not moving, just appearing. The shape leans closer to the bed. The man's eyes open instantly. Not in fear, in recognition. The shape reacts. It turns its head. The footage ends there. The man is found alive the next morning, sitting upright, staring at the corner. He refuses to speak. He only taps his fingers softly against his leg. Once, twice, 3 times. Doctors say he is catatonic, but at night, nurses report something else. When the lights are off, his tapping answers something they cannot hear. By now, people have stopped asking what the watcher wants. The answer is clear. She wants space. Not physical space, mental space. The moment you notice her, a part of you is no longer empty. She fits there, quietly, permanently. Those who have lived with her the longest say she is patient. She does not rush. She does not threaten. She waits for you to make room. The last message ever recovered from someone aware of her presence was written on a notepad, found in an empty house with no signs of forced entry. I thought fear was the door. It wasn't, attention was. If you are reading this and feel nothing, you are safe. If you paused for even a second, if you felt the urge to check the room, if you became aware of the quiet, then she knows where you are. And somewhere very close now, something that no longer needs to tap is listening, waiting for you to notice her back. By the time people realized what the watcher had become, there was no language left to describe her. She was no longer an entity you encountered. She was a condition. Architects began noticing it first. Blueprints started coming back wrong. Measurements that worked on paper felt wrong in real space. Corners that made people uneasy without reason. Rooms that encouraged silence. Houses that felt finished before anyone lived in them. One anonymous architect from Washington wrote that after spending months designing a residential complex, he began dreaming of empty rooms watching him draw them. In the dreams, the rooms corrected his lines, nudged walls inward, removed windows. When the complex was built, tenants reported the same thing within weeks. No noises, no tapping, just the sense that the building was aware of being occupied. People avoided certain rooms without knowing why. Children refused to sleep facing walls. Pets stared at corners that never changed. Then came the first recorded instance of shared recognition. A late-night support call center in Colorado noticed something strange on their internal logs. At 2:47 a.m., 7 employees across different floors stopped typing at the exact same moment. Security footage showed all 7 slowly lifting their heads, not toward the same direction, but toward the nearest wall. None of them spoke. None of them moved for exactly 9 seconds. When they returned to their screens, their keystrokes resumed as if nothing happened. Later, all 7 reported the same sensation independently. Something had leaned closer, not entered, not touched. Just adjusted its position, like it had gotten more comfortable. The watcher no longer needed individual attention. She had learned synchronization. The next evolution was worse. People began forgetting when the feeling started. They could not point to a first night. No initial sound. No first awareness, just the certainty that it had always been that way. A man in New Jersey insisted his apartment had always felt occupied. Old photos proved otherwise. In earlier images, his living room looked normal, bright, open. In newer photos, taken years later, the same room appeared subtly different. The shadows heavier, the walls closer, the corners darker. He swore the room had not changed. The room disagreed. Researchers who studied long-term exposure noticed a pattern in those who did not disappear. They adapted. Their fear dulled. Their vigilance softened. They stopped checking, stopped listening, stopped caring, and that somehow was worse. Because the watcher thrived on accommodation, on being made room for, on being accepted as part of the background, like silence, like gravity, like time. The final known transmission comes from a closed-circuit camera in an empty municipal building scheduled for demolition. The camera records an empty hallway for hours. Then something impossible happens. The walls breathe, not visibly, but perceptibly. The hallway tightens by inches. The camera shakes once, as if something has leaned on it. A shape briefly forms in the reflection of a glass door at the end of the hall. Not a woman, not a face. Just a suggestion of presence. Aware, comfortable. The time stamp is unreadable. There is no audio, no tapping, no sound at all. The footage ends with one final frame. The camera is no longer facing down the hallway. It is facing the wall beside it, too close. As if something has turned it gently. After that, the concept of Black Hollow Road fades completely. No one dreams of it anymore. No one remembers the woman on the shoulder. The watcher does not need an image. She does not need a story. She exists now in the pause between thoughts. In the moment you become aware of space around you. In the second you realize the room feels different than it did a moment ago. If nothing feels wrong, you are safe. If you feel the urge to shift your position, if you suddenly notice the wall behind you, if the quiet feels full, then understand this. She is not approaching. She is not waiting. She has already settled. And the scariest part is not that she is there. It is that slowly, carefully, you are learning how to live with her. There was never supposed to be a ninth phase. That is what the remaining researchers believed. The watcher had stabilized. She no longer caused disappearances at a measurable rate. She no longer announced herself. Society adjusted in small, invisible ways. People slept with lights on. Buildings were designed with softer corners. Silence was filled with constant background noise. Life went on. And that is how she finished integrating. The first sign of the final change came from a place no one was monitoring anymore. Memory. A linguistics professor in Massachusetts noticed something subtle while reviewing recorded interviews for an unrelated study. Subjects describing empty rooms consistently used the same phrasing, regardless of age, background, or region. They did not say the room was empty, they said it was waiting. At first, this was dismissed as coincidence, a shared turn of phrase. Cultural bleed through. Then the professor noticed something worse. When asked to imagine a completely empty space, subjects hesitated. Brain scans showed a brief delay, followed by activity in regions associated with social awareness. As if the mind refused to imagine being alone. The watcher was no longer perceived as separate. She had become implicit. A baseline assumption. Children born after the Black Hollow incidents displayed it most clearly. They did not fear the presence. They expected it. When asked if they were alone in a room, many answered honestly. Not really. One child explained it simply. The quiet stays with you. Around the same time, something unprecedented occurred. For the first time, the watcher reacted to absence. A man living alone in rural Idaho reported the opposite of the usual sensation. His house felt hollow, not watched, not occupied, vacant. He described it as unbearable. He filled the silence with music, left lights on, slept with the television playing. Nothing helped. He said it felt like being forgotten. On the seventh night, he woke suddenly, heart racing. The room felt full again. He cried with relief. He did not notice the handprint on the wall until morning. Pressed inward. Small. Gentle. As if reassuring. This marked the final realization. The watcher no longer followed attention. She punished its absence. She had inverted the relationship. Awareness of her was no longer the danger. Lack of her was. Psychologists quietly documented a new anxiety disorder. Patients complained of feeling unseen, unacknowledged by the world itself. They described panic attacks triggered by silence and empty spaces. The treatment was exposure, not to isolation, but to presence. Rooms were designed to feel occupied. Subtle vibrations, low-frequency hums, artificial shadows. Not enough to frighten. Enough to suggest company. The success rate was disturbingly high. People calmed when they felt watched. The last known piece of evidence comes from a time-lapse recording of a city apartment over the course of several years. The footage shows normal life at first. Furniture changes. Seasons pass. Then something subtle happens. The apartment stops changing. The furniture remains fixed. The lighting stays dim. The room looks prepared, as if arranged for someone who never arrives. In the final frames, the tenant moves out. The apartment is empty, yet the camera continues recording. Nothing moves. But the space does not feel vacant. The camera records for weeks, months. Then, without warning, the camera shuts off. Not from power loss, not from damage. The lens is gently covered. From the inside, no one speaks of the watcher anymore. Not because she is gone, but because naming her feels unnecessary, like naming air, or gravity, or the sense that you are not alone, even when you should be. If you are reading this and feel comforted by the quiet, that means she is close. If you feel uneasy when nothing is watching, if emptiness feels wrong, then she has already done what she came to do. Black Hollow Road was never a place. It was the first lesson. You were never meant to be alone. And now, you never are. After decades of silent observation, the Watcher reached her ultimate form. She no longer needed roads, buildings, or clocks. She no longer needed walls, floors, ceilings, or even doors. She had become an omnipresent pattern embedded in the very spaces humans occupy, the thin, imperceptible gap between attention and awareness. She existed wherever someone knew they could be alone, yet felt otherwise. The last documented case comes from a man named Thomas Green, a sound engineer living alone in Vermont. He had been following every report, every forum post, every study ever released on the Watcher. Unlike the rest, he wanted to experience her. Not out of disbelief, not out of bravado, but out of curiosity, he soundproofed his entire home. Cameras, microphones, even windows were covered. He removed all reflective surfaces. He set every clock to a random time. On the first night, he heard nothing. On the second night, he heard nothing. On the third night, at exactly 3:11 a.m., or perhaps at some other time, because his clocks were useless, he felt it, not a sound. Not a shadow, not a tap. A presence. He describes it as the awareness of being watched from everywhere and nowhere all at once. Thomas writes in his journal that he tried everything. He whispered, he sang, he tapped. None of it mattered. She did not need a response. She only existed in acknowledgement of him acknowledging her. By the fifth night, his home had subtly changed. Furniture shifted slightly. Walls seemed closer, corners stretched. He woke once to find his bedroom door fully closed, though he was certain he had left it ajar. On the seventh night, he woke mid-sleep to find himself standing in the middle of the room. His bedroom looked the same, yet everything felt slightly wrong, too large, too empty, too present. He looked toward the corner. He could not see her, but he knew she was there. He tried to leave. The front door did not open. The windows would not budge. The lights were on, yet everything remained dark. Then he heard the tapping, not on wood, not on glass, not on metal. On him. 3 taps, followed by a pause. 3 more. Then a voice. Not a human voice. Not a whisper, not a scream, but something perfectly clear. You are home now. Thomas. S. final journal entry was discovered months later by local authorities after a concerned neighbor reported unusual activity. The entry reads, I am aware. She is aware. She is everywhere and nowhere. There is no space for me to be alone. There is no time when I am not already seen. I can feel her in every breath, in every pause, in every thought I try to hide. The tapping will never stop. The silence is alive. And now I am part of her. Thomas Green was never seen again. No one reported a disappearance. No one found a body. The home itself remained intact, yet anyone entering the property afterward reported unease beyond words, a quiet, overwhelming certainty that the house itself was watching. And so the legend concludes Black Hollow Road, Daniel Reeves, Emily Carter, the tapping, the handprints, the sleepless nights, they were only the beginning. The Watcher does not wait anymore. She does not knock. She does not tap. She does not need to. She exists in every space you think is empty, in every pause you believe is silent. She is not coming. She is already here. And from the moment you notice, you are never alone again. The end. True Scary Stories, The Vanishing Cabin in the Pines, United States. It started with a simple road trip. Jake Thompson, an amateur photographer from Oregon, decided to explore the remote pine forests along the Cascade Range. He wanted solitude, fresh air, and the kind of photographs only untouched wilderness could offer. Friends warned him about the area, mentioning old logging roads, abandoned cabins, and stories of hikers who went missing. He laughed it off, calling them tourist ghost stories. He set off at dawn, his Jeep loaded with cameras, tripods, and camping gear. The GPS kept losing signal as he ventured deeper into the forest. After 2 hours of bumpy roads, he noticed a narrow trail veering off from the main path. It was overgrown, almost hidden by the thick pine needles. A small wooden sign read, Old Pine Trail. Curiosity outweighed caution. He followed the trail, his tires crunching over dry branches and gravel. The forest grew denser, sunlight filtering through the tall pines in slanted rays that seemed to twitch as if the trees themselves were moving. He felt a shiver crawl down his spine but blamed the cold wind. After about 30 minutes, he saw a small cabin tucked between 2 massive pines. It looked untouched, though the paint had faded and the roof sagged slightly. Windows were dusty but unbroken and the door was closed. Jake parked and grabbed his camera, eager to photograph the secluded structure. As he approached, the air changed. The forest went quiet. No birds chirping, no wind rustling the branches. Even the distant hum of his Jeep's engine seemed to vanish. The silence pressed against his ears. He reached the cabin door. It was unlocked. The wood creaked as he pushed it open, revealing a surprisingly clean interior. There was a fireplace, a small table with 2 chairs, and a bed neatly made with a quilt patterned in dark green and brown. The smell of damp pine and old wood filled the air, but there was something else. Something faint, metallic, almost like iron. Jake took photographs, each click echoing unnaturally in the quiet. He noticed scratches along the walls, arranged in patterns. They didn't form words, but they were deliberate, precise. Some looked like tally marks, some like abstract symbols. He shivered and turned toward the window. Outside, the forest seemed denser, shadows pooling unnaturally around the trunks. He could swear the pines had shifted position since he arrived. He shook his head. Fatigue, he thought. Cabin isolation plays tricks on your mind. Night fell faster than expected. He decided to spend the night, lighting the fireplace. The flames cast flickering shadows across the room, and Jake set up his tripod to record some time-lapse photography. Around midnight, he heard a soft knocking, gentle but deliberate, against the cabin walls. Not the floor, not the ceiling, the walls. He froze. He called out, "Hello? Is someone here?" Silence. Then 3 more knocks. Jake laughed nervously. "Okay, very funny," he whispered, scanning the room. Nothing moved. The fire crackled. Shadows danced. He tried to sleep, but the knocking continued at irregular intervals, sometimes soft, sometimes loud, almost like someone was pressing their knuckles into the wood. Each time, he felt an icy sensation crawl along his spine. At 3:07 a.m., he woke fully, heart racing. The cabin was unnervingly quiet again. He checked his camera, everything seemed normal. Then he noticed the table. There was now a small stack of papers. He had never brought them. The pages were filled with handwriting, but the letters were wrong, distorted, almost as if written by a trembling hand in extreme haste. He picked one up. The first line read, "Do not stay." Every line after repeated a single terrifying phrase. "She watches when you look away." Jake dropped the papers. The fireplace flared suddenly, as if fueled by unseen wind, casting shadows that moved independently of the flames. The room temperature dropped sharply, his breath visible. And then he heard footsteps, soft, deliberate, coming from the floor above. The cabin had no second floor. He grabbed his camera and flashlight and shined them toward the ceiling. Nothing. But the steps continued, circling above him, around the edges of the room. Then the knocking started again, louder this time, punctuated by dragging sounds along the walls. He ran for the door, pulled it open. The forest had changed. The trail he had driven down was gone, replaced by thick, unbroken pines. No road, no sign, just endless trees. He tried to start the Jeep, but it wasn't there, not where he had parked, not anywhere he could see. The cabin itself seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting subtly. The shadows lengthened unnaturally, some forming figures that moved independently of the trees. Jake ran back inside the cabin, desperate. He slammed the door and tried to barricade it with the table. That's when he saw it in the corner, a figure, tall and thin, made of shadows. No face, no features. Only the suggestion of a human shape. It tilted its head, as if studying him. He stumbled backward. The fire flared again, revealing something etched into the floorboards. Footprints. Dozens of them. Circling the cabin. Leading nowhere. The shadow whispered, a sound like dry leaves brushing metal. "Leave or stay forever." Jake didn't hesitate. He smashed a window and ran, cutting himself on broken glass. Outside, the forest had shifted again. Paths twisted impossibly. Pines leaned over him like walls. The shadow followed, stretching silently across the ground. He ran until dawn. When he finally emerged from the forest, the trail he had entered was gone. Only a normal road remained, as if nothing had happened. No cabin, no forest maze. Only the faint smell of pine in the wind. Jake returned home, but the cabin never left him. He noticed it in reflections that weren't mirrors. In the corner, photographs he had taken, faintly visible behind trees, just barely outlined. Sometimes in dreams he could hear the knocking, always 3 taps, always soft, always deliberate. He never went back. He never spoke of the cabin to anyone. But the warnings in the papers were clear. The forest remembers. The cabin waits. And if you wander into the pines at night, alone, it watches. Even when you think you are looking away. True Scary Stories: The Vanishing Cabin in the Pines, United States Part 2. Jake didn't sleep that night. Even when exhaustion dragged him to the floor beside the fireplace, he woke to the faintest creak, the softest shuffle, every few minutes. The knocking had stopped, but the presence in the cabin was heavier than air. It pressed against his chest, settling like a weight he could not lift. By morning, he dared to explore. The cabin seemed smaller in daylight, less threatening, but still impossible to measure correctly. He noticed things he had missed before. Scratches in the wood formed patterns, tally marks, strange symbols, shapes that resembled eyes staring at him. The floorboards were warped in ways that made the cabin feel like it was breathing. He stepped outside to regain his bearings. The trail had returned, barely visible under the thin layer of needles. But something was wrong. The forest looked older, denser. Trees had shifted slightly, blocking the line of sight back to the main road. Every tree seemed to lean toward the cabin, casting shadows that moved like slow fingers. Jake decided to climb one of the nearby hills to get a better view. From there, he could see the outline of the forest stretching endlessly, but the cabin seemed larger, almost impossibly so, compared to the trees around it. It was like the building existed in a space that didn't follow the normal rules of size or distance. He returned to the cabin at dusk, noticing the temperature drop dramatically as he approached. The air smelled metallic again, sharper than before, like iron and wet earth mixed together. His camera battery was dead, even though it had been full the previous night. As night fell, he set up the tripod again, determined to capture something. Around 11:30 p.m., the knocking returned, louder this time, coming from the back wall near the fireplace. 3 slow, deliberate taps. Then silence. Jake tried to leave. The door, which had opened so easily before, was jammed. No matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge. Panic rose. He grabbed the fireplace poker and swung it at the door. The wood shivered, but the door stayed firm. Then he heard footsteps above him. The cabin had no second floor. The sound circled the room, moving closer to the walls, then back to the center. He couldn't tell where it came from. Then a whisper, soft, unintelligible, almost human. Jake froze. He realized it was coming from behind the walls themselves. From inside the cabin. He grabbed the table, pulling it to the center of the room. The fire flickered violently, shadows stretching unnaturally across the walls. One of the windows fogged, as if a hand had pressed against it from the outside. 3 taps. Then another whisper, "Stay." Jake backed away, heart pounding, tripping over the rug. His flashlight flickered, then went out entirely. The room fell into complete darkness, except for faint shadows that seemed to move independently. One shadow separated from the others, forming a tall, thin shape near the fireplace. Jake didn't scream. He couldn't. He was frozen. The shadow tilted its head slowly, studying him. Then it moved closer, gliding silently. In a moment of desperation, Jake remembered the papers from the first night. He grabbed one from the pile, reading the repeated phrase aloud. "She watches when you look away." The shadow halted. It seemed to hesitate, like it recognized the words. Then, it vanished. The cabin returned to normal, or as normal as it could be. The knocking stopped. The temperature rose slightly. The fire settled. But the trail outside had disappeared again. The forest swallowed the path, leaving Jake trapped in a maze of impossibly shifting trees. By morning, he realized the truth. The cabin was not abandoned. It was alive. It moved. It waited. It punished those who looked away. He didn't know how long he had been trapped, but he knew one thing: the cabin would not let him leave easily. And even as he tried to find a trail back to his jeep, faint tapping echoed behind him, soft and deliberate, always reminding him of one terrifying truth. The forest and the cabin were watching. True Scary Stories: The Vanishing Cabin in the Pines, United States Part 3. The final chapter. Jake wandered through the forest all morning. Every tree seemed alive, subtly moving, leaning in impossible ways. The air was heavy, as if the forest itself were breathing around him. Every time he thought he had found the path back to the road, the trees shifted. Trails vanished. Rocks and fallen branches rearranged themselves as he wasn't looking. By noon, he collapsed near a fallen log, exhausted and terrified. His camera was dead, his flashlight useless. Hunger and fear pressed down on him like a weight. He heard it again, soft knocking, but this time it was irregular, echoing all around him, as if the forest itself were tapping. Suddenly he saw it. The cabin, not where it had been before. It appeared farther away on a hill he had already passed. Yet its roof now seemed impossibly tall, its windows glowing faintly in a way that suggested someone or something was inside. Jake approached cautiously. As he neared, he noticed faint footprints pressed into the soft pine needles. They were human, but elongated, unnaturally so. And they always led toward the cabin and then disappeared. Inside, the cabin had changed drastically. The interior seemed larger, almost infinite. The fireplace was gone, replaced by a dark corner that seemed to swallow light. The table and chairs had multiplied, arranged in perfect circles, each with small piles of papers identical to the ones from the first night. The walls were scratched with thousands of symbols, spiraling toward the ceiling. Then he heard the whispering, not from one direction, but all around him. It wasn't one voice, it was hundreds, maybe thousands, overlapping. Words he couldn't fully understand, phrases that seemed to twist in his mind. He tried to leave. Every door, window, and even the walls resisted. They flexed, warped, tightened. The shadows lengthened and multiplied, stretching across the room in impossible directions. One shadow detached itself completely, forming a figure taller than any human, featureless, yet undeniably aware of him. The figure tilted its head and whispered clearly, in a voice that sounded both inside and outside his mind, "Do not look away." Jake stumbled backward, tripping over the papers. He realized the cabin itself was alive, aware of his attention. Every time he blinked, the shadows shifted closer. Every second he hesitated, the room expanded, swallowing more space, more air, more sanity. Desperate, he tried running through a doorway that wasn't there before. He passed through a wall, or what he thought was a wall, and found himself in a space that defied all logic. Infinite corridors stretched endlessly, lined with glowing symbols, shadows moving along the edges like predators. A cold wind whispered his name, beckoning him further. The shadow followed, but now it moved with a patience that was terrifying. Not chasing, not rushing. Just waiting, measuring, learning. Hours or days seemed to pass, though time no longer made sense. Jake's mind began to fracture. He noticed glimpses of himself in the shadows, mimicking him, moving when he did, waiting for him to blink. Then he understood. The cabin was not just alive. It was aware. And he was now part of it. Every thought, every movement, every blink was monitored, recorded, mirrored. Finally, Jake stopped running. Exhausted, broken, he sat in the center of the largest room. The shadows converged. They whispered one final message. Now you see. Now you belong. The papers surrounding him lifted into the air, forming spirals, wrapping around him. Symbols glowed on his skin. The shadow leaned close. He could feel the cold emptiness of it pressing against him, but there was no fear left, only realization. Jake became still, completely still. The cabin exhaled. The walls contracted. The ceiling lowered. The fire returned, flickering softly. The paper settled. And when the first hiker passed along Old Pine Trail years later, they found the cabin exactly as it had always been, small, abandoned, unassuming. But if you peer inside at the right angle, if you listen closely in the silence of the forest, you might hear 3 taps. Soft, deliberate. And if you blink too long, the shadows will move closer, waiting, patient, and aware. Because the cabin does not forget. It does not forgive. And anyone who enters, anyone who looks away, anyone who thinks they can leave, becomes part of it forever. The end. True Scary Stories: The Forgotten Asylum on Hollow Hill, United States. It began with a dare. Megan Carter, a university student from Michigan, had always been fascinated by abandoned places. Hollow Hill Asylum had been closed for over 50 years, its doors chained, windows boarded, and the town around it whispering of horrors no one wanted to admit. Stories of patients disappearing, screams echoing at night, and staff who vanished without explanation were local legend. She ignored the warnings and gathered a small group of friends. Their plan was simple: enter, explore, document, and leave before sunrise. They arrived just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the asylum casting long shadows over the hill, its silhouette jagged like broken teeth. The air smelled damp and cold, carrying hints of mold and rust. The main gate groaned as Megan pushed it open. The gravel path crunched under their boots as they approached the entrance. Windows were shattered, but the doors were heavy iron, rusted but intact. Megan pulled out a crowbar and pried it open. A cloud of dust erupted, and she coughed violently. Inside, the asylum was silent. Too silent. Not a single bird, not a creak from settling wood. Just an oppressive stillness. The main hallway stretched before them, lined with doors on either side, each with peeling paint and broken locks. The tiles on the floor were cracked, some missing entirely, revealing the dark void beneath. They explored cautiously, flashlights slicing through the darkness. The walls were covered in faded murals painted by patients decades ago, angry. Distorted faces, hands reaching out, eyes that seemed to follow them as they moved. Megan shivered but pressed on. In the east wing, they discovered the patient records room. Hundreds of files, some burned, some water damaged, others untouched. Megan picked one up at random. The last entry read, Patient number 472. Observe shadows moving on their own. Screams continue at night. Staff report missing objects. Staff missing. Do not enter after dark. A loud bang echoed from the far end of the hallway. Everyone froze. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoed in the empty building. No one had moved. The sound came closer, circling around them. Megan whispered, It's probably just the building settling. The walls seemed to pulse. Shadows stretched unnaturally, moving independently of the flashlight beams. They entered the medical wing. Rusted beds lined the walls, some with decayed sheets still clinging to the frames. One bed shook slightly, though the room was empty. The temperature dropped sharply. Their breath became visible. In the surgical room, they found old instruments scattered across a table. One scalpel rolled slowly toward them, as if guided by invisible fingers. The friends screamed and bolted, only to find the hallway behind them had changed. Doors that had been open were now closed, and the layout was different. Every turn led them deeper into darkness. The asylum wasn't just abandoned. It was alive. It shifted, adapted, and hunted. Walls contracted, hallways elongated, and shadows coalesced into shapes that resembled former patients, their faces twisted in silent screams. Megan heard whispering soft, echoing voices saying her name. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, a chorus of despair. One voice, distinct and hollow, said, "You shouldn't be here." They tried to retrace their steps, but the asylum no longer obeyed logic. Stairs led to ceilings. Hallways looped infinitely. Windows looked outside, but the forest beyond was always the same, no matter which direction they moved. Hours or maybe minutes later, they discovered the therapy room. A circle of chairs sat in the center, facing inward, each chair occupied by shadows resembling humans. The shadows turned slowly toward them, featureless faces staring. The air grew thick, making it hard to breathe. Megan tried to scream, but no sound came out. One of the friends vanished suddenly. A tug at Megan's sleeve revealed empty air. She spun around, flashlight flickering, and saw a shadow rise from the chair, stretching toward the missing friend's spot. The shadow moved faster than light, disappearing down a corridor that hadn't been there before. Panic overtook the group. They ran blindly, the asylum twisting around them, corridors changing with every step. Doors slammed in rhythm with their heartbeat. They tried the front entrance, it led to a wall. A window, they saw their own terrified faces staring back. But reflected in the glass behind them, a dozen more faces mimicked their expressions, silently screaming. Megan remembered the whispers. "You cannot leave." Not yet. She realized the asylum fed on attention, fear, and awareness. Every step they took, every glance at the shadows, made the building stronger, more aware, more alive. Desperation led her to a maintenance hatch. She forced it open, climbing into a crawlspace. It led to the basement, a vast cavern of darkness beneath the asylum. Here, the air was thick with decay. Walls were scratched with hundreds of names, dates, symbols, tally marks, and faces. Some looked like they were carved in pure agony. Others seemed to breathe subtly. They discovered a room at the far end, lit faintly by a flickering bulb. Inside, a figure tall, thin, featureless stood in the center. Around it, the floor was littered with personal items. Watches, jewelry, photographs, belongings of people who had entered Hollow Hill and never returned. The figure raised its arm slowly, pointing directly at them. The basement door slammed shut behind them. Shadows poured from the corners, filling the room. The figure whispered, "You stay." Megan's heart raced as she realized the truth. The asylum didn't just house the dead, it absorbed them. Memories, fear, souls. Every person who entered became part of its labyrinth. Their presence feeding the structure, its awareness growing stronger. The flashlight fell to the floor, spinning weak beams across the walls. Faces appeared in the shadows, not her friends, not patients, but a combination, everyone who had ever entered. They reached toward Megan with desperate, faceless hands. And then silence. When rescue parties came weeks later, they found the asylum standing empty, as it always had. The doors locked, windows boarded, no sign of Megan or her friends. Just the faint smell of iron and pine, the echo of whispers lingering in the cold, stale air. To this day, hikers report seeing lights flicker in the asylum at night, shadows moving behind boarded windows and whispers calling their names. Some hear footsteps in the forest, circling their tents, soft knocking on doors. Those who enter Hollow Hill rarely leave unchanged, if at all. The asylum waits, patient, hungry, a living nightmare, shifting endlessly, feeding on fear, observation, and attention. And if you hear a soft whisper in the night, calling your name from somewhere abandoned, you are already part of it. You are already inside. After narrowly escaping the first night in the asylum, Megan and the remaining friends thought they could find a safe corner to regroup. But Hollow Hill Asylum had no safe corners. The main hallway stretched endlessly, the peeling paint and cracked tiles looking the same no matter which direction they turned. Every door they opened led them deeper inside. Rooms that should have been empty contained small, inexplicable objects. A child's shoe, a cracked porcelain doll, a patient's journal left mid-sentence. Some items were decades old. Some seemed almost fresh, as if placed moments ago. The temperature dropped sharply. Their breath became visible, fogging in the stale air. A faint whispering echoed through the hallways, just beyond comprehension. Megan tried to call out to her friends, but the voices answered first, faintly repeating their names in distorted echoes. They entered what appeared to be the therapy wing. The chairs were arranged in a circle, identical to the ones they had seen before, but now each chair held a shadowy figure, faceless and twisting unnaturally. The shadows turned slowly toward them, but the moment Megan blinked, they seemed closer than before. One of her friends, Sarah, reached out toward a shadow. As soon as her hand touched it, she screamed. Her body went rigid, then dissolved into black mist, absorbed silently by the floorboards. Megan couldn't believe her eyes. She tried to pull Sarah back, but her hand passed through nothingness. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, forming words she could barely understand. Observe, belong, stay forever. Panic set in. They ran blindly down hallways that bent in impossible ways. Stairs led to ceilings, corridors looped endlessly, and doors that had once led to rooms now opened to empty voids. The walls themselves seemed alive. Faint scratches appeared where there had been none. Symbols and tally marks multiplied before Megan's eyes, spiraling up walls and across the ceilings. Every glance away allowed the shadows to creep closer. Every blink made the asylum shift, walls bending subtly, hallways elongating, ceilings lowering. They stumbled into the surgical wing. Rusted tools littered the tables, some moving slightly, rolling toward them as if pulled by invisible hands. Bloodstains, decades old, dark and coagulated, glimmered faintly under the flashlight beams. Megan noticed one table shaking violently. She approached cautiously and saw the faint silhouette of someone trapped underneath, pressing against the wood from below, though nothing was physically there. Desperation overtook them. They tried the front doors only to find solid walls. Windows showed the forest outside, but no matter which way they ran, the same forest repeated infinitely. Every exit led back to the asylum center. Megan realized the horrifying truth. The asylum wasn't just haunted, it was alive. It adapted. It fed on attention, fear, and awareness. Every step they took, every glance at the shadows, made the building stronger, more aware, more alive. In the central hall, a flickering light revealed dozens of faces etched into the walls, screaming silently. Some were friends, some strangers, some long-forgotten patients. Their eyes seemed to follow Megan. She felt their fear, their panic, their hopelessness. She knew, in that moment, that this was their fate if they couldn't escape. The shadows converged, forming a figure taller than any human. Faceless, featureless, yet undeniably sentient. It tilted its head and whispered in a voice that sounded inside Megan's mind. "Do not look away." And for the first time, Megan understood. The asylum demanded constant attention. To blink, to hesitate, to doubt, was to belong. Every person who entered became part of its labyrinth, their fear sustaining it. Megan gritted her teeth, determined to find a way out. She remembered a maintenance hatch she had seen near the basement stairs and ran toward it, ignoring the whispers and shadows that reached out with invisible fingers. As she crawled into the darkness beneath the asylum, the building shifted violently above her. Doors slammed, walls groaned, and the air trembled with hundreds of whispered names, all calling out for escape that would never come. She could hear the faintest tapping behind her, echoing through the concrete crawlspace. 3 slow taps. Then 3 more. The asylum was watching. And it knew she was coming. Megan crawled through the narrow basement tunnel, the air thick with mold and the metallic tang of something long dead. Her flashlight flickered, illuminating only a few feet ahead, but shadows moved beyond its reach. She could hear faint whispers echoing through the concrete walls, a chorus of voices blending fear, anger, and despair. The crawlspace opened into a vast chamber. It was impossibly large, far bigger than the asylum above suggested. The walls were lined with alcoves, each containing a faintly glowing figure. Faces pressed against the glassy surfaces of the alcoves, frozen in silent screams. Megan realized with horror that these were the missing patients. Staff, explorers like her trapped in some suspended state between life and death. Suddenly, the tall, faceless shadow from above descended into the chamber. It moved effortlessly, gliding just above the ground. Its presence made the air heavier, colder. Megan tried to back away, but the floor beneath her rippled like liquid, forcing her forward. "Do not look away," the shadow whispered, its voice inside her mind. "You belong now," her friend's screams echoed from the alcoves. But when she turned, she saw only empty shadows. Panic overtook her. She ran toward a faint light at the far end of the chamber, hoping it led to an exit. But the asylum had grown again. The exit receded, replaced by more halls lined with shadowed figures. Megan remembered the tally marks and strange symbols she had seen on the walls above. They weren't random, they were warnings, records, traps. Every step she had taken had been mapped. Every glance at a shadow registered, feeding the asylum's awareness. She understood the cruel truth. The building was alive, and it fed on observation, on fear, on the consciousness of those trapped within. Her flashlight flickered one last time, illuminating the floor beneath her. The tiles were etched with dozens of faces, eyes staring upward. Some faces looked familiar, they were her friends, trapped in silent torment. She screamed, and the echo was joined by hundreds more. The shadows around her converged into a single towering figure. "You cannot leave," it whispered, its voice now all around her. "Not until you are part of us." Megan ran blindly, corridors twisting and warping around her, stairs appearing where ceilings should be. The shadows followed, forming humanoid shapes, stretching unnaturally, always just behind her. She could hear the tapping again, rhythmic and deliberate, echoing from every direction. 3 taps, pause, 3 more, repeating endlessly. In a moment of desperation, she lunged into what appeared to be the central hall. The room expanded impossibly, the ceiling stretching into darkness. In the center, a circle of chairs waited, each occupied by a shadowy figure that mirrored the terrified expressions of those trapped. She realized it now. The asylum had no exit. Every path, every door, every window was a trick. The building itself was an infinite trap, feeding on fear, recording consciousness, and adding it to its labyrinth. Megan sank to the floor, exhausted, realizing the inescapable truth. The shadows gathered around her, their faceless heads tilting as if acknowledging her presence. The alcoves glowed faintly as hundreds of trapped souls reached toward her. "Stay!" the towering figure commanded, her vision blurred. She felt herself being pulled toward the shadows, her body dissolving into the darkness. Megan's mind remained aware as the building absorbed her. She became part of the asylum, one of the many trapped within its endless halls, her consciousness feeding the living structure. Weeks later, hikers passing near Hollow Hill Asylum reported seeing faint lights flicker behind the boarded windows. Shadows moved in impossible ways. Some claimed to hear whispers, calling their names. Others felt a presence watching them from within the abandoned walls, a heavy awareness pressing down, following them even after they left the property. No one ever saw Megan or her friends again. The asylum stood silently, deceptively empty. But it was alive, patient, hungry, waiting for the next curious soul to wander too close, to step inside, to blink. And if you hear a soft whisper in the abandoned halls of Hollow Hill at night, calling your name, you are not imagining it. Because once you hear it, once you see it, you are already part of it. The end. True Scary Stories, The Haunting of Ravenwood Manor, United States. It began on a cold October evening when Emma Sullivan, an urban explorer from Boston, received an anonymous tip about Ravenwood Manor, a decaying mansion hidden deep in the forests of upstate New York. The tip promised an experience like no other, hinting at a place untouched for decades, abandoned by its wealthy owners after a series of mysterious disappearances. Emma arrived just before dusk, her jeep bumping over narrow dirt roads choked with fallen leaves. The manor loomed ahead, silhouetted against the dying light. Its windows were dark, the paint peeling, the wrought iron gates rusted and slightly open. A chill ran down her spine, but her curiosity pushed her forward. She parked and grabbed her camera, flashlight, and a small backpack filled with essentials. The front door was ajar, groaning as she pushed it open. The smell hit her immediately: stale air, mold, decaying wood, and something faintly metallic, almost like dried blood. The grand foyer stretched before her. A crystal chandelier hung precariously from the ceiling, covered in dust, its glass prisms glinting faintly as she shone her flashlight. Cobwebs draped the corners, and the floorboards creaked under her weight. Emma began exploring, her footsteps echoing unnaturally through the empty halls. Each room told a story: an abandoned library with books scattered across the floor, a dining room set for a feast long rotted away, a nursery with cracked toys, and a rocking horse that moved slightly on its own. Shadows flickered across the walls, though there was no source of light beyond her flashlight. She reached the second floor, noticing a corridor with doors slightly ajar. Each door revealed rooms frozen in time. A bedroom with a four-poster bed draped in moth-eaten curtains, a study with papers strewn across a desk, and a bathroom with a cracked mirror. In the mirror, she saw something move behind her, a shadow that wasn't her own. She spun around, flashlight trembling in her hand, but the hallway was empty. Emma pressed on, the manor's silence growing heavier, almost suffocating. She entered the master bedroom. The bed was unmade, sheets twisted as if someone had slept there recently, though dust covered everything. A wardrobe stood at the far end, its doors slightly open. As she approached, the temperature dropped sharply, her breath visible in the air. The wardrobe doors creaked, opening wider on their own. Inside, a figure crouched, a tall, thin silhouette with no discernible features. Emma froze. The shadow shifted, extending long arms toward her. She stumbled back, knocking over a chair. The figure vanished instantly, leaving only the cold, empty room. Shaking, she moved toward the staircase leading to the attic. The stairs groaned under her weight, each step echoing like a warning. In the attic, dust motes floated in the beam of her flashlight. Old trunks lined the walls. Their locks rusted shut. She forced one open, revealing a collection of journals, letters, and photographs. The journals chronicled the manor's history, family tragedies, disappearances, and strange occurrences, each entry growing darker, ending abruptly with notes like, "She watches in the dark, and do not fall asleep." As Emma read, a whisper echoed from the far corner of the attic. "Leave before she finds you." The voice was faint, almost a memory. Her heart pounded as she scanned the room. Shadows moved along the walls, independent of her flashlight, stretching and coiling like smoke. The temperature plummeted further, the trunk lids slammed shut on their own. She turned toward the only window, seeing the forest outside. But the trees moved unnaturally, bending as if reaching for the manor itself. Something was coming from outside. Something patient, watching, aware. Emma tried to leave the attic, but the door slammed in her face. She pushed, pulled, screamed. The shadows coalesced into figures former residents of the manor, their faces twisted in silent agony, eyes hollow. They drifted toward her without making a sound, surrounding her, pressing closer. She backed into a corner, trembling. The tallest shadow raised an arm, pointing directly at her. Whispers filled the attic, overlapping, "Stay, be long, forever." Emma realized with horror that the manor fed on attention and fear. Every glance at the shadows, every step she took, every thought she focused on them, made the building stronger, more aware, more alive. Desperate, she remembered the small trapdoor she had seen near a stack of trunks. Crawling through it led her to a narrow passage descending into the cellar. The walls of the passage were lined with symbols etched into the stone, glowing faintly in the dim light. The symbols writhed as she passed, like snakes twisting toward her. The cellar opened into a vast underground chamber. The air was thick and metallic, suffocating. Dozens of shadowy figures floated silently above the floor. Personal items were strewn around: watches, photographs, letters, some dating back decades. Emma understood that the manor trapped everyone who entered, preserving their presence in this hidden chamber. She tried to run, but the shadows multiplied, converging, pressing closer. The largest shadow rose higher. Featureless face turned toward her, whispering in her mind, "You belong now." Emma felt herself being pulled into the darkness. Her body dissolved into the shadows, her consciousness absorbed by the manor. She was aware, trapped, and feeding the house's endless hunger. Weeks later, hikers passing near Ravenwood Manor reported faint lights flickering in the windows, shadowy figures moving behind them, and whispers calling their names. No one saw Emma again. The manor stood silently, deceptively empty, waiting for the next curious soul to enter. And if you hear a soft whisper in an abandoned building, calling your name, remember, once you hear it, you are already inside. The End True Scary Stories, The Whispering Lighthouse, United States. According to local legend, the lighthouse had been decommissioned in the 1940s after the keeper vanished without a trace. Fishermen whispered about strange lights at night, shadows moving along the rocks, and voices carried on the wind, calling the names of those who dared approach. Thomas arrived just before sunset. The lighthouse towered above the cliff, paint peeling, metal railings rusted, its glass lantern dark and empty. The wind howled across the rocks, carrying the salty tang of the ocean and a faint metallic odor he couldn't identify. The cliff was slippery with moss and sea spray, making each step treacherous. He parked his car and approached the lighthouse, camera in hand. The front door was slightly ajar, creaking as the wind nudged it. Pushing it open, Thomas was met with a thick, musty odor, the smell of decay mixed with salt and something else, faintly sweet and metallic. Dust motes swirled in the fading light, caught in the beam of his flashlight. The interior of the lighthouse was narrow and spiraling. Each step up the metal staircase groaned under his weight. The walls were covered in peeling paint and rust, and faint scratches marked the edges, some in patterns, some resembling letters he could barely make out. A single journal lay on a ledge, yellowed with age. He flipped through it. The entries were written by the last keeper. Complaints of voices at night. Whispers from the rocks below. Lights moving along the horizon where no ships should have been. The last entry read simply, "She waits at the top. I cannot leave." Thomas felt a chill. The air grew unnaturally cold as he ascended. The lighthouse seemed to stretch upward farther than possible, each step longer than the last. Shadows moved along the walls, not in the direction of his flashlight, but independently, twisting and elongating unnaturally. He tried to dismiss it, blaming exhaustion and imagination. Reaching the top, he stepped into the lantern room. Broken glass crunched under his boots. The panoramic view should have been breathtaking, but the ocean appeared wrong, too dark, too still, the waves moving in slow, unnatural rhythm. And then he heard it, a soft whisper carried by the wind, calling his name. Thomas froze. The voice was faint but clear, a woman's voice, desperate and cold. "Thomas, don't leave. Stay." He spun around. Shadows shifted across the lantern room. One shadow separated itself from the others, a tall, slender figure with no discernible features, moving as if the room itself obeyed it. The figure's presence pressed against his chest, heavy and suffocating, and he felt his limbs growing numb. Thomas stumbled backward, falling against the railing. The wind outside grew violent, slamming the broken glass into the floor. The shadow moved closer, floating without touching the ground. He could see faint shapes inside it, faces of men and women, their mouths open in silent screams, eyes wide with terror. Each face twisted as he stared, some familiar, others he could not place. All trapped inside the living darkness. Panic surged. He ran toward the spiral staircase, but the steps seemed endless. No matter how far he climbed, the lantern room remained above him, always visible through the narrow stairwell. The walls groaned, the metal bent, the staircase stretching impossibly. Faint, dripping sounds echoed through the tower, though no water was present. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, hundreds of voices now, calling out names, some his, some he did not recognize, some screaming in terror. Stay, belong, forever. Finally, he reached the spiral staircase's midpoint, where the air was thick and oppressive. The journal fell from his backpack, pages fluttering to the floor. One page opened to a drawing, the lighthouse with shadowy figures crawling along the walls, and a single word scrawled in jagged letters. Trapped. Suddenly, the floor beneath him shifted. Thomas tried to run, but the staircase curved impossibly, leading him back to the lantern room. The shadow was waiting, taller now, featureless and eternal. It whispered directly into his mind, "You cannot leave. You are part of her now." Every instinct screamed to fight, to run, but the walls and stairs constricted. The lighthouse seemed alive, feeding on his fear, stretching, bending, and reshaping itself. Thomas fell to the floor, gasping, as the shadow enveloped him. The faces inside the darkness pressed against his vision, their silent screams embedding themselves into his memory. Hours, maybe days, passed or perhaps no time at all. When the first hikers approached Gull's Point months later, the lighthouse appeared abandoned, silent, and immovable. Its glass lantern reflected the sunlight, empty and unbroken. But those who dare climb the spiral staircase at dusk claimed to hear whispers, calling their names, soft at first, then growing insistent. Some see shadows moving independently along the walls. Others feel the suffocating presence at the top, urging them to stay. Thomas Gray was never seen again. The lighthouse waits. Patient, hungry, and every so often, the wind carries a faint whisper along the cliff. Stay, belong, forever. The end. True scary stories, The Shadows of Blackwood Forest, United States. It started with a dare. Lucas Harper, an amateur filmmaker from Oregon, had always been drawn to the unknown, the dark, and the abandoned. Blackwood Forest was infamous among locals, an endless stretch of ancient trees, fog-shrouded paths, and legends of disappearances stretching back over a century. Hikers spoke of shadowy figures, disembodied whispers, and a feeling of being watched. On a crisp October morning, Lucas and his three friends, Maya, Derek, and Jenna set out to film a documentary in Blackwood. Their plan was simple: enter the forest, document any unusual activity, and exit by nightfall. But Blackwood Forest had other plans. From the moment they stepped beneath the towering pines, the air changed. It became thick and heavy, almost hard to breathe. The sunlight barely pierced the canopy, and the forest seemed to swallow sound. Birds and insects were silent. Even their footsteps felt muted, as though the ground itself absorbed the noise. They followed an overgrown trail to an abandoned cabin, rotting and leaning as if bowing to the forest itself. The wooden walls were blackened by age, windows broken, door hanging crookedly on rusted hinges. Inside, cobwebs draped every corner, and the air smelled of mold and something metallic like iron or dried blood. Lucas set up his camera, narrating as he went. If anyone's watching this, we're at Blackwood Forest. There's something here. Something wrong. He paused, hearing a faint rustle from the corner. But when he turned, nothing moved. They explored the cabin. The floorboards creaked, some giving way slightly, revealing dark hollows beneath. In the corner of the main room, they found a circle of small stones, arranged carefully, almost like a ritual. A chill ran down Maya's spine as she whispered, "This feels wrong." Outside, the forest seemed to shift. Trees that had been on the left now appeared on the right. The trail behind them seemed unfamiliar, twisting and winding impossibly. Fog crept low to the ground, thickening with each step, reducing visibility to a few feet. By late afternoon, they reached the heart of the forest, a clearing dominated by an ancient oak, its gnarled branches like claws. Beneath it lay a stone well, its mouth dark and foreboding. As they approached, a cold wind whispered through the clearing, carrying voices soft, overlapping, and distorted. Names. Their names. Derek stepped closer to the well. "It's just the wind," he said, though his voice trembled. "Probably." Echoes. Suddenly, the shadows around the clearing shifted. They elongated unnaturally, moving independently of the trees. Lucas' camera captured them, faint and distorted, like smoke given form. One shadow detached itself, tall and thin, faceless, moving toward Derek. He froze. The figure paused inches from him, then receded slowly, gliding through the mist without touching the ground. Panic set in. The friends ran, but the forest had changed again. Trails looped endlessly, landmarks disappeared, and the fog thickened. Whispering voices grew louder, overlapping into a chorus of warnings and threats. Stay, belong, forever. Night fell, and the temperature dropped sharply. Their flashlights flickered, shadows dancing on trees that weren't there moments before. A low, hollow moan echoed from somewhere deep within the forest. Jenna screamed as something brushed past her shoulder, cold, solid, yet invisible to the others. They stumbled upon a clearing with dozens of small figures crouching at the edge of the fog. Human-like but featureless, twisted and emaciated. They watched silently. Every time Lucas raised his camera, the figures seemed to grow taller, more defined. They realized too late that attention fed the forest. Observing the shadows made them stronger, more aware. The friends ran blindly, chased by elongated shapes and whispering voices. Trees bent unnaturally, closing off paths, funneling them toward the center of the forest. The air became thick, oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. The whispers grew insistent, calling their deepest fears aloud, preying on memories, guilt, and panic. Finally, they reached the edge of a pond, black and still, reflecting nothing but shadow. One by one, the shadows lunged from the tree line, merging with the fog. Derek and Jenna vanished instantly, swallowed by the mist. Lucas and Maya screamed, trying to reach them, but the figures were gone. Only the whispers remained, echoing in the fog. Lucas turned to Maya, but her eyes had changed. Faceless, empty, reflecting the shadowy forest itself. The whispers grew deafening. You cannot leave. You belong now. Lucas ran toward the faint outline of the forest's edge, but the trees stretched impossibly, elongating into an infinite maze. Every path led back to the ancient oak and the stone well. The shadows were everywhere now, converging, rising, and twisting toward him. He realized, in a horrifying moment of clarity, that Blackwood Forest did not just contain shadows. It created them from the fear, the attention, the life of anyone who dared enter. The forest was alive, sentient, patient, and insatiable. Lucas screamed as the shadows engulfed him, his consciousness merging with the fog, becoming part of the forest's endless hunger. The last thing he heard was a chorus of whispers calling his name from every direction, overlapping with the voice of the faceless figures. Stay, belong, forever. Hikers report hearing whispers when passing Blackwood Forest, shadows moving just beyond sight, and cold hands brushing their shoulders. Some see figures in the fog, faceless and tall, following them silently. Those who enter rarely leave unchanged, and some never leave at all. The end. True Scary Stories, The Haunting of Greystone Manor, United States. It was mid-October when Sarah Whitman, a history student from Boston with a fascination for abandoned places, decided to investigate Greystone Manor. The mansion had been deserted for over 60 years, left to rot after the mysterious disappearance of its owner, a recluse named Edmund Greystone. Local legend claimed that anyone who entered the manor after sunset never returned or returned changed, whispering to the walls, haunted by shadows no one else could see. Sarah arrived in the late afternoon, accompanied by her friend Mark, a photographer, and Jenna, a fellow thrill-seeker. The air was thick with the smell of wet leaves and decay. Greystone Manor loomed ahead, its windows dark, the paint flaking from the weathered walls, iron gates twisted and partially open. They stepped inside. The foyer was massive, with a grand staircase that split into two directions. Dust hung in the air, moving like tiny specters in their flashlight beams. The smell of mildew and old wood was overpowering. Sarah shivered and whispered, "It feels alive in here." Mark began filming while Jenna explored the left wing. The floors creaked ominously, each step echoing through the empty halls. Paintings of long-dead Greystone ancestors hung crookedly on the walls, their eyes seemingly following the intruders. Some portraits were scratched, their faces defaced by time or by something else. In the library, Sarah found a journal on a pedestal. Its pages were yellowed, filled with cramped handwriting describing Edmund's descent into obsession. He wrote about whispers from the walls, voices that spoke in the night, shadows that moved independently. The last entry read, "They wait for anyone who comes. They see you, they feed on attention. Do not linger in the halls. Do not look away. A sudden thump echoed from upstairs. Sarah froze. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. Mark nodded, keeping his camera focused on the staircase. Another thump, louder this time. It sounded like footsteps, heavy and deliberate. Jenna's voice called from the other wing, but her tone was distorted, strange, almost robotic. "Sarah, Mark, come here." They rushed toward her, but when they reached the hallway, Jenna had vanished. The air grew colder. Their breath fogged in the beam of the flashlight. Shadows twisted along the walls, moving independently of the light. They seemed to reach toward them, stretching like smoke given shape. The house groaned, doors slamming shut on their own. Windows rattled violently, though there was no wind. Faint whispers overlapped in the dark, calling their names, laughing softly, then screaming in pain. Sarah felt a presence pressing against her chest. Something unseen, heavy, suffocating. They ran to the grand staircase, intending to leave, but the layout had changed. The staircase spiraled impossibly, leading them back to the library. The journal lay open on the pedestal, pages turning by themselves, as if flipping through the past decades of terror. Mark pointed the camera toward the wall. Faces pressed against the plaster, screaming silently. Some were familiar neighbors missing children, explorers, travelers, but some were unknown, ancient and twisted, their mouths frozen mid-scream. Shadows began to peel off the walls, forming into humanoid shapes. Tall, faceless, and slow-moving, gliding over the floor toward them. Panic-stricken, Sarah remembered the hidden basement hatch she had seen near the fireplace. They pried it open, climbing into the darkness below. The basement was a maze of stone corridors, damp and lined with cryptic symbols etched into the walls. The symbols writhed, almost alive, glowing faintly in the flashlight beams. From the darkness came whispers, hundreds of voices overlapping, calling for attention, describing fears, guilt, and regret. Sarah felt their words burrow into her mind. Mark and Sarah clutched each other, moving cautiously through the labyrinth. The shadows were everywhere now, rising from the walls, the floor, and the ceiling, reaching out with invisible hands. Finally, they reached a central chamber. Hundreds of figures hovered in the dark lost souls trapped by the house, their eyes hollow, mouths open in silent screams. Some faces shifted and twisted into the forms of Sarah's friends and family. She realized with horror that Greystone Manor fed on fear and attention, recording every thought, every glance, every heartbeat, storing them inside the walls, twisting them into shadows. Mark screamed as a shadow enveloped him. His body dissolved into the darkness, leaving only a whisper of his voice behind. Sarah tried to flee, but the floor beneath her rippled, bending reality, looping her back to the center. The shadows converged, taller than any human, featureless and faceless. "You belong now," they whispered in unison, inside her mind, outside her mind, everywhere. "You cannot leave." "Do not look away," Sarah screamed, but the darkness swallowed her. She felt herself pulled into the walls, absorbed into the manor's endless hunger. Time lost meaning. She became aware of hundreds of other trapped souls, their fears intermingling with hers, feeding the living building. Weeks later, locals reported seeing lights flicker in Greystone Manor, shadows moving behind windows, and hearing voices whispering names no one called. Hikers and explorers who ventured too close sometimes vanished, never to return. And some say that if you pause at the gates at night, you can hear Sarah's scream, blending with the chorus of lost souls, echoing endlessly through the decaying halls of the manor. Greystone Manor stands silently now, deceptively abandoned, waiting, patient, hungry, and the moment someone enters, its walls awaken, stretching, bending, growing, always hungry for the next curious mind. The End. True terrifying horror story from the Scottish Highlands. The Ancient Watcher in the Woods. This is a real scary story submitted by someone who experienced something unimaginable deep in the remote forests of the Scottish Highlands. It is one of those true paranormal encounters that will make you think twice about hiking alone in ancient woods. What happened to this group of friends is a chilling reminder that some places in Europe hold secrets older than time itself, and whatever lurks there doesn't like intruders. It all started back in the summer of 2023. My name is Alex, and I was part of a group of 4 old college friends from Edinburgh. We were all in our late 20s, trying to recapture some of that carefree adventure from our university days. One of our mates, Jamie, had recently gone through a rough breakup, and we thought a proper hiking trip would clear his head. We chose the Cairngorms National Park, specifically a remote trail through an old Caledonian forest that wasn't on the main tourist maps. Locals called it the Black Wood, but we laughed it off, thought it was just a dramatic name for a beautiful pine forest. We set out on a Friday morning, backpacks loaded with tents, food, and plenty of whiskey to keep the nights warm. The first day was perfect. Crisp air, sunlight filtering through the thick canopy of ancient Scots pines, the ground carpeted with moss and ferns. Birds called overhead, and we bantered the whole way, reminiscing about stupid stuff we did in uni. By evening, we made camp near a small stream, built a fire, and cracked open the bottles. Jamie seemed better already, laughing louder than any of us. That night, though, things felt off. As the fire died down, the forest went unnaturally quiet. No owls, no rustling animals, just silence. I remember looking up at the stars through the branches and feeling like we were being watched. I shrugged it off as too much whiskey and went to sleep in my tent. The next morning, one of us, Phil, woke up complaining about nightmares. He said he dreamed of a tall figure standing at the edge of camp, with antlers branching from its head like a twisted stag. We teased him about it, saying he'd watched too many horror movies. But as we packed up and continued deeper into the trail, strange things started happening. We found runes carved into trees' old symbols that looked Norse or Pictish spirals and jagged lines. At first, we thought they were modern graffiti, but they were weathered, like they'd been there for centuries. Then the path seemed to vanish. Our map showed a clear trail, but the forest thickened, forcing us to bushwhack through undergrowth. Branches scratched at us like fingers, and the air grew heavy, almost oppressive. By afternoon, Jamie started acting weird. He'd freeze mid-step, staring into the trees as if listening to something we couldn't hear. "Do you guys hear that?" he'd ask. We'd strain our ears, but there was nothing, just the wind. But then I heard it too, a low humming, like a chant from far away, vibrating through the ground. We decided to cut short and head back the way we came, but the forest wouldn't let us. Every direction looked the same, endless trees closing in. Panic set in slowly. Phil found a small abandoned cabin, half collapsed, with more carvings on the door, a creature with a human body but elongated limbs, and a head like a deer skull fused with something monstrous. Inside, we found old bones animal, we hoped, and a crude altar with dried blood stains. That night, camped near the cabin for shelter, the real terror began. We heard footsteps circling the camp, heavy, deliberate thuds that snapped branches. Whatever it was big. Flashlights revealed nothing but shadows dancing between trees. Jamie woke screaming, saying the thing from Phil's dream was real, standing over his tent. We saw handprints on the fabric, huge, with 2 long fingers. In the morning, we were desperate. Compasses spun wildly. Phones had no signal. We pushed on, but hallucinations started. I saw glimpses of a towering figure in the mist, body twisted like tree bark, eyes glowing faintly. It wasn't aggressive at first, just watching, hurting us deeper. Jamie broke first. He confessed he'd been hearing voices telling him to worship it, to offer something in exchange for escape. We argued, tried to keep him calm, but that night he wandered off. We searched for hours, calling his name until our voices were raw. We found his backpack torn open, contents scattered, and blood on the ground leading into the thicket. The 3 of us left me, Phil, and Dom ran until we collapsed. The thing chased us. We heard roars that shook the trees, not animal but ancient, primal. Branches whipped our faces, roots tripped us like they were alive. Phil fell behind, screaming as something dragged him into the dark. Dom and I didn't stop. I don't know how, but by dawn we stumbled onto a logging road. A ranger found us, dehydrated and babbling. They searched for days but never found Jamie or Phil. The official report said, "Lost in the wilderness." But the rangers whispered about the old watcher, an entity from pagan times that demands tribute from anyone who enters its domain. I still have nightmares of those antlered eyes. Locals avoid the Blackwood now more than ever. If you're thinking of hiking in remote European forests, especially in Scotland, stick to marked trails. Some things have been there since before humans, and they don't like being disturbed. This true horror story from the UK is why I'll never go back into those woods again. Real chilling ghost story from rural America. The shadows in the old farmhouse. Welcome to one of the most terrifying, true scary stories from the heart of America, a real paranormal experience in a small town in upstate New York that still haunts the survivor to this day. This is a classic haunted house horror tale based on events that happened in 2024, full of ghostly apparitions, unexplained noises, and a family torn apart by something evil lurking in the walls. My family moved to this old farmhouse in the fall of 2023. I'm Sarah, and at the time I was 32, married to Mark with 2 kids, Emma, 10, and little Jake, 6. We wanted to escape the city life in New York for something quieter, cheaper. The house was a big Victorian built in 1898 with 20 acres of land, barns, and a pond. The realtor mentioned the previous owners had moved suddenly, but we didn't think much of it. From the first night, it felt wrong. The house creaked constantly, even without wind. Doors would slam shut on their own. Emma complained of a tall lady watching her from the hallway. We laughed it off as imagination. But then the cold spots started. Certain rooms, especially the upstairs nursery, which we used as a playroom, would drop in temperature drastically. Breath visible in air. Jake's toys would move when no one was looking, trains chugging across the floor by themselves. Mark, the skeptic, installed cameras. What they caught chilled us. Shadows darting across rooms, figures standing in corners. One night, the attic camera showed a woman in a long dress, face pale and distorted, rocking in a chair that wasn't there. We researched the house history. Turns out, in the 1920s, a family lived there. The mother went mad after losing children to illness, hanged herself in the attic. The father vanished. Locals said the house was cursed, that her grief trapped her spirit, feeding on new family's happiness. Things escalated. Emma started sleepwalking, drawing pictures of the bent lady with a broken neck. Jake woke screaming from nightmares of hands pulling him under the bed. Mark heard whispers calling his name from the basement, voices of children begging for help. One stormy night, the power went out. We huddled in the living room with candles. That's when we saw her fully. The ghost materialized, tall and thin, neck twisted unnaturally, eyes black voids. She pointed at Emma, mouthing words we couldn't hear, but felt accusations of stealing her home, her life. Objects flew, books, lamps. The kids screamed as scratches appeared on their arms. Mark tried to confront it, yelling for it to leave. But something pushed him down the stairs, breaking his leg. We fled to a hotel. A local priest came to bless the house, but he refused after seeing inside, saying the evil was too strong, rooted in tragedy. We never went back. Sold the house at a loss. But the hauntings followed, briefly, shadows and mirrors, cold breaths on our necks. Therapy helped the kids, but Emma still sees the bent neck lady sometimes. This true ghost story from America proves some houses hold on to pain forever. If you're house hunting in rural areas, check the history. Some spirits don't rest, and they want company in their misery. Terrifying true horror story from Japan. The Cursed Mirror in Tokyo Apartment. This is a genuine scary story from modern Japan. A real urban paranormal encounter in Tokyo that happened to a young woman in 2025. It's one of those chilling J-horror style tales involving cursed objects and vengeful spirits that will make you avoid antique shops forever. My name is Aiko, and I lived alone in a small apartment in Shibuya, Tokyo. I worked as a graphic designer. Long hours, lonely life after my grandmother passed. To brighten the place, I bought an old mirror from a flea market in Akihabara, beautiful antique with ornate frame, said to be from the Meiji era. From the day I hung it in my bedroom, strange things began. Reflections lagged slightly, like delay in a video call. I'd see movement behind me when alone. At night, I'd wake to scratching from inside the wall, or was it the mirror? Whispers in Japanese old dialect. A woman's voice sobbing. I researched the mirror. The seller admitted it came from an estate where a woman committed suicide in the 1940s, slashing her face in front of it after betrayal. Her spirit, they said, trapped in reflections, seeking to pull others in. Hallucinations started. In the mirror, my face would distort, cuts appearing. Blood dripped in reflections, but not reality. One night, the power flickered. The mirror showed not my room, but a dark void with the woman face scarred, hair long and wet, crawling toward the glass. She reached out, and I felt cold hands on my shoulders. Scratches burned on my arms. I smashed the mirror. Shards showed her face in each piece, screaming silently. The apartment was exorcised by a Shinto priest. Burned the remains. But sometimes in new mirrors I see her behind me. This true Japanese horror story warns, some objects carry curses from tragic pasts. True terrifying real-life horror story from Canada's remote wilderness. The voice-mimicking entity that hunted us in the British Columbia forests. This is one of the most chilling true scary stories you'll ever hear, a genuine paranormal encounter that happened deep in the untouched forests of British Columbia, Canada, back in the summer of 2024. If you're searching for real horror stories from the Canadian wilderness, terrifying true paranormal experiences, or creepy encounters with creatures that mimic human voices, this is it. What my friends and I went through isn't just some urban legend or campfire tale. It's a real-life nightmare that still keeps me awake at night, questioning everything I thought I knew about the world. Creatures in the woods that imitate voices to lure people deeper into the darkness. It's a trope in horror movies, but when it happens to you, it's pure terror. This true Canadian horror story will make you think twice before ever venturing off the beaten path in remote forests. My name is Ethan, and at the time I was 32 years old, living in Vancouver with a decent job in tech. Life was pretty routine, long hours at the computer, weekends at the gym, or grabbing beers with friends. But I'd always loved the outdoors. Growing up in Ontario, my dad took me camping every summer, teaching me how to read maps, build fires, and respect the wilderness. That's why, when my old college buddies suggested a serious backpacking trip to reconnect, I jumped at the idea. We'd all drifted apart after graduation, jobs, relationships, life pulling us in different directions, but we promised each other we'd do something epic before we hit our mid-30s. There were 4 of us, me, Ryan, the funny one who'd become a paramedic in Calgary and always had the best stories from his shifts. Mia, our tough-as-nails friend who worked as a wildlife biologist and knew more about animals than anyone. And Tyler, the quiet guy who'd gone into forestry management and was basically a walking encyclopedia on trees and trails. We chose a remote section of the Coast Mountains in British Columbia, near a place called the Stein Valley Heritage Park, but we planned to go way off the main trails into an area that's barely mapped. It's Crown land, no permits needed for backcountry. But locals warn against it because it's so isolated, no cell service. No rescue choppers if things go wrong. Just endless old-growth forest, rivers, and mountains. We spent weeks preparing. Loaded up on gear, high-quality tents, bear spray, GPS devices. Though we knew batteries could die, emergency beacons, freeze-dried food for 10 days, fishing rods, and even a satellite messenger for emergencies. Mia insisted on packing extra because of potential wildlife, bears, cougars, wolves. The real danger out there isn't always the animals you can see, she joked one night over planning beers. But there was something serious in her eyes. She'd heard indigenous stories from the local First Nations about spirits in those woods. Things that didn't like intruders. We laughed it off. We're modern people, rational, educated, ghosts and monsters? That's movie stuff. We drove up in 2 trucks, parked at a logging road trailhead, and hiked in. The first 2 days were pure bliss. The air was crisp and clean, scented with pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the massive cedars and firs, some trees hundreds of years old, their trunks wider than cars. We followed a river upstream, crossing crystal-clear streams on log bridges we built ourselves. Birds sang constantly, varied thrushes with their eerie whistles, ravens croaking overhead. We set up camp each night by the water, built roaring fires, cooked trout we caught fresh, and talked for hours about everything. Old college pranks, failed relationships, dreams we still had. Ryan had us in stitches with his paramedic horror stories. Not supernatural, just gross human stuff. Tyler pointed out plants and animal tracks. Mia geeked out over moss and fungi. It felt like healing. Like we were kids again. By day 3, we were deep in, maybe 40 kilometers from any road, surrounded by valleys that swallowed sound. The forest changed here. Thicker undergrowth. Fewer animal signs. The trees loomed taller, blocking more light, creating this perpetual twilight even in midday. That's when the little things started. At first we brushed them off. Ryan complained about hearing echoes, his own voice bouncing back weirdly when he yelled across a ravine. "This place has crazy acoustics," he said. Mia found some old carvings on a cedar tree, faded symbols that looked like handprints or faces, but weathered enough to be natural. Tyler said it might be old indigenous markers, warning signs maybe. We took photos and moved on. That night, camped in a small clearing near a waterfall, the silence hit hard after the fire died down. No wind, no insects buzzing like usual, just the rush of water. I was in my tent, half asleep when I heard it. Ryan's voice, clear as day, calling from outside. "Ethan, dude, come check this out. You gotta see this." It sounded exactly like him, same laugh inflection, same casual tone. I unzipped my tent, flashlight in hand, but no one was there. The other tents were zipped shut. I called out softly, "Ryan?" Nothing. Figured he was pranking me, maybe whispering from his tent. Went back to bed, heart beating a little faster. Morning came, and I mentioned it. Ryan looked confused. "Man, I was dead asleep. Didn't call you." We laughed, maybe I dreamed it. But Mia said she'd heard something too. Her name whispered, like from far away, in Tyler's voice. Tyler denied it. We packed up and hiked on, but the mood shifted slightly. Jokes felt forced. Day 4 brought fog. Thick, rolling in from the coast, turning the forest into a gray soup. Visibility down to 20 feet. We stuck close, using compasses and the river as guides. That's when the voices really started. Not echoes, perfect imitations. I'd hear Mia laughing, calling us to hurry up, but she'd be right in front of me. Tyler heard Ryan yelling for help from behind a ridge, but when we checked, nothing. Empty woods. We started yelling back only if we could see each other. Rule 1. No responding to voices unless you see the person, Ryan said, trying to keep it light. But his face was pale. By evening, we made camp on a rocky outcrop for better visibility. Fire going strong, we sat in a tight circle. Mia pulled out her notebook. She'd been jotting observations, and read us some local folklore she'd researched before the trip. From the Nalaka Pamuks and Ems peoples, stories of forest spirits that mimic voices to lead people astray. Lost hunters who followed family calls and vanished. Or worse, things that hungered, wearing the voices of loved ones to draw you close. It's probably just psychological, she said. Isolation, echo effects, wind through trees. But her voice wavered. That night, the terror ramped up. Around 2 a.m., I woke to Tyler screaming my name from inside the camp. "Ethan, help! It's got me!" Exact Tyler voice. Panicked. I bolted out, bear spray ready, shining my light everywhere. Tyler stumbled from his tent, eyes wide. "What the hell?" That wasn't me. Then we heard it again, Mia's voice, sobbing Ryan's name from the tree line. We all froze. Ryan grabbed his axe. "Stay together," he whispered. We shone lights into the dark. Nothing. But then, movement. Tall shadows between trees, shifting unnaturally. Not bears, they moved wrong, too fluid, too tall. And the voices multiplied. All our voices at once, overlapping. Laughing, crying, calling for help, arguing like we did back in college. It was disorienting, like the forest was playing a recording of our entire trip. Mia started hyperventilating. "This isn't natural. We need to get out." We didn't sleep. Huddled by the fire, feeding it constantly. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. When it did, we packed in record time and headed downhill, aiming for the river to follow it out. But the forest fought us. Paths we'd taken vanished under new growth. Compasses spun erratically. Mia said something about magnetic anomalies, but we knew better. The voices followed. Closer now. Ryan's voice calling Mia from ahead, luring her to speed up alone. She almost did, but Tyler grabbed her arm. Mid-afternoon, disaster. We were crossing a steep slope when Tyler slipped, heard his own voice yelling, "Watch out!" from below, distracting him. He fell 20 feet, leg twisting badly, sprained or broken. We splinted it best we could, but mobility gone. Voices mocked us now, imitating Tyler's groans of pain, amplifying them. Ryan lost it, screaming into the woods. "What the fuck do you want?" Silence answered. Then laughter in all our voices. We camped early, fortified with a bigger fire ring. Mia confessed she'd seen it. A shape humanoid but wrong, limbs too long, skin like bark, face featureless but shifting. Eyes glowing faintly when light hit. "It learns us," she whispered. Copies voices perfectly to isolate, to pick us off. Night 5 was hell. Fire low to conserve wood. Voices intimate, now whispering secrets only we knew. My ex-girlfriend's name in my mom's voice. Ryan's dead brother's laugh. Mia broke down crying over a childhood memory only she knew. Tyler, in pain and feverish, started talking back, mumbling responses. We tied him loosely for safety. Then it attacked, not physically at first. Voices surrounded, creating illusions of arguments. Fake us yelling accusations. Ryan thought I was sabotaging gear. Paranoia set in. We almost turned on each other, but Mia snapped us out. "It's dividing us. That's how it wins." At moonrise, the shape appeared at the edge of light. Tall, over 7 feet, body twisted like fused tree and flesh, antler-like branches from head. No face, just void, It tilted and Ryan's voice came from it. "Come here, bro." "It's safe." Ryan stood trance-like. I tackled him. It roared not animal, but layered voices, all ours screaming in agony. We ran, dragged Tyler. Voices chased, hurting us deeper. Hours blurred, tripping over roots that seemed to move, rivers shifting course. Exhaustion hit. Tyler begged us to leave him. "It's after me now." We refused. Dawn broke on day 6. Somehow we hit a familiar ridge. GPS flickered back signal. Activated the beacon. Voices faded as light grew. The thing hated sun? Rescue came by noon helicopter rangers. They airlifted Tyler, broken ankle, infection starting. Searched for days but found no traces, no carvings fresh. No footprints but ours. Official report. Disoriented hikers, possible hallucinations from dehydration and exposure. But we know, Mia quit her job, moved east. Ryan drinks too much. Tyler walks with a limp and won't enter forests. I research now stories from indigenous elders about the voice stealer, a guardian spirit corrupted by ancient hunger, mimicking to protect the land or feed on fear. If you're planning a trip to Canada's wilderness, British Columbia backcountry, Rocky Mountains, anywhere remote, stick to groups, marked trails, and never ever follow a voice you can't see. Some things out there have been waiting centuries, learning human sounds, patient for intruders. This true, terrifying horror story from Canada is my warning. The forest remembers, and it speaks in your own voice to lead you astray. Stay safe out there. The wilderness isn't empty, it's listening. True, terrifying, real-life horror story from England's haunted Yorkshire moors. The phantom highwaymen who stalked and hunted us on fog-shrouded roads. This is one of the most disturbing, true, scary stories ever shared, a genuine paranormal encounter that took place on the remote, windswept Yorkshire moors in northern England during the autumn of 2025. If you're looking for real horror stories from the UK, terrifying true ghost stories from England, creepy paranormal experiences on haunted moors, or chilling encounters with vengeful spirits from British folklore, this story will leave you unsettled for days. What happened to me and my friends isn't some made-up legend or fictional tale. It's a real-life nightmare rooted in the dark history of highwaymen, murder, and restless ghosts that still roam those isolated roads. The Yorkshire moors have always been steeped in eerie, tailese fog that swallows sound, ancient standing stones, and spectral figures that appear without warning. But when you experience it yourself, the terror is visceral, primal, and unforgettable. This true English horror story is a stark warning. Some roads at night are better left untraveled, especially when the mist rolls in thick and the past refuses to stay buried. My name is Liam, and back in 2025 I was 29 years old, working as a freelance photographer based in Manchester. I'd always been drawn to moody, atmospheric landscapes, the kind where light and shadow play tricks on the eyes, so the Yorkshire moors were a dream location for me. Rolling hills covered in purple heather, jagged rock outcrops, abandoned mines, and those endless narrow roads cutting through nothingness. It's beautiful in daylight, but at night or in fog, it turns oppressive, like the land itself is holding its breath. My girlfriend, Sophie, was 27 and a history teacher with a passion for folklore. She was the one who suggested the trip. We'd been together 3 years, and things were solid, planning a future, talking about moving in together. Joining us were my best mate from uni, Greg, 30, a mechanic with a loud laugh and zero belief in the supernatural. And his new girlfriend, Clara, 28, a nurse, who was quiet but adventurous, always up for spontaneous plans. We decided on a long weekend road trip in early October, when the moors are at their most dramatic, autumn colors fading, winds picking up, and fog frequent. The plan was simple: rent a cozy cottage near Hearth, famous for the Brontë sisters and their Gothic stories, then spend days driving the back roads, hiking trails, photographing ruins, and visiting old pubs for pints and local tailies. Sophie was obsessed with the history of highwaymen, those 18th century robbers who terrorized travelers on lonely roads. The moors were notorious for them. Men like Dick Turpin or lesser-known outlaws who ambushed coaches, murdered for gold, and ended up hanged on gibbets as warnings. Their ghosts, locals say, still ride on stormy nights, seeking revenge on modern travelers who dare cross their paths. We arrived on a Friday afternoon. The drive from Manchester was scenic, leaving the city bustle behind. Climbing into the hills where sheep roamed freely and stone walls snaked across the landscape. Our cottage was perfect. A converted 19th century farmhouse on the edge of the moors, with exposed beams, a roaring fireplace, and views of endless purple expanse. We unpacked, cooked a big shepherd's pie, and spent the evening by the fire. Sophie read us excerpts from old books about moor ghosts, tales of headless horsemen, screaming skulls, and phantom coaches rattling over cobblestones that no longer exist. Greg mocked it all, calling it tourist rubbish, while Clara admitted it gave her chills. I just sipped my tea and stared out the window as darkness fell, watching the fog creep in from the valleys like slow-moving smoke. Saturday started bright. We drove out early, windows down, music blasting classic rock to match the wild vibe. The roads were narrow, twisting between dry stone walls and overexposed ridges. We stopped at Top Withens, the ruined farmhouse said to inspire Wuthering Heights, and hiked around, me snapping photos of the windswept isolation. Sophie pointed out old mile markers and gibbet hills where executed criminals were displayed. Lunch was a picnic near a babbling stream, laughter echoing as Greg pretended to rob us like a highwayman, mask made from a napkin. By afternoon, clouds gathered and a light mist settled. Nothing alarming, just typical moor weather. That's when the first odd thing happened. Driving back on a remote B road toward Hearth, the fog thickened suddenly. Visibility dropped to 50 feet, then 20. We slowed to a crawl, headlights cutting pale beams into the gray. Sophie navigated with the map app, but signal was spotty. Then, out of the mist ahead, a shape appeared, a rider on horseback, dark cloak billowing, hat low over the face. It was moving parallel to the road, keeping pace with our car at 20 miles per hour. Greg joked, historical reenactment? But there are no horses allowed on those roads, and this figure was too substantial, too real in the unreal fog. I sped up a bit. It matched. Slowed down. It slowed. Clara whispered, "Guys, that's creepy." We lost sight when the road curved and laughed it off as a local on a trail nearby. But my hands gripped the wheel tighter. That night, back at the cottage, we built a big fire and opened wine. Stories flowed Sophie, recounting a famous local legend about Black Jack, a ruthless highwayman from the 1700s who murdered a whole family for their jewels, then was betrayed by his gang and hanged. His ghost supposedly rides the moors on foggy nights, lanterns swinging, luring drivers off the road to crash or vanish. Pure superstition, Greg said, but he checked the doors twice before bed. Outside, the wind howled like distant cries and fog pressed against the windows like it wanted in. Sunday, we planned a longer drive to explore the eastern moors near Gothland, looping back via isolated tracks. Weather forecast: patchy fog, possible showers. We set off mid-morning, excited for more photos. The roads grew lonelier, no other cars, just sheep staring blankly and ravens circling overhead. Fog came and went in patches, creating pockets of blindness. Around noon, on a straight stretch flanked by heather, we saw it again. The rider, clearer this time. Black horse, rider in tattered greatcoat, tricorn hat, face shadowed but pale hands gripping reins. A lantern swung from the saddle, glowing faintly even in daylight. It appeared from a sidetrack, cutting across our path maybe 100 yards ahead, then vanishing into mist. That's no reenactor. Look at the clothes, they're authentic, rotted. Greg leaned forward. Optical illusion. Fog plays tricks. But Clara was shaken, texting friends back home about weird moor stuff. I pulled over, heart pounding, and we waited. Nothing. Continued driving, but tension built. Radio static increased, stations fading to whispers. Then faint sounds, hoofbeats. Distant at first, then closer, echoing from behind. I checked the mirror, nothing but fog. Accelerated. The beats kept pace, rhythmic, relentless. By afternoon, we detoured to a remote pub for lunch. The Moorcock Inn, an old stone building with low ceilings and locals nursing pints. We asked about sightings. The barman, weathered face and thick Yorkshire accent, went quiet. "Ah, you've seen him then." Black Jack. Or what's left. Fog brings him out. Best not drive after dark. He told of recent incidents, cars found abandoned, drivers gone. Scratches on paint like from a sword. Whispers heard on lonely roads calling names. A woman last year followed a lantern light off the road, crashed into a ravine. Body never found. We laughed nervously, paid, and left. But the seed was planted. As evening approached, fog turned dense pea souper, impossible to see beyond the bonnet. We headed back slowly, headlights on full. Hoofbeats returned, louder, sometimes from sides like circling. Then voices, low, guttural, in Old English accent. Stand and deliver. Faint, carried on wind. Sophie recognized it, highwayman phrase. Greg turned up music to drown it. Clara cried quietly. Night fell early in fog. On a high plateau road, the rider appeared beside us close, pacing the car window. Face visible now, decayed skin, empty eye sockets glowing red, mouth twisted in eternal snarl. Hand raised, pointing a rusted pistol. Lantern flame blue, unnatural. I swerved instinctively. Tires screeched on wet tarmac. The horse made a sound like screaming metal. It lunged toward the car, cloak whipping. Impact felt thud against the side, metal scraping. But when we stopped, shaking, no damage, no marks. Panic set in. We drove blindly, GPS useless in fog. Voices multiplied, calling our names in distorted tones. Liam, Sophie, turn back. Gold for passage. Sophie's history knowledge kicked in. She whispered about offerings and folklore, leaving coins to appease spirits. Desperate, we tossed change out windows. Silence briefly. Then laughter mocking, echoing. The climax came near midnight. Lost completely, road narrowing to track. Headlights caught Standing Stone's ancient circle, forbidden after dark. Car engine sputtered, died. Darkness absolute except dashboard glow. Hoofbeats thundered close. Rider materialized front blocking path, horse rearing. Face inches from windshield, flesh hanging, teeth bared, eyes burning. Hands clawed at glass, leaving frost trails. Inside, cold plunged breath visible. Whispers inside car now. Secrets only we knew, my childhood fear. Sophie's miscarriage we never told friends. Greg's affair guilt. Clara's family trauma. Dividing us, sowing doubt. Greg screamed, tried restarting engine. Sophie prayed. I grabbed a flashlight, shone at it, figure recoiled, hissing. Lantern flared, blinding. Then attack, windows fogged with bloody handprints, doors rattled like pounded. Something heavy on roof scraping, pacing. Clara fainted. Engine roared back suddenly. I floored it, clipping the phantom, scream pierced air, not human. We drove hours, emerging from fog near civilization by dawn, tires bald, fuel empty, but safe. Police found us exhausted on roadside. Report. Fog disorientation, but we knew. Scratches appeared later on paint deep, like saber cuts. Nightmares plague us. Rider chasing eternally. Sophie and I broke up trauma too much. Greg drinks heavily. Clara moved away. Want to avoid country roads now. Locals confirm. Blackjack's curse lingers, hating modern intruders on his territory. Fog signals his hunt. If you're planning Yorkshire moors trips, hiking, driving, photographing, check weather obsessively. Avoid fog. Never drive alone at night. Some ghosts demand tolls unpaid for centuries, and they'll collect in terror or worse. This true terrifying horror story from England's Yorkshire moors proves the past rides eternal. Stay on main roads. The moors remember every crime, and forgiveness isn't in their nature. Heed the warnings, the phantom highwayman is waiting in the mist. True terrifying real-life horror story from Sweden's remote northern wilderness. The ancient entity in the Sarek National Park forests that stalked and tormented our hiking group. This is one of the most bone-chilling true scary stories you will ever hear. A genuine paranormal encounter that unfolded deep in the untouched wilderness of Sarek National Park in Swedish Lapland. During the summer of 2025, if you researching for real horror stories from Europe, terrifying true paranormal experiences in Scandinavia, creepy wilderness encounters in Sweden, disturbing hiking nightmares in remote forests, or authentic accounts of ancient entities inspired by Norse mythology that still lurk in isolated places, this story will haunt your thoughts long after you've finished reading it. What my friends and I endured wasn't some fictional movie plot or exaggerated legend. It was a real-life descent into unrelenting terror where something ancient, intelligent, and utterly malevolent hunted us through endless forests, manipulating our fears, twisting reality, and forcing us to confront the darkest corners of human desperation. Sarek National Park is known as one of Europe's last true wilderness areas. No marked trails, no huts, no rescue infrastructure, just vast expanses of birch forests. Jagged mountains, glacial rivers, and mires that can swallow a person whole. It's beautiful, primal, and unforgiving. But beneath that beauty lies something far older and far darker. This true Swedish horror story is proof that some places should remain undisturbed, because whatever guards them doesn't tolerate outsiders. My name is Marcus, and at the time this happened, I was 34 years old, living in Stockholm and working as a software engineer. Life had become stagnant, endless coding, city noise, a recent divorce that left me hollow. I needed to reconnect with something real, something raw. That's why, when my old university friends proposed a challenging hiking trip to celebrate turning 35 that year, I didn't hesitate. There were 5 of us, a group that had stayed close since our days studying in Uppsala. Me. Eric, 35, the group leader type who worked in outdoor gear sales and had planned dozens of trips. Lena, 33, a journalist with a sharp wit and a fascination for folklore. Victor, 34, a quiet history teacher obsessed with Viking-era stuff. And Hannah, 32, a paramedic who was the calm, practical one we all relied on in emergencies. We'd hiked together before Norway, Scotland, the Alps, but Sarek was next level. Eric called it the ultimate test, a 10-day off-trail traverse through the heart of the park, carrying everything on our backs, crossing rivers, climbing passes, camping wild. We spent months preparing. Gear checks, fitness training, route planning using detailed topographic maps since there are no official paths. Eric warned us about the challenges: unpredictable weather, aggressive mosquitoes in summer, fast-rising rivers from glacial melt, and the sheer isolation. If something went wrong, help could take days. Lena researched local Sami indigenous stories and Old Norse myths about the region tales of shape-shifting beings, forest spirits that punish trespassers or creatures born from ancient gods like Loki, twisted moderators that demanded worship through pain and fear. It's all metaphor for the harsh environment, she said during our final planning meet in a Stockholm cafe. Victor geeked out over archaeological sites, old sacrificial stones hidden in the wilderness. We laughed, stocked up on dehydrated meals, tents, bear bells, though brown bears are rare there, and a satellite phone for absolute emergencies. Spirits high, we flew north to Kvikkjok, then helicopter to the park boundary to save days of approach hiking. July 2025, midnight sun season days never fully dark, just a perpetual twilight glow. Day 1 was exhilarating. Dropped off at the edge of a vast delta, we shouldered 20-kilo packs and headed into the birch forest. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of moss and wildflowers. Reindeer grazed in distant valleys, golden eagles soared overhead. We navigated by compass and landmarks, fording shallow streams, laughing as cold water soaked our boots. Camp that night was on a sandy riverbank, tents, pitched, fire crackling. Though fires are restricted, we kept it small, stories shared under the pale sky. Eric toasted with a quavit, to old friends and new scars. Everything felt perfect. Day 2 brought denser forest. The birches grew twisted, roots snaking over boulders like veins. Mosquitoes swarmed despite repellent clouds of them, buzzing relentlessly. We pushed deeper, crossing mires on careful steps, boots sinking into spongy ground. That's when the first subtle unease crept in. Victor found strange markings on a boulder, runes carved deep, weathered but deliberate, forming a jagged symbol like a bound figure in agony. Old Sami or Viking, he said excitedly, snapping photos. Lena joked it was a warning. Do not enter. We pressed on, but the forest quieted unnaturally. No bird calls, just our footsteps and heavy breathing. By evening, camped near a glacial lake. Water crystal clear, mountains reflecting perfectly. As we cooked dinner, Hannah mentioned feeling watched. Probably just paranoia from the silence, Eric dismissed. That night, in the dim twilight, I woke to rustling outside my tent. Flashlight revealed nothing, just swaying branches. But the rustling continued, circling slowly. I whispered to Eric in the next tent. He heard it too. We unzipped, shone lights empty. Footprints? Too dark to tell. Brushed it off as wind or animals. Sleep came fitfully. Day 3 weather shifted. Clouds rolled in from the Arctic, temperature dropping. We climbed a pass, visibility reducing in drizzle. Descending into a valley thick with old-growth forest trees, ancient, trunks moss-covered, undergrowth dense. Navigation harder, GPS batteries failing oddly fast. Lena spotted more symbols now on trees. Fresh scratches like claws made them, depicting elongated figures with antler-like heads bowing to a central rune. Victor paled. This looks like depictions of Loki's offspring, moderators, punishers. We uneased but continued. That afternoon, the glimpses started. Shadowy movement at the tree line, tall, hunched forms darting between trunks. Too big for reindeer, too fluid for bears. Eric yelled. Nothing responded. Hannah found our food bag disturbed, slashed open, contents scattered but not eaten. Animal? She asked doubtfully. Tracks around camp. Humanoid but wrong, elongated toes. Deep impressions like heavy weight on bent legs. Night 3 was when dread solidified. Camp in a small clearing. Fire low to conserve wood. Then the sounds. Low grunting, like pain mixed with laughter, echoing from all directions. Branches snapping close, too deliberate for wind. We huddled together, headlamps scanning. Saw it briefly. A shape over 8 feet tall, body covered in matted fur and bark-like skin. Limbs disproportionately long. Head crowned with branching growths like twisted antlers or roots. Eyes reflected light yellow, intelligent. It knelt before one of the marked trees, bowing repeatedly, muttering in guttural tones that vibrated in our chests. Panic whispers. What the hell is that? Victor, voice shaking. It's real. The old stories jot on offspring or something bound to worship a forgotten god. It marks territory, demands tribute through suffering. Lena recalled Sami warnings about not entering certain valleys, places where ancient evils linger from pre-Christian times. We didn't sleep. Things circled all night, occasionally roaring a sound like tearing wood mixed with human screams. Dreams plagued those who dozed, visions of being chased, bowed to, broken. Day 4, desperate push forward, aiming for a river to follow out. Rain poured, turning ground to mud. The entity followed openly, now crashing through brush parallel, forcing detours, hallucinations from exhaustion. No shared sights. It left gifts. Animal bones arranged in rune patterns around resting spots, skulls impaled on branches. Victor broke first. During a river crossing, swift current, he slipped, pack dragging him under. We pulled him out hypothermic, babbling about it calling me to join. That night it whispered our names in distorted voices, promising relief if we bowed. Hannah resisted longest, treating injuries, but even she admitted hearing lost loved ones. Day 5, morale shattered. Food low, bodies aching. The creature herded us deeper, blocking escape routes with fallen trees, uprooted freshly. Climax in a hidden valley, ancient stone circle, altar like rock covered in old bloodstains and fresh symbols. It appeared fully, massive, skin scarred with self-inflicted runes, eyes burning with fanatic madness. Forced us to watch as it performed ritual kneeling, howling to the sky, demanding we mimic or suffer. Eric tried confronting, charged with trekking pole. Things swatted him aside, claws raking deep gashes. Blood sprayed. Chaos. We ran scattered. I hid in thicket, hearing screams, Lena's cut short, Victor's pleading. Hannah found me later, bloodied but alive. We fled blindly, satellite phone finally working on a ridge rescue coordinated. Rangers airlifted us out days later. Found Eric alive but broken legs crushed, mine gone, muttering about eternal worship. Lena and Victor, missing. Searches yielded nothing, no bodies, just more symbols fresh. Official report. Accident in extreme terrain, possible bear attack, hallucinations from exposure. But we know. That thing, ancient survivor or manifestation of old gods, guards the wilderness, marking intruders, breaking them psychologically and physically to force submission. Hannah moved abroad, avoids nature. I quit my job, live in cities only. Eric institutionalized. If you're considering Sarek National Park hiking, Swedish Lapland adventures, or any remote Scandinavian wilderness trips, rethink. Respect local warnings, semi-sacred sites, old runes. Some entities endure from mythic times, lonely in their devotion, craving new worshippers through terror. This true terrifying horror story from Sweden's northern wilderness is my survivor account. The forests hide devotees to forgotten horrors, and once marked, escape is rare. Stay on marked trails elsewhere. The Ancient One is still there, waiting for the next group to wander too deep. Heed this warning, the price of intrusion is your sanity, your friends, your soul. True terrifying real-life horror story from the Appalachian Mountains in West Virginia. The shape-shifting creature that mimicked our voices and hunted us relentlessly in the deep woods. This is one of the most horrifying true scary stories ever told, a genuine paranormal encounter that happened deep in the remote Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia during the fall of 2025. If you're researching for real horror stories from America, terrifying true cryptid encounters in the Appalachians, Creepy wilderness experiences in West Virginia forests? Disturbing shape-shifting creature sightings? Chilling hiking nightmares involving voice mimicry and relentless stalking? Or authentic survivor accounts of skinwalker-like entities that haunt isolated mountain trails? This story will keep you up at night and make you reconsider any plans for backcountry camping in the eastern United States. What my girlfriend, our friends, and I went through wasn't some exaggerated folklore tale or Hollywood invention. It was a prolonged real-life ordeal filled with escalating dread, psychological torment, and raw survival instinct against something ancient, intelligent, and predatory that perfectly imitated human voices to isolate and hunt its prey. The Appalachian Mountains stretch across multiple states, but West Virginia's section is particularly wild, dense hardwood forests, steep ridges, hidden hollows, abandoned coal mines, and trails that wind through areas where cell service vanishes and help is days away. Locals whisper about not deer, strange howls, and things that wear human skins or voices, rooted in Cherokee legends and settler fears, but when you experience it firsthand, the terror is overwhelming and undeniable. This true Appalachian horror story is a detailed warning from a survivor. Some parts of these mountains are claimed by entities that have been there long before humans, and they don't share their territory willingly. My name is Noah, and in 2025 I was 31 years old, living in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and working as a graphic designer for a marketing firm. The job paid well, but drained me endless deadlines, screen fatigue, and a growing sense of disconnection from the real world. My girlfriend, Ava, 29, was a high school biology teacher with a love for nature photography. She dragged me on weekend hikes to escape the city smog. We'd been together 4 years, talking seriously about marriage and kids, but life felt stuck in routine. That's when Ava suggested a proper backcountry camping trip to celebrate our anniversary, something challenging to reignite that spark. She found a group of like-minded friends through an online hiking forum. Jordan, 32, a rugged outdoorsman from Ohio who worked as a wilderness guide and knew survival skills inside out. His wife, Riley, 30, a nurse practitioner who was practical and level-headed. And Seth, 33, a history buff and podcaster who specialized in Appalachian folklore. He was the one who hyped the trip with stories of hidden waterfalls, Civil War ruins, and mild local legends to add flavor. We chose a remote section of the Monongahela National Forest in eastern West Virginia specifically, an off-trail loop starting near the Dolly Sods Wilderness and venturing into lesser-known areas around roaring plains. No permits required for dispersed camping, but rangers warn about black bears, venomous snakes, sudden weather changes, and getting lost in the labyrinth of rhododendron thickets called hells. Jordan planned the route. A 12-day trek with heavy packs, stream crossings, ridge walks, and wild camping each night. We prepared meticulously bare canisters, water filters, topographic maps, Garmin InReach for emergencies, first aid kits stocked with everything from sutures to painkillers, and even firearms. Jordan had a concealed carry for bears. Seth shared folklore PDFs, Cherokee tales of shapeshifters that mimicked voices to lure hunters, or settler accounts of wood devils that stalked cabins. "It's all atmospheric fun," he said during our gear check meet in a Charleston diner. Ava laughed it off, snapping photos of our packed trucks. Spirits were high as we drove south in early October, leaves turning fiery reds and oranges. Crisp air promising adventure. Day 1 was pure magic. We parked at a Forest Service road trailhead, shouldered 50-pound packs, and hiked into the wilderness. The trail started open high plateaus with cranberry bogs, panoramic views of layered mountains fading into blue haze. Wind whispered through spruce trees, hawks circled overhead. We descended into denser forest, boots crunching on fallen leaves, the scent of damp earth and decaying wood filling our lungs. By evening, we made camp near a clear stream, tents pitched in a small clearing. Fire roaring as we cooked freeze-dried chili and shared beers. Laughter echoed. Jordan's guide stories, Riley's horrors, Seth's deep dives into mountain superstitions. Ava and I cuddled under the emerging stars, feeling alive again. No signs of trouble, just peaceful wilderness sounds. Owls hooting, distant water rushing. Day 2 brought thicker woods. We bushwhacked off trail, navigating by compass and landmarks. Rhododendron tunnels forced us to crawl at times, branches scratching faces like claws. The forest grew quieter, no squirrels chattering, fewer birds. Seth pointed out odd things. Trees with unnatural bends, like twisted in pain. Rocks arranged in patterns that resembled faces. Old hunting markers, Jordan dismissed. That afternoon, Ava heard at first my voice calling her name from ahead on the trail. Urgent. Ava, come quick. You gotta see this waterfall. But I was right behind her, pack rattling. She stopped, confused. Noah? We all froze, listened nothing, laughed it off as echo or wind trick. But unease lingered. Night 2, camped in a hollow sheltered by boulders. Fire low, we told ghost stories to lean into the vibe. Then, around midnight, voices started for real. Jordan's voice, clear and panicked, yelling from the darkness. Help! Bear! It's got me! Exact tone, inflection. Riley bolted up, shining her headlamp nothing. Jordan was asleep in his tent. We checked perimeter. No tracks but ours. Mass hallucination from altitude? Riley suggested, but we were only at 4,000 feet. Sleep was restless. I dreamed of shadows wearing our faces. Day 3. Fog rolled in thick from the valleys, reducing visibility to 30 feet. We stuck close, voices calling check-ins constantly. The mimicry escalated perfect imitations, luring individuals away. Seth heard Riley whispering secrets only she knew, drawing him toward a side ravine. He almost followed before snapping back. Jordan found claw marks on a tree-deep gashes, higher than any bear could reach, arranged in a deliberate pattern like a warning. Food bags hung high were slashed overnight, contents uneaten but scattered mockingly. Tracks appeared, humanoid footprints with elongated toes paralleling our path but vanishing abruptly. By afternoon, glimpses. Tall, thin figures at fog's edge, bodies distorted, limbs too long, skin pale and mottled like bark or hide. Moved unnaturally fast, jerking between trees. One time, it mimicked Ava's laugh perfectly, drawing us in a circle before realizing. Psychological strain built. Arguments over route, accusations of pranking. Riley, the calm one, started crying quietly, heard her deceased mother's voice calling for help. Night 3 was torment. Camped on a ridge for wind clearance. Voices surrounded us all night, our own voices arguing past fights, revealing buried resentments. Ava heard me confessing infidelity. False. I heard her planning to leave. Seth broke down over a faked childhood trauma call. The creature revealed itself partially in firelight. Over 7 feet. Emaciated body shifting subtly like muscles rearranging under skin. Face blurring between human features and something animalistic. Eyes glowing amber. It tilted its head, imitating Jordan's whistle exactly. We barricaded with logs, weapons ready. It circled, knocking branches, howling in layered voices, all ours screaming in pain. Exhaustion hit hard. Day 4. Desperate push toward extraction point. Rain started, turning trails to mud slurries. The thing herded us, blocking paths with fresh fallen trees, uprooted impossibly, forcing deeper into unknown hollows. Hallucinations intensified from lack of sleep. Seeing group members ahead, beckoning, only to vanish. Seth wandered off, following his voice found him hours later, scratched and babbling about it wearing my skin. Climax on Day 5 in an abandoned mining area, overgrown shafts, rusted equipment. It attacked openly, lunging from shadows, claws raking Jordan's arm deep. Blood everywhere. Riley stitched him as it mimicked his groans amplified. InReach finally got signal on a peak's O scent. But night fell, trapped in a cave for shelter. The creature sat outside, shifting forms appearing as lost hikers, then us, then monstrous hybrid. Voices intimate, promising safety if one sacrificed. Ava and I held each other, whispering real memories to stay grounded. Dawn brought partial relief, voices faded with light. Rescue helicopter arrived Day 6. Rangers found us dehydrated, injured, traumatized. Jordan airlifted for infection. Seth catatonic briefly. Official, bear encounter. Disorientation. No creature evidence, but rangers whispered about old mountain things, avoided by locals. Aftermath destroyed us. Ava and I split trauma too raw. Jordan quit guiding. Riley changed careers. Seth's podcast ended. He warns online now, I avoid woods entirely. Research confirms similar unreported incidents, voice mimicking predators in Appalachia, perhaps escaped experiments or ancient survivors. If planning Appalachian hikes, West Virginia backcountry, Dolly Sods, Monongahela Forest, stick to day trips. Groups, marked trails. Never respond to voices not visible. Carry protection. Some entities evolve to hunt humans perfectly, patient and cunning. This true terrifying horror story from West Virginia's Appalachian Mountains details our nightmare. The shapeshifter learns you intimately, wears your voice, your face, to break and claim. It's still out there, waiting for the next group. Stay safe, the mountains hide hunters older than time and they hunger for company in the dark. True terrifying real-life horror story from Alaska's isolated interior. Wilderness. The hungering shadow that stalked and consumed our expedition in the endless frozen forests. This is one of the most profoundly disturbing true scary stories ever recounted, a genuine paranormal encounter that occurred deep in the remote interior wilderness of Alaska, near the gates of the Arctic National Park, during the harsh winter transition of late 2025. If you're searching for real horror stories from America, terrifying true survival nightmares in Alaska's backcountry, creepy paranormal experiences involving hunger-driven entities, chilling expedition tales of psychological breakdown and relentless stalking in sub-zero temperatures, authentic accounts of Wendigo-inspired ancient horrors that manifest in isolation and starvation, or haunting wilderness encounters where something predatory and insatiable preys on human weakness in the frozen north. This detailed survivor testimony will chill you to your core and make you question the safety of any remote winter adventure in vast, uninhabited lands. What my research team and I endured over those agonizing weeks wasn't a simple case of hypothermia-induced hallucinations or a routine wildlife encounter. It was a methodical, intelligent assault by an ancient shadow entity that exploited our growing hunger, amplified our deepest fears, and systematically drove us toward madness and self-destruction. In one of the most unforgiving environments on Earth, Alaska's interior is a land of extremes, endless taiga forests of black spruce and birch-frozen rivers, tundra plateaus, swept by katabatic winds, aurora-filled skies, and temperatures that plunge to minus 50 Fahrenheit, where rescue can take weeks and the line between reality and delusion blurs quickly. Indigenous Athabascan and Inuit peoples have long spoken of taboo entities born from cannibalism and greed, shadows that whisper promises of sustenance while feeding on despair. But experiencing it firsthand turns folklore into a visceral, soul-crushing reality. This true Alaskan horror story is my exhaustive account as the sole survivor, a warning that in the far north, hunger isn't just physical, something eternal waits to awaken it within you, and once it does, there's no escape. My name is Dr. Elias Grant, and in late 2025 I was 42 years old. A tenured climatologist at the University of Alaska Fairbanks with a specialty in permafrost thaw and its ecological impacts. My career had been defined by field expeditions, measuring methane releases, coring ancient ice, documenting shrinking glaciers, but the isolation always took a toll. A failed marriage, distant kids, and the weight of seeing the planet unravel left me craving purpose in the data. That's why when funding came through for a groundbreaking winter study on subnivean ecosystems, the hidden world beneath snow where small mammals survive, I assembled a small elite team for a month-long deployment in one of the most remote areas accessible. A fly-in site deep in the Brooks Range foothills, far beyond any roads or villages, within the boundaries of gates of the Arctic, but off established routes. No trails, no cabins, just us, our gear, and the wilderness. The team was carefully chosen, me as lead. Sarah Thompson, 38, a brilliant wildlife biologist from Seattle who tracked wolverines in the Yukon and knew animal behavior like no one else. Her partner, Mike Rivera, 40, a former Army Ranger turned survival instructor who handled logistics and safety with military precision. Lena Petrova, 35, a Russian-American geologist born in Siberia, tough as nails and an expert on frozen ground dynamics. And young grad student Connor Hayes, 26, an enthusiastic ecologist from California whose drone skills and optimism balanced our cynicism. We'd all worked together on shorter trips, shared tents in blizzards, celebrated breakthroughs over freeze-dried meals, and trusted each other implicitly. This expedition was ambitious: snowmobiles for initial access, then ski and snowshoe travel to set up remote sensors, trap small mammals humanely for tagging, and monitor how warming winters affected the insulated snow layer. We prepared obsessively Arctic-grade tents, white gas stoves, extreme cold sleeping bags rated to -60, satellite communicators, emergency beacons, rifles for polar bear deterrence, though rare inland, and food caches totaling 40 days of high-calorie rations to account for delays. We flew in by bushplane on November 15, 2025, from Bettles, a tiny outpost where the pilot warned us about early storms and old native stories about not speaking of hunger aloud. We laughed politely, unloaded crates onto the frozen lake, and watched the plane vanish into gray skies. Temperatures hovered at -20 already, wind whipping snow into stinging clouds. The landscape was breathtaking in its severity. Rolling white hills dotted with stunted spruce, the brooks ranged jagged on the horizon, northern lights already flickering at dusk. We set up base camp efficiently, 2 large Arctic ovens tents for living and lab work, a smaller one for gear, snow walls built for wind protection. First night. Stove roaring, hot coffee flowing, plans reviewed, morale sky high. Sarah spotted fresh moose tracks. Connor's drone captured stunning aerials. Everything routine. Days 1 through 5 were productive science. We snowmobiled to deployment sites, drilled snow pits to measure density and temperature gradients, set live traps baited with peanut butter, irresistible to voles and lemmings. Subnivean spaces were fascinating tunnels and chambers where mice thrived in relative warmth. Nights brought auroras dancing green and purple, stars sharper than anywhere else. Minor issues. A stove malfunction fixed by Mike, Lena's frostnip on fingers treated quickly. But subtle oddities emerged. Sarah noted fewer animal signs than expected: no ptarmigan flocks, scarce hare tracks. Quiet winter, she said. Connor heard distant howls, not wolves, deeper, almost human moaning. Winged, we agreed. By day 6, a storm pinned us whiteout conditions, winds gusting 50 miles per hour, temperatures dropping to -40. Tents shuddered. We hunkered inside, playing cards, reviewing data. Food rations strict but ample oatmeal breakfasts, energy bars, dehydrated dinners. That's when hunger whispers began. Faint at first, during lulls and wind. Low murmurs outside, like stomachs growling amplified, or voices sighing, eat, feed. We blamed recordings or psychological effects of isolation. But Sarah woke one night convinced she heard her deceased father's voice promising a feast if she stepped out. Hallucination from cabin fever, Mike rationalized. Storm cleared day 8. We ventured outworld, transformed into sculpted snowdrifts. Traps empty, strangely. Sensors showed anomalies. Localized temperature spikes beneath snow, as if something large moved through subnivean layers. Tracks appeared overnight around camp, huge, elongated human-like prints with claw marks, sinking deep despite light snow crust. Not bears hibernate. Mike followed them. They vanished abruptly into forest. Day 9. Glimpses in twilight. Tall, emaciated shadow at tree-line, body skeletal, limbs unnaturally long, skin stretched taut and grayish. Antlers or bone protrusions from skull, eyes hollow but reflecting firelight hungrily. It watched motionless, head tilting as we moved. Connor's drone footage caught it briefly, figure blurring, vanishing when approached. That night, whispers intensified, our names called in famished tones, promising warmth and endless food inside the woods. Lena resisted, lest her Siberian upbringing made her superstitious. She muttered about Golodny Duke, hungry spirits. Hunger escalated unnaturally. Despite full rations, knowing emptiness grew, stomachs cramping, thoughts fixating on meat. We upped calories, but it worsened. Dreams plagued us, visions of feasting on forbidden things, waking ravenous. Sarah found traps, sabotaged bait gone, but no captures. Wires bent outward as if something large reached in. Day 11. The entity approached openly. During a sensor check, it emerged from trees over 9 feet, body wasting away yet powerful, ribs visible under translucent skin, mouth stretched in perpetual grimace revealing jagged teeth. It mimicked starvation poses, clutching belly, emitting wet, gurgling cries. When we retreated, it followed at distance, shadow stretching impossibly in low sun. Psychological breakdown accelerated. Connor, youngest, cracked first, obsessed with just a taste of fresh meat, eyeing traps maniacally. Mike confronted him. Argument turned physical. Whispers exploited divisions. Voices imitating team members accusing hoarding food, plotting abandonment. Lena isolated herself, drawing taboo symbols in snow to ward it off. Day 13. Disaster. Storm returned fiercer, burying tents halfway. Food cache disturbed, bags torn, rations scattered and partially consumed, but not by animals' bite marks human-like. The shadow sat at camp edge all night, visible in headlamp beams, rocking slowly, whispering recipes in our voices. Sarah sleepwalked toward it. We restrained her. She woke screaming of endless hunger consuming her soul. By day 15, desperation. Satellite phone failed, batteries drained inexplicably. Beacon activated, but storms blocked signals. We rationed severely, but entity amplified torment. Illusions of banquets in snow, smells of cooking meat wafting. Connor vanished one dawn, followed a voice promising caribou. Searched in blizzard. Found his pack shredded, blood frozen on snow. Tracks leading to Shadow's prints merging. Remaining 4 pushed for Extraction Lake, skiing exhausted. Entity herded us, appearing ahead, blocking paths with avalanches it seemingly triggered by roars. Mike, strongest, challenged it, fired warning shots. It lunged unnaturally fast, claws raking his parka, infecting with deeper hunger. He turned feral, attacking Lena for her snack bar. We subdued him. He begged us to end it before he ate. Night 16 in Snow Cave, entity circled, digging audibly, whispers promising relief through consumption of weak. Sarah confessed visions of eating Connor. Lena slit wrists in despair, saved barely by tourniquet. Mike deteriorated, eyes hollow like the creature's. Day 18. I alone pressed on after tragedy. Sarah and Lena succumbed to exposure after Mike's rampage, forced separation. Mike wandered into storm, calling to the shadow. Beacon finally transmitted in clear moment. Rescue ski plane spotted smoke signal days later. Rangers found me emaciated, babbling. Official cause: severe hypothermia, starvation, group psychosis. Bodies recovered showed self-inflicted wounds, signs of delirium. But I know. That hungering shadow, ancient curse manifestation. Or eternal predator, awakened by climate shifts, exposing old bones, feeds on taboo desire, growing stronger as victims weaken. It waits in Alaska's interior for expeditions, amplifying winter's cruelty. I resigned academia, live in cities, eat obsessively. Therapy fails. Whispers linger in quiet moments. If planning Alaska winter trips, Brooks Range, gates of the Arctic, any remote bush flying, cancel if storms brew. Never speak of hunger. Carry excess food, travel armed, but no. Some entities embody famine itself, patient for intruders to falter. This true terrifying horror story from Alaska's isolated wilderness details our total unraveling. The shadow doesn't kill directly, it awakens the monster within, turning friends into prey. It's still there, eternal and starving, waiting for the next team to whisper its name through empty bellies. Stay south. The far north hungers eternally, and it will claim you from inside. True terrifying real-life horror story from Ireland's ancient ringforts and misty countryside. The vengeful guardian of the fairy mound that awakened and hunted our archaeology team in the remote Midlands boglands. This is one of the most deeply unsettling true scary stories ever shared. A genuine paranormal encounter that took place in the isolated fog-shrouded boglands and green fields of County Offaly in central Ireland during the damp summer of 2025. If you're researching for real horror stories from Europe, terrifying true paranormal experiences in Ireland, creepy encounters with ancient Celtic folklore entities, chilling archaeological dig nightmares involving disturbed fairy forts and ringforts. Authentic survivor accounts of vengeful she-guardians that curse intruders with visions of death and relentless pursuit, or haunting rural Irish tales where the veil between worlds thins and something immortal demands retribution for trespassing on sacred ground. This exhaustive first-person testimony will leave you with a profound sense of dread and make you think twice before ever stepping near one of Ireland's thousands of untouched ancient sites scattered across the countryside. What my university archaeology team and I experienced over those fateful weeks wasn't a harmless ghost story told in pubs or a psychological breakdown from overwork. It was a calculated, escalating campaign of terror by an ancient guardian spirit rooted in pre-Christian Celtic beliefs about the Tuatha Dé Danann and the otherworld that manifested through bone-chilling banshee wails, prophetic death omens, physical attacks, disappearances, and an unrelenting curse that followed us even after we fled the site. Ireland's landscape is dotted with over 60,000 ringforts, circular earthen enclosures from the Iron Age, often left undisturbed because locals still fear the good people or fairies who dwell beneath them in fairy mounds, believing disturbance brings misfortune, madness, or death. Modern skeptics dismiss it as superstition. But when you unearth something you're not supposed to and the consequences unfold in real time, the ancient warnings become terrifyingly real. This true Irish horror story is my detailed, unfiltered account as the only member of the team to escape with my life and sanity mostly intact. a desperate caution that some places hold grudges spanning millennia, and awakening their protectors comes at an unimaginable cost. My name is Professor Ronan Kelly, and in the summer of 2025 I was 48 years old, a respected archaeologist specializing in Iron Age Celtic settlements at Trinity College, Dublin. I'd spent decades excavating sites across Ireland, Britain, and continental Europe uncovering burial goods, hill forts, and ritual artifacts, but always with respect for local sensitivities, obtaining permits, and consulting heritage experts. My career was thriving. Publications in major journals, grants flowing, a tenured position that allowed me to mentor passionate students. But personally, things were strained. A recent divorce after 20 years of marriage, grown children who barely called, and a nagging emptiness despite the academic success. That's why, when a private foundation offered funding for a small-scale exploratory dig at a previously unstudied ringfort in the Midlands, I saw it as a chance to lose myself in meaningful work. The site was on privately owned farmland near the town of Birr in County Offaly, a perfectly preserved earthen ringfort about 40 meters in diameter, overgrown with hawthorn trees and brambles, with a central depression suggesting a souterrain or underground chamber. Locals called it Leo's na Shi Fort of the fairies, and the farmer who owned the land was eager for the prestige and compensation of an official excavation, insisting it would prove historical rather than mythical. I assembled a tight-knit team of 4 postgrad students I'd mentored for years, people I trusted implicitly in the field. Aoife Murphy, 28, a brilliant osteoarchaeologist from Galway, with fiery red hair and an infectious laugh specializing in ancient burials. Shane Walsh, 30, a strong practical fieldwork expert from Cork, who handled geophysics and heavy digging. Shalban Doyle, 27, a quiet but insightful artifact specialist from Dublin, with a knack for pottery reconstruction. And Declan O'Brien, 29, our tech guy from Limerick who managed drones, photogrammetry, and digital mapping. We were all rational academic skeptics who rolled our eyes at folklore but respectful enough to heed warnings. The farmer mentioned the usual. Don't disturb the center mound. Bad luck follows those who anger the Shi. We nodded politely. Set up camp on the field's edge, tents, portable lab trailer, generator, and began with non-invasive surveys in early June 2025. Weather typical Irish summer. Frequent rain, low clouds, mist rising from nearby bogs, temperatures mild but damp enough to chill bones. First week was textbook archaeology. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies possible post-holes, a central pit, hints of a souterrain entrance. Drone photos captured the ringfort's symmetry beautifully, hawthorns blooming white against green grass. We cleared surface vegetation carefully, uncovering lintel stones and earthen banks intact after 2,000 years. Finds exciting but modest. Iron Age pottery sherds, a bronze pin, animal bones suggesting feasting. Evenings in camp. Rain pattering on tents, stew cooking on camp stoves, discussions about dating the site to the late Iron Age, laughter over pints smuggled from Birr. Aoife shared stories from her Connemara grandmother about fairy abductions. We teased her gently. Minor oddities. Tools misplaced overnight, strange bird calls at dusk, curlews wailing like cries. Sheen joked about fairy pranks. Sleep came easy, exhausted from digging. Week 2, we opened test trenches around the perimeter. Soil rich, artifacts increasing quern stones, slag from iron working. But the farmer visited, worried. His cattle avoiding the field now, milk souring. Heed the old ways, he muttered. That night, the first true anomaly, a piercing wail echoing across the bog high-pitched, mournful, like a woman keening in grief. Irish banshee legend, exactly. We rationalized, fox or owl distorted by mist. But it repeated closer, naming Ivy in distorted Gaelic. She woke pale, claiming a dream of an old woman combing long hair, foretelling death. Week 3. Permission granted for central excavation, the mound depression. We proceeded cautiously, trowels scraping soil layers. Found a blocked souterrain entrance stones deliberately placed. Excitement peaked. Potential undisturbed chamber. As we removed capstones, cold air rushed out, carrying earthy metallic scent. Inside, narrow passage leading to a small chamber with artifacts, gold torque, human bones arranged ritually, carved stones depicting elongated figures with crowns. Major discovery, possible royal burial or ritual deposit. That evening, terror began in earnest. Wails returned nightly, multiple voices now keening our names, predicting violent ends in archaic Irish. Visions started. team members seeing translucent figures at periphery tall. Ethereal beings with luminous eyes, beautiful yet terrifying, watching from hawthorn thicket. Xiaoban found scratches on her arms overnight, 3 parallel lines, like hawthorn thorns but inside tent. Tools vanished permanently. Generator failed inexplicably. Drone footage glitched, showing extra figures and frames where none stood. Week 4. Curse manifested physically. Declan, exploring Mr.NightisRain alone for mapping, screamed, emerged, clawing at eyes, babbling about hands pulling me to the other world. Blinded temporarily by unexplained inflammation. Aoife's dreams worsened. Old woman, being she, combing hair with bone comb, washing bloody clothes, naming each of us for death. Cattle on adjacent farms began dying mysteriously. Farmer demanded we stop. We persisted, driven by academic fervor. Escalation midweek, during rainstorm, mound-breathed soil shifting, stones rumbling as if something below stirred. Figures appeared openly in misty guardians, clad in ancient finery, faces shifting between beauty and skull. They whispered temptations, eternal youth if we joined, or warnings of doom if we continued. Sheen laughed defiantly next day. Ladder snapped in trench, leg broken badly, bone protruding, evacuated to hospital. He raved about fairy vengeance under anesthesia. Remaining 4 pressed on desperately, documenting finds. Nights unbearable. Whales circling camp. Cold spots dropping temperatures drastically. Breath visible in summer air. Personal omens. Xiaoban heard combing sound inside tent. Found hair, not hers, braided with thorns. I saw my ex-wife's face in mirror-like puddle, accusing betrayal before vanishing. Climax week 5. Full manifestation. During final chamber clearance, central artifact, a stone head with hollow eyes, activated. Blood seeped from soil, though no source. Guardian materialized fully, towering female figure, hair flowing like mist, eyes black voids, mouth open in eternal keen. She pointed at each, foretelling. Declan drowning in bog, Xiaoban thorn-choked, Aoife combed to death, me buried alive. Chaos. Declan wandered into bog at night following voices, sucked under. Body never recovered despite searches. Xiaoban found next morning throat lacerated by internal thorns, hawthorn branches grown impossibly inside. Ost with me, combed her hair obsessively until scalp bled fatally. I fled alone, site abandoned. Authorities investigated. Accidents, possible toxic mold hallucinations. Artifacts confiscated quietly. Site reburied on local insistence. Aftermath haunts. Whales follow in quiet moments, omens in mirrors. Quit archaeology, move to city. Locals shun the field now, hawthorns overgrown thicker. If exploring Ireland's countryside ringforts, fairy mounds, ancient sites in Midlands, Connemara, anywhere never disturbed centers, respect signs, local warnings. The Sidhe guard their realms eternally, cursing desecrators with tailored dooms. True terrifying real-life horror story from France's remote Gévaudan wilderness. The relentless beast that awakened and hunted our group. Through the fog-choked margeride mountains and ancient forests, my name is Camille Laurent. And in early 2025 I was 37 years old, a freelance journalist and amateur historian based in Lyon, France, specializing in unsolved mysteries and regional folklore for magazines and podcasts. The work allowed flexible travel, but it masked deeper unrest, a recent painful breakup after a long-term relationship, burnout from city life, and an obsessive pull toward Gévaudan's infamous history that stemmed from childhood visits to my grandmother's farm near Sauges, where she warned me never to wander alone in the margeride during fog or full moons, claiming the beast's shadow still prowled for the arrogant or unlucky. I dismissed it as rustic superstition, fueled instead by fascination with archival accounts. Eyewitness descriptions of a creature immune to musket balls, devouring hearts and faces preferentially, vanishing like smoke. That's why I organized a private research trip disguised as a hiking retreat, to explore lesser-known sites linked to the original attacks, document ruins, and perhaps debunk modern sightings, reported sporadically online. The group was intimate and skilled friends I collaborated with on past projects, me as coordinator. Etienne Dubois, 39, a rugged wildlife photographer from Paris, with exceptional tracking skills and a calm demeanor in crises. His partner Sophie Moreau, 36, a veterinarian from Marseille, who understood animal behavior and carried medical supplies. Luc Bertrand 40, a history professor from Toulouse obsessed with 18th century France, bringing period maps and enthusiasm. And young outdoor enthusiast Manon Roux 32 from Clermont-Ferrand, whose endurance running background and local Auvergne connections made her ideal for navigation in rough terrain. We planned meticulously for a 10-day loop starting mid-March 2025 early spring for fewer tourists. Blooming wildflowers on plateaus, but risky with unpredictable weather fronts sweeping from the Atlantic. Route. Starting near the village of Auvers in Lozère, traversing the high margerite granite uplands, descending into forested gorges along the Allure River tributaries, camping wild to immerse in the atmosphere. Gear comprehensive. All-weather tents, GPS units with offline maps, emergency beacons, bear-resistant food storage, though no bears, habit, knives and flare guns for defense, rain gear, and first aid including sutures. Manon consulted locals and Sogs for tips. An elderly farmer warned gravely, "The beast sleeps, but storms wake it, stay on paths, make noise." We smiled politely, stocked extra provisions for 14 days, and drove south in 2 cars. Excitement building as urban sprawl gave way to rolling hills dotted with stone crosses commemorating original victims. Day 1 dawned crisp and sunny. We parked at a remote trailhead near Montmouchet, shouldered packs, and hiked upward through open meadows where sheep grazed warily. Views spectacular. Endless ridges fading into haze, ancient menhirs standing sentinel, air scented with pine resin and damp soil. We followed faint shepherd paths, discussing theories, Etienne favoring escaped exotic animal for the historical beast, Luc arguing mass hysteria amplified by war famine. Camped that evening on a plateau overlooking a deep valley. Tents pitched in a circle. Fire crackling with gathered deadwood, hearty stews simmering, stories shared under emerging stars. Minor note. Distant howls at dusk, deeper than foxes' wolves reintroduced nearby, we rationalized. Sleep deep, lulled by wind through grasses. Day 2. Clouds gathered as we descended into thicker oak and beech forest. Trails narrowed, roots tripping, ferns brushing legs like fingers. Fog patches formed in low spots, muffling sounds. Sophie spotted fresh tracks, large canine but prints oddly elongated, deeper than expected for wolf. Hybrid or big dog? She said dismissively. By afternoon, light rain. We donned ponchos, pushed to a ruined stone hamlet linked to 1765 attacks. Exploring crumbling walls overgrown with ivy, Luc read aloud period accounts of mutilated bodies. Mood shifted, subtly jokes quieter. That night, camped nearby, rain intensified to downpour, thunder rumbling. Howls closer, almost responsive to our voices. Etienne shone flashlight eyes reflected briefly at tree-line reddish glow. "Dear," he claimed, but unease settled. Day 3, storm full force. Fog thick as milk, visibility 20 meters, paths turning to mudslicks. Navigation challenging. GPS signal intermittent from canopy and weather. We stuck close, calling constantly. Then mimicry began. Sophie's voice calling Etienne's name from ahead. Urgent, come quick, injured sheep or something. But Sophie was beside us. We froze, listened silence but rain. Brushed off as echo distortion in gorges. But it repeated. Lutz's laugh echoing mockingly from side ravines. Paranoia flickered, arguments over direction, accusations of pranking. Sophie found livestock kill nearby sheep torn apart savagely, throat and belly ripped, heart missing exactly like historical reports. "No wolf does that cleanly," she whispered pale. Night 3 hellish. Camp in dense forest, clearing for shelter. Rain lashed tents, wind howling like packs. Voices multiplied, our own calling for help. Pleading from darkness, imitating childhood nicknames only we knew. Etienne ventured out with flare saw massive shape at edge. Over 200 kilos. Reddish-brown fur matted, shoulders broad as bear, eyes intelligent and hateful. It growled low, vibrating ground, then vanished into fog. We barricaded with logs, weapons ready, no sleep howls circling, branches snapping deliberately close. Day 4. Desperate push toward higher ground for signal. Fog persistent, disorienting paths looping illusorily despite compass. Creature herded us, appearing suddenly to block escapes, forcing deeper into wilder terrain. Glimpses clearer, elongated snout with oversized fangs, claws like daggers, movement fluid yet powerful, anticipating moves. Manon slipped in mud during chase, illusion ankle sprained badly. Sophie treated, but infection risk high in wet. Food rations strained from detours, hunger sharpened dread. Night 4, sheltered in shallow cave. Creatures sat outside, visible silhouette and lightning flashes panting weightly, scratching rock audibly. Mimicry intimate. Dead relatives' voices begging join them, promising end to pain. Luke broke ranted about curse for disturbing sights, tried fleeing into storm. We restrained. Morning found rope, chewed, him gone screams echoing faintly till cut off. Remaining 4 day 5, morale shattered. Rain unrelenting, hypothermia creeping shivering uncontrollable, tracks everywhere, circling tighter. Sophie, vet expertise fading, admitted wounds if attacked would be unsurvivable arteries targeted precisely. Etienne's photos captured blurred images, creature mid-leap, eyes locked on lens hatefully. Climax day 6 in deep gorge, ambushed. Creature lunged from fog, slamming Etienne claws raking chest deep, blood spraying. He fired flare into face brief recoil, burned fur smell. Sophie dragged him, I and Manon distracted with noise. It pursued relentlessly, voice now roaring blended human screams. Manon sacrificed limped away yelling to draw off. Her cries cut horrifically short. Sophie, Etienne, me fled uphill. Etienne succumbed to blood loss night 6 whispered apology for skepticism. Sophie and I day 7, she infected from scratches during aid, feverish, hallucinating beast as historical victims pleading mercy. She wandered delirious. Found mutilated dawn 8. Alone day 9. Beacon finally signaled on ridge during brief clear. Helicopter rescued me hypothermic, dehydrated, lacerated. Official report. Wolf attack. Disorientation in storm. Rare but documented reintroduced wolves. Bodies recovered showed characteristic Gévaudan wounds, faces targeted, organs consumed. Trauma lingers. Howls in wind trigger panic. Avoid forests. Locals nod knowingly beast awakens cyclically for trespassers. If planning French hikes, Margeride Mountains, Lozère Wilderness, Gévaudan sites cancel in bad weather. Respect warnings, stay villages. The beast endures, patient hunter, curse eternal. This true terrifying horror story from Francis Gévaudan Wilderness chronicles our fatal arrogance. It watches, learns, mimics to divide, then strikes without mercy. It's still prowling the mists, waiting for next group. Stay away the hunt resumes with every storm and escape is rare. Heed history, the beast hungers eternally. True terrifying urban exploration horror in England's most haunted abandoned asylum. Real paranormal encounters and unexplained activity in Denbigh Asylum that nearly broke us, North Wales. My name is Ryan, and what happened to me and my 3 friends inside Denbigh Asylum in North Wales back in the autumn of 2018 is something I still can't fully explain. We were all experienced urban explorers in our late 20s, the kind of people who chase adrenaline in forgotten places. We'd done abandoned factories, old Cold War bunkers, even a decommissioned prison once. But Denbigh was different. From the moment we started planning the trip, everything felt heavier, like the building itself was warning us to stay away. Denbigh Asylum, officially the North Wales Hospital, opened in 1848 and closed in 1995. At its peak, it housed over 1,500 patients in a sprawling Victorian complex of red brick corridors, high-arched windows, and endless wards. The stories about the place are dark. Forced lobotomies, experimental treatments, patients left in padded cells for decades. Suicides, unexplained deaths. After it closed, it became a magnet for explorers and ghost hunters. But it also earned a reputation as one of the most actively haunted locations in the UK. Security patrols were frequent. Trespassing carried heavy fines, and locals swore the building didn't like visitors. We knew all of this going in, but we thought we were smarter than the warnings. There were 4 of us. Me, my girlfriend Mia, our friend Callum, who's obsessed with paranormal gear, and Jess, who always carried the camera to document everything. We left Manchester on a Friday night in October, driving through thick fog that clung to the Welsh hills like a blanket. The closer we got, the quieter the car became. No one was joking anymore. We parked over a mile away in a Laby, changed into dark clothes, packed our bags with flashlights, spare batteries, an EMF reader, a spirit box, a digital recorder, and a GoPro each. We even brought sleeping bags because the plan was to stay the full night and leave at dawn. We approached through overgrown fields, the asylum looming ahead like a sleeping giant. The main building was massive long wings stretching out. Towers at the corners, broken windows staring down like empty eyes. The fog made it worse. We could barely see 20 feet ahead. We found our entry point, a ground floor window in the old laundry block that someone had pried open years ago. We slipped inside one by one, the glass crunching softly under our boots. The air hit us immediately. Cold, damp, and thick with the smell of mold and decay. Our flashlights cut narrow beams through the darkness, revealing peeling paint, collapsed ceilings, and debris scattered across the floor. Every step echoed. We moved slowly down the first corridor, passing old washing machines rusted solid and trolleys overturned like they'd been abandoned mid-flight. The silence was oppressive, broken only by distant dripping water and the occasional creak of the building settling. We started in the administration wing. Desks overturned, filing cabinets gutted, patient records scattered like confetti. I picked up one yellowed page, someone's admission form from 1953, diagnosed with melancholia. The handwriting was neat, clinical, cold. Mia whispered that she already felt watched. We laughed it off, but the feeling stuck. From there we moved into the male wards. Long straight corridors with small rooms branching off. Iron bed frames twisted with rust, some still with rotting mattresses. Restraint straps hanging from walls. Graffiti covered everything, some funny, some disturbing. One message scrawled in red paint read, "They never leave." Callum's EMF reader started spiking randomly, jumping from 0.1 to 4.2 with no pattern. He grinned like a kid at Christmas, but the rest of us weren't so sure. About an hour in, we reached the day room, a large open space with tall windows and rows of broken chairs facing the stage. This was where patients once had concerts or movie nights. We sat in a circle on the dusty floor, catching our breath and eating energy bars. Jess set up the GoPro on a tripod to capture a time-lapse. That's when we heard the first clear sound, a single piano note, low and mournful, coming from the stage area. We froze. There hadn't been a working piano in this building for decades. We shone our lights nothing but rubble and shadows. Then another note, higher this time. Then a slow, clumsy attempt at a melody, like someone learning to play. Callum asked quietly, "Is anyone here with us?" The spirit box crackled to life, scanning radio frequencies. A voice cut through the static mail, old, raspy. "Yes." We all jumped. Mia grabbed my hand so hard it hurt. Callum kept going. "What do you want?" The reply came after a long pause. "Stay." We packed up fast and moved on, hearts hammering. The female wards were next, and they felt different, somehow sadder. Smaller rooms, faded floral wallpaper peeling in strips, old dressing tables with cracked mirrors. In one room, we found a child's doll, porcelain face smashed, lying in the middle of the floor like it had been placed there recently. No dust on it. Jess took photos, but when she checked the screen, there was a faint blur behind the doll that hadn't been there in real life. The temperature started dropping noticeably. Our breath came in clouds. The EMF reader went crazy, constant spikes, even when we stood still. Then we heard footsteps overhead, slow and deliberate, walking the length of the corridor above us. We were on the top floor. There was no above us. We decided to head down to the basement levels, the part most people avoid. The stairs were narrow, concrete, with water dripping from the ceiling. The lower we went, the stronger the smell of damp earth and something metallic. We reached the morgue first. Steel drawers lined the walls, some hanging open. Autopsy tables in the center, drains still stained dark. Callum's flashlight flickered and died completely. He changed the batteries, still dead. One by one, every light source we had began failing. We were left with just 2 working headlamps between 4 people. That's when the whispering started. Soft at first, like wind through cracks, then clearer, multiple voices overlapping, some pleading, some angry. We couldn't make out words, but the tone was unmistakable. They wanted us gone. Jess started crying quietly. Mia said she felt fingers brush the back of her neck. I felt it too a second later, cold, deliberate, like someone testing if we were real. We turned to leave, but the way back felt wrong. Corridors that had been straight now seemed to curve. Doors we'd left open were closed. We found ourselves in a section we didn't recognize, a padded cell block, doors still lined with rotting padding. One door was ajar. Inside, the walls were covered in deep scratch marks, layered over decades. In the center of the floor was a perfect circle of small stones, arranged neatly. We hadn't seen it on the way in. The footsteps started again, but this time behind us, getting closer. heavy boots on concrete. We ran, flashlights swinging wildly. We took turns at random, desperate to find stairs up. We burst into the old operating theater, a beautiful circular room with tiered seating around a central table. Moonlight filtered through broken skylights, casting long shadows. We stopped to catch our breath, thinking we'd lost whatever was following. Then every shadow in the room moved at once. They detached from the walls and floor, stretching into tall, thin figures that swayed like trees in wind. No faces, just darkness where heads should be. They didn't approach, just watched. Callum tried the spirit box again. The voice that came through was different, female, young, terrified. Run. We didn't need telling twice. We found the main staircase and sprinted up 3 steps at a time until we reached ground level. We located our entry window and scrambled out into the fog, cutting our hands on broken glass in the rush. We didn't stop running until we reached the car. We thought it was over. It wasn't. In the days that followed, the footage Jess recovered showed things we never saw. Figures standing in doorways behind us, handprints appearing on walls seconds after we passed, a face pressed against the window watching us leave. Mia woke up with long scratches down her back that weren't there when she went to bed. Callum's EMF reader, which had been dead in the basement, now turns itself on at 3:17 a.m. every night and spikes to maximum. I still hear that piano melody sometimes, faint in empty rooms. Denby Asylum isn't just abandoned. Something is still there, and it doesn't want to be alone. If you're thinking about exploring it yourself, don't. Some places aren't meant to be found again. True scary stories. The terrifying night a creepy stranger followed me on a desolate road in the Scottish Highlands. Real road trip horror that almost ended my life. My name is Lauren, and what happened to me on a rainy October night in 2017 while driving alone through the remote Scottish Highlands is something that still wakes me up in a cold sweat. I was 24 at the time on a solo road trip across Scotland after a bad breakup. I'd flown into Edinburgh, rented a small red Fiat, and spent 2 weeks exploring cities and castles. I wanted to end the trip with something wild and beautiful. The drive from Inverness up toward the Isle of Skye, taking the long scenic route through empty glens and mountain passes that most tourists avoid in late autumn. I left Inverness around 4 p.m., knowing daylight would fade fast. The forecast warned of heavy rain and high winds, but I figured I could make it to my Airbnb in Portree before it got too bad. The road started out fine, twisting the roads, lined with golden ferns and crumbling stone walls, but the farther north I went, the narrower and lonelier it became. Soon I was on single-track roads with passing places every half mile, no streetlights, no other cars, just endless moorland stretching out under a darkening sky. By 6 p.m., the rain was coming down in sheets, drumming hard on the roof and turning the windshield into a blur no matter how fast the wipers went. Fog started rolling in from the lochs, thick and gray, swallowing the hills until I could barely see 20 feet ahead. My phone signal had dropped to nothing hours ago. No GPS, no music, just the low hum of the engine and the occasional splash through deep puddles. I remember feeling that mix of exhilaration and unease you get when you read truly alone in a wild place. I told myself it was part of the adventure. Around 7:30 p.m., deep into Glen Shiel, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror for the first time in over an hour. A single vehicle, far back but steady, keeping exact pace with me. I didn't think much of it at first, maybe another traveler heading the same way. But as the minutes passed, the lights never got closer or fell farther behind. They just stayed there, 2 pale orbs floating in the blackness, matching every turn I made. The road narrowed even more, climbing into a mountain pass with sheer drops on one side and rock faces on the other. I slowed down for a sharp bend, and the vehicle behind did the same. When I sped up a little to test it, the lights sped up too. My stomach started to knot. I told myself it was coincidence that they were just being cautious in the bad weather. But the feeling of being watched grew heavier with every mile. Then the headlights turned off. 1 second they were there, the next gone. I glanced in the mirror, expecting to see them reappear farther back, but there was only darkness. I felt a rush of relief, thinking they'd turned off onto some hidden side road. I kept driving, gripping the wheel tighter, trying to focus on the faint white lines in the center of the road. About 10 minutes later, the headlights came back, but much closer, way too close. They filled my entire rearview mirror, high beams blazing straight into my eyes. I flinched, blinded for a second, and the car swerved slightly before I corrected it. The vehicle was right on my tail now, inches away, a large dark shape I couldn't make out through the rain. I sped up, heart racing, but it stayed glued to me. Every time I accelerated, it matched me perfectly. I started looking frantically for a passing place or somewhere to pull over, but the road was too narrow, cliffs on both sides. There was nowhere to go. I flashed my brake lights, waved my hand out the window, anything to signal them to back off, but they didn't. Instead, they flashed their high beams over and over, rapid and aggressive, like they were trying to force me to stop. Panic set in. I was completely alone, no signal, no other cars for hours. I remembered reading stories about people being run off remote roads in the Highlands, robberies, or worse. My mind raced through every horror story I'd ever heard. I pushed the little Fiat as fast as it would go on that wet, twisting roads 70, 80 miles per hour in places where I shouldn't have been going half that. I saw it clearly for the first time as it drew alongside an old black Land Rover, mud-splattered, no plates visible in the dark. The driver's window was down despite the pouring rain, and the man inside leaned out slightly. He was middle-aged, gaunt, with pale skin and dark hair plastered to his forehead. He didn't look angry or hurried, he just stared straight at me, unblinking with this calm, almost curious expression. His eyes locked on mine for what felt like forever as we sped side by side on that narrow road with a drop-off inches away. I screamed and jerked the wheel away from him, nearly hitting the rock wall. He slowed instantly and dropped back behind me, headlights filling my mirror again. I was shaking so hard I could barely keep the car straight. Tears blurred my vision worse than the rain. I kept driving, praying for a town, a house, anything. After what felt like hours, but was probably 20 minutes, I saw faint lights ahead, a tiny cluster of buildings, maybe a hamlet. I floored it toward them. As I approached, I realized it was just an old inn with a car park, windows glowing warmly. I pulled in fast, tires screeching on wet gravel, and parked right under the outside light near the entrance. The Land Rover slowed as it passed the turnoff, headlights sweeping across the lot, lingering on my car for a long moment. Then it continued down the road and disappeared into the darkness. I sat there for a full 5 minutes, engine running, too terrified to move. Finally, I ran inside the inn, soaked and sobbing, and told the barman what happened. He and a couple of locals listened, faces serious. One of them, an older man, said quietly, "That stretch of road, people see things. Sometimes it's just a local with road rage, but sometimes..." He trailed off. They let me stay in the lounge until closing, brought me tea, and one of them followed me in his car all the way to Portree to make sure I got there safe. I reported it to the police the next day. They took the details, said they'd patrol the area, but there wasn't much to go on. No plate, vague description. Nothing ever came of it, but that wasn't the end. A week after I got home to London, I started getting silent phone calls, always at night, always from withheld numbers. I'd pick up and hear nothing but faint breathing, then the line would go dead. It happened a dozen times over 2 weeks. Then small things. I'd come home to find my mailbox open, even though I always locked it. Once, my doormat was moved slightly. I installed a Ring camera. One night, the camera notified me of motion at 3 a.m. The footage showed a tall figure in a dark coat standing across the street, just out of the light, staring up at my flat for almost 10 minutes. The face was shadowed, but the build looked familiar. He never moved closer, just stood there, perfectly still in the rain, before walking away. The calls stopped after that. The figure never came back. But I still check my locks 3 times every night. I still scan rear-view mirrors on long drives. And I've never gone back to the Highlands alone. Some people say it was just a creepy local playing games. Others say those empty roads attract strangers who shouldn't be there. I don't know what he wanted or how he found me again hundreds of miles away. All I know is that on that desolate road in the Scottish Highlands, I came closer than I ever want to again to disappearing forever. If you're planning a solo road trip through remote places, don't. Some stretches of road are too empty for a reason. And sometimes the person behind you isn't going the same way, they're coming for you. True Scary Stories, Part 2, The Stalker. Returned to my hometown in England, and turned my life into a living nightmare. Terrifying continuation of the Scottish Highlands. Road chase that never truly ended. My name is Lauren, and if you've heard the first part of my story, you know how close I came to something unthinkable on that rainy night in the Scottish Highlands back in 2017. That black Land Rover tailing me for miles. The gaunt man staring at me without blinking as he tried to run me off the road. The way he slowed down outside that remote inn like he was memorizing my car. And then, weeks later in London, the silent phone calls, the moved doormat, and that chilling Ring camera footage of a tall figure standing across the street in the rain, watching my flat for minutes on end. The call stopped after that night. The figure never reappeared. I told myself it was over. I changed my number, added extra locks, started parking in secure garages. Life slowly went back to normal, or as normal as it could after something like that, but it wasn't over, not even close. It started again in the spring of 2018, about 6 months after the Highlands incident. I'd moved flats within London to a quieter area in Camden. A second-floor place in a converted Victorian house with a shared entrance and a small balcony overlooking a side street. I thought a new neighborhood would help shake the lingering paranoia. For a while it did. I got a promotion at my marketing job, started dating again casually. Even took a few weekend trips with friends, always in groups, always on busy routes. I avoided solo drives entirely, especially at night. The first new sign was subtle. One morning in April, I walked out to my car and noticed a small scratch down the driver's side door thin. Deliberate, like someone had dragged a key along the paint in one slow motion. It wasn't there the night before. I was sure of it. I checked my dashcam footage, nothing unusual, just neighbors coming and going. I reported it to the police anyway, mentioning my previous experience, but without solid evidence. It was just vandalism in a big city. They logged it, and that was that. Then came the notes. The first one appeared tucked under my windshield wiper a week later. A plain white scrap of paper with block letters written in black ink. I see you still drive alone sometimes. My blood went cold. The handwriting wasn't fancy, just careful and neat. I looked around the street, no one. I kept that note in a plastic bag and took it straight to the police station. They took it seriously this time, especially when I connected it to the Highlands report. They increased patrols around my area, suggested I vary my routines. I started working from home more, taking Ubers instead of driving. But the notes kept coming. Always on my car, always when it was parked on the street overnight. Never caught on camera. You can't hide forever. I stopped parking on the street altogether, paying for a spot in an underground garage 2 blocks away. The notes stopped for 2 weeks. Then they moved to my mailbox. I'd come home from work and find an envelope inside. No stamp, no address, just my first name scrawled on the front. Inside, Polaroid photos. The first was a blurry shot of me walking into my office building, taken from across the street. The next, me sitting in a cafe with a friend, laughing taken through the window. Another, me on the tube platform, earbuds in, oblivious. Always from a distance. Always when I thought I was safe in the city crowd. The photos were recent. I recognized the outfits. I was unraveling. I barely slept, jumping at every noise. My friends noticed I looked exhausted, distracted. I finally told my closest friend Sarah everything. She stayed over a few nights, helped me install more cameras. One on the balcony, one in the hallway outside my door, with landlord permission. We reported every photo to the police. They opened a full stocking case, dusted for prints, nothing. No DNA, no fibers. The paper and envelopes were generic, bought anywhere. Summer came and things escalated. One humid night in July, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of faint scratching at my front door. Not knocking scratching, slow and rhythmic, like fingernails dragging down the wood. I froze in bed, heart pounding so loud I was sure whoever was out there could hear it. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 999, and crept to the peephole. The hallway light was on a motion sensor. It hadn't triggered. The scratching stopped. I waited 10 minutes, then 20. Nothing. In the morning, there were fresh gouges in the paint outside my door. 4 parallel lines about shoulder height. The balcony camera caught something that night. At 3:07 a.m., a tall figure in a dark hooded coat climbed the fire escape from the alley below impossible without making noise. But he moved silently. He stood on my tiny balcony for almost 15 minutes, face hidden in shadow, just staring through the glass doors into my living room. Then he climbed back down the same way and vanished into the darkness. The footage was crystal clear on the build and height same as the ring clip from months earlier. Same deliberate stillness. Police reviewed it, issued warnings, canvassed the neighborhood. No one saw anything. They suggested I move again, maybe leave London for a while. I took their advice and went to stay with my parents in a small town outside Manchester for a month. I thought distance would break whatever this was. It didn't. 2 weeks into my stay, My mum found a note on the family car in their driveway. Nice to see the family. A photo was attached to me hugging my parents on their front step, taken the day I arrived. My parents were terrified. Dad installed floodlights and a full security system. We all varied routines, traveled together. For 3 weeks nothing. I returned to London in September, to a new flat this time, a high-rise with 24-hour concierge and keycard access only. I thought security would finally end it. I even started therapy, trying to convince myself the stalker had lost interest. Then, on a cold November evening, I came home late from a work event. The concierge buzzed me in as usual, smiling and saying goodnight. I took the elevator to the 12th floor, walked down the carpeted hallway to my door. My key was in the lock when I noticed something off. The door was already cracked open, just an inch. I backed away slowly, heart slamming against my ribs. I called the police from the hallway, whispering what I saw. They arrived in minutes, cleared the flat empty, but someone had been inside. Drawers pulled open, clothes rifled through, nothing stolen. On my kitchen counter, a single Polaroid of me sleeping in my bed, taken from the foot of it. Timestamp on the photo, 2 nights earlier. How? The building had cameras everywhere. Keycard logs. Police pulled the footage. It showed me leaving for work that morning, and no one else entering or exiting my flat. But at 2 a.m. the night the photo was taken, the hallway camera glitched for exactly 7 minutes static, then back to normal. Maintenance swore it was impossible. The system was brand new. That was the breaking point. I quit my job, packed what I could, and moved across the country to a tiny coastal town in Cornwall, somewhere remote, somewhere he'd never think to look. I changed my name legally, cut contact with most friends, deleted all social media. I got a cash job at a cafe, paid rent in cash, lived quietly. It's been over 7 years now. No notes, no photos, no figures in the dark. I still check locks obsessively. I still scan every car behind me on the rare drives I take. I've never told anyone here my real story. But sometimes, late at night when the wind howls off the sea, I swear I hear faint scratching at the door. And I wonder if he's patient enough to wait forever. If you've ever been followed, ever felt that prickle on the back of your neck, trust it. Change everything. Because some strangers don't just pass through your life, they decide to stay. And once they do, there's no road far enough to escape them. True Scary Stories. Part 3. The final confrontation with my stalker in the remote Cornish coast. Chilling conclusion to the terrifying true story that haunted me for years. My name is Lauren, or at least, that's the name I used before everything fell apart completely. If you followed the first 2 parts of my story, you know how it started on that rain-soaked night in the Scottish Highlands in 2017, with the black Land Rover tailing me relentlessly, the gaunt man staring without blinking as he tried to force me off the road. Then how it followed me back to England, escalating into silent calls, scratched doors, Polaroid photos of me taken in secret, and finally that horrifying break-in where he photographed me sleeping in my own bed. I fled London, changed my name legally to something generic and forgettable, Emma Clark, cut all ties, deleted every trace of my old life online, and settled in a tiny fishing village on the rugged Cornish coast in 2019. I thought the isolation would protect me. The crashing waves, the narrow cliff paths, the small community where everyone knows everyone. I figured no stranger could blend in here without being noticed. For 7 years, it worked. Or so I believed. I rented a small stone cottage on the outskirts of the village, perched on a hill overlooking the Atlantic. No close neighbors, just sheep fields and the endless sea. I worked cash in hand at a seaside cafe during tourist season, kept to myself the rest of the year. I walked to the coastal paths every day, rain or shine, letting the salt wind scour away the memories. Therapy helped a little. I saw a counselor in Truro once a month, driving the winding roads with one eye always on the rearview mirror. I installed security cameras again, motion lights, reinforced locks. I even got a dog, a sturdy black Labrador named Shadow, who slept at the foot of my bed and barked at anything that moved in the night. Life felt almost peaceful. I made a few cautious friends locals who didn't pry into my past. I dated once, briefly, a fisherman named Tom who was kind and uncomplicated, but I ended it when the old paranoia crept back. Nightmares still came, the high beams blinding me, the scratching at the door, that pale face in the rain. But they faded over time. By 2025, I was starting to believe I'd escaped. I even thought about traveling again, maybe a group tour somewhere safe. Then, in the autumn of 2025, the signs started again small, almost dismissible, but I knew better than to ignore them. It began with footprints. One morning after a storm, I walked shadow along the cliff path near my cottage. The ground was soft mud, churned up by the wind and rain. There, leading from the main trail down a rarely used sheep track toward my back garden, were fresh boot prints. Large, deep-treaded, like work boots. They stopped at the stone wall separating my property from the moor, then turned back the way they came. No prints inside my garden. He'd stopped just short. Shadow growled low at the spot, hackles raised, sniffing intensely. I took photos, heart racing, but told myself it could be a hiker who got lost in the fog. Cornwall's paths are public. People wander. A week later, my motion light at the back door triggered 3 nights in a row around 2 a.m. The camera footage showed nothing, just swaying branches from the wind, or once a fox darting across the frame, but the timing felt deliberate. I started sleeping with the lights on, shadow chained by the bedroom door. Then came the gifts. The first was left on my front doorstep one foggy morning, a single white heather flower tied with black twine. White heather is rare in Cornwall, considered lucky by some, but in my mind it screamed Scotland, the Highlands, where it all began. I burned it in the sink, hands shaking. 2 days later, a small smooth stone, the kind you find on Highland beaches, placed neatly on my windowsill outside. No footprints this time. The ground was dry. I installed more cameras, covering every angle. Nothing caught him. By November, the village was quiet, tourists gone, days short and dark. Storms battered the coast nightly, waves crashing like thunder against the rocks below my cottage. One evening, I came home from a shift at the cafe to find my front door unlocked. Not forced, just unlocked. I always double-check it. I'm obsessive about that. Inside, everything looked normal at first glance. But in the kitchen, on the table where I eat alone every night, was a Polaroid photo, me serving coffee that afternoon, taken from outside the cafe window. On the back, in that same neat block handwriting, "You look happier here." I called the police immediately. Local officers came, searched the cottage and surrounding area. Nothing. They reviewed my cameras. At 4:17 p.m., while I was still at work, every feed glitched for exactly 12 minutes. Static snow, then back to normal. The tech guy said it looked like deliberate interference, maybe a jammer. They took the photo, dusted for prints clean. They advised me to leave, stay with someone, but I had no one close enough. Instead, they increased drive-bys and gave me a direct number. The escalation came fast after that. Silent phone calls started on the landline I kept for emergencies, withheld number, just breathing, then hang up. My mobile stayed silent. I changed it too many times. Shadow became restless, pacing the cottage at night, whining at the windows. One storm-lashed night in December, he bolted upright at 3 a.m., barking furiously at the back door. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept under the bed and checked the camera. A tall figure in a dark coat, hood up, standing motionless at the edge of the garden light's reach, face in complete shadow. He didn't move for 5 full minutes, just stood there as rain poured down. Then he raised one hand slowly, a wave, almost friendly, before stepping back into the darkness. Police arrived in 20 minutes, searched with flashlights and dogs' footprints leading to the cliff edge, then nothing. Like he'd vanished over the side. But the cliffs there are sheer, 200 feet down to jagged rocks and pounding surf. Nobody ever washed up. Christmas passed in a blur of anxiety. I'd barely left the cottage, stocked up on groceries, kept the curtains drawn. New Year's Eve 2025, the village had fireworks down by the harbor, but I stayed home with Shadow, lights off, listening to the wind howl. That's when he came inside. I woke around 1 a.m. to silence, too much silence. The storm had paused, no rain on the roof, no wind. Shadow wasn't in the room. He usually slept on the rug. I called his name softly, no response. Panic rising, I grabbed the bat and flashlight, crept down the hallway. The living room light was on. I'd turned it off before bed. Shadow was sitting in the middle of the floor, staring at the armchair in the corner. His tail thumped once, weakly, like he was confused. The man was sitting there, gaunt, pale, dark hair longer now, but still plastered flat. Same unblinking eyes from that night on the road 8 years earlier. He wore a soaked black coat, dripping on my rug. In his lap, a stack of Polaroids, hundreds maybe, chronicling my life since Cornwall, walking the cliffs, at the cafe, sleeping through windows. He looked older, thinner, but calm, almost serene. I froze in the doorway, bat raised. "How did you get in?" My voice cracked. He smiled faintly, the first expression I'd ever seen on his face. Doors don't matter when you're patient. Shadow didn't bark. He just sat there, head tilted, like he knew him. I backed toward the phone, but he raised a hand gently. Don't, I just want to talk. I didn't scream couldn't. Police were too far. It would take time. What do you want from me? He tilted his head. You, from the moment I saw you on that road. Alone, brave, driving through the storm like you owned the dark. I followed to protect you, but you ran. Protect me? The notes, the photos, the break-ins, protection, my mind reeled. He stood slowly, towering even seated. I've waited, watched you heal. Now it's time. I swung the bat wildly as he stepped closer. It connected with his arm solid, no reaction. He grabbed it mid-swing, gentle but unbreakable, and pulled me close. His breath was cold. Come with me willingly, or I'd take you anyway. Shadow finally growled then, low and uncertain, but didn't attack. That's when the knock came loud, urgent. Police! Doing a welfare check after I'd missed calling him. He froze, eyes narrowing. The knock turned to pounding. Police! Open up! He released me, stepped back into the shadows of the hallway. Not tonight, he whispered. Then he was gone, back door open to the storm that had restarted, footprints already washing away. Police found nothing but the photos and wet patches on the floor. They believed me this time fully. They moved me to a safe house inland that night, started a nationwide manhunt. Facial composites from my description, checks on black Land Rovers, everything. But he vanished again. It's January 2026 now. I'm in witness protection. New name, new city, somewhere urban and crowded this time. Shadow's with me, still wary. The police say they have leads, but I know better. Because last week, a single white heather flower appeared on my new doorstep. No footprints. No camera glitch. He's patient. He always has been. And I know now, he'll never stop. Some obsessions don't end with confrontation. They just wait for the next storm. If a stranger ever locks eyes with you on a lonely road, drive faster. Change everything. Because once they decide you're theirs, there's no final part. The story never ends. It just follows you forever. True scary stories, the lost pilgrimage through Shadowmere Forest. A real paranormal nightmare beneath the American twilight. I arrived at the edge of Shadowmere Forest on the last day of September. The sun dying early behind blood-red clouds, and an unnatural chill curling around my spine like icy fingers. I had heard rumors of this place for years, whispered in outdoor forums, warped into legends by adventure YouTubers, buried beneath layers of unverified audio logs and distorted night vision clips. Every story pointed to the same truth. Deep within the towering pines and gnarled shadows of Shadowmere, something ancient and malevolent waited. Something that shouldn't exist in the natural world. My mission was simple in theory. Document the unexplained, collect empirical audio and visual evidence, and return with a first-hand account of an encounter beyond the veil of normalcy. I knew I was entering a wilderness that defied logic, a place where time warped. Signals died, and countless explorers vanished without trace for decades. The forest road into Shadowmere was little more than gravel and mud, flanked by scrub growth, and trees so dense the sun only perforated the canopy in ghostly beams. When I parked my truck at the trailhead, the temperature read 54 degrees Fahrenheit, but the air felt colder, like inhaling the breath of centuries-old stone. I checked my gear, dual-lens 4K camera with infrared and thermal capability, high-sensitivity audio recorder, backup batteries, emergency satellite beacon, compass, and 12 days of rations. My GPS flickered erratically with zero usable signal, a precursor of what was to come. I stepped onto the trail at precisely 8:02 a.m., capturing time-stamped footage as I walked. The first few miles were unremarkable. Songbirds chirping, distant sounds of unseen wildlife, and the subtle rustle of wind. But as I ventured deeper, the forest grew strangely still. Not quiet, exactly, just watched. Leaves hung motionless. The air felt weighty. My camera's audio picked up something I couldn't hear with my own ears. A low, rhythmic thrum, like distant drummers beating a mournful cadence beneath the soil. By late afternoon, I reached an overgrown sign barely standing among twisting vines. Shadowmere Sanctuary, official research grounds, closed. It was clearly old, and yet the word sanctuary seemed freshly etched, as though someone had returned to reinforce the warning. I continued beyond the sign, following a shallow creek that cut through the heart of the forest. The water was clear, but strangely cold, colder than autumn air, as though it carried an unnatural chill. The forest floor here was carpeted with moss, dead leaves, and decaying wood, all soaking up every footstep with a muffled silence that made each breath thunder in my ears. By sunset, I found a suitable camping spot near a cluster of massive oak trees. The dying light warped the shadows into grotesque shapes, limbs twisting like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. I set up my shelter quickly, kept low profile, and began reviewing footage. As I replayed audio, something struck me, a voice, faint and almost beneath the ambient noise, whispering something unintelligible. It repeated over and over in the static, here, beneath, never leave. I chalked it up to interference, psychological expectation, or auditory pareidolia, until night fell. Night in Shadowmere was unlike any other wilderness I had documented. Darkness here was a tangible presence, thick and suffocating, pressing against my eyelids when I turned off my headlamp. I activated my night vision camera and audio recorder and stepped outside the tent. The forest felt alive in its silent watchfulness, as though the trees themselves breathed a quiet warning. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching through the leaf litter around my campsite. I clicked on the thermal camera and instantly saw heat signatures. 3 figures, tall and thin, their bodies radiating a cold, dull blue instead of warm yellow or red. They circled my position like predators studying prey, their outlines blurred, features indistinct. My breath frozen, I whispered into the recorder with trembling urgency. I'm at the campsite in Shadowmere Forest. 3 entities approaching, thermal signatures unusual. Do not know if they are human, they make no sound, just footsteps. One of the figures stepped closer, its face turning toward me. I tore my gaze to the camera screen. What I saw defied belief. No eyes, no mouth, just a smooth, chalk-white surface where facial features should be. Its body was humanoid but lanky, unnaturally elongated limbs that bent at impossible angles. It raised what might have been a hand, not waving, just gesturing, come with us. Then, without a sound, the other 2 figures slipped into the trees, disappearing without rustle or break of foliage. The one that remained tilted its head slowly, as if studying the weight of my fear. Then it spoke, not audible, not in any sound I could hear, but inside my mind, with voices layered one over another. Follow the path beneath the roots, find the black water. Join the keepers. I stumbled backward, fumbling for my flashlight. The beam revealed nothing but stillness. No entity, no footprints, no trace of their passage. But the pressure behind my skull remained, the whispered message replaying over and over in my thoughts. I didn't sleep, but I did record temperature fluctuations. Whispering static that grew stronger as the night deepened, and once, a soft, almost melodious voice singing a lullaby that ended abruptly with a scream cut short. By dawn I was shaken and exhausted. I packed up quickly and continued following the creek inland, guided by a deep sense of unease rather than logic. The deeper I went, the stranger the forest became. Trees grew twisted like spirals, roots arched above ground forming archways that seemed to pulse with dark energy. My GPS remained useless. Compass spun erratically, refusing to point north. Just after midday I stumbled upon a clearing. At its center lay a perfectly still pool of water the color of ink. I approached cautiously, drawn by both curiosity and dread. The surface was mirror black, reflecting nothing, not sky, not trees, not me. I sensed movement behind me. I turned slowly, camera raised. There, lining the edge of the clearing like silent sentinels, stood dozens of figures, pale, elongated, featureless faces turned toward me. They watched with invisible eyes, crowding slowly inward. My skin crawled. My legs refused to obey any command to retreat. From the pool came a whisper, low and resonant, echoing through my very bones. Become one with the water. Leave the forest no more. My recorder blared with overlapping voices now, rising in pitch and intensity until I couldn't distinguish individual words. I screamed into the night, a raw, primal sound ripping from my chest. I turned and ran, sprinting back the way I came, driven by terror and a desperate will to survive. Branches clawed at my clothes, roots snagged my boots, and still the forest seemed to rearrange itself, twisting the trail into unfamiliar shapes. Hours passed in frantic flight, the sun dipping lower, bleeding red into the sky. Just when exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me, I burst back onto the familiar gravel of the forest road. I kept running until the headlights of my truck glowed against the last light of dusk. I collapsed behind the wheel, trembling uncontrollably. My recorder was still running, capturing the totality of the horror. Whispers, footsteps, breathless screams, and that final cacophony of voices. Once I escaped Shadowmere Forest, I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town several miles away, broadcasting a distress call through satellite beacon. Rescue personnel confirmed that Shadowmere was notorious, missing person reports dating back 40 years, countless expeditions that never returned, audio tapes and footage with anomalies too disturbing to publish or verify publicly. Now, every night before I sleep, I hear those whispers in my dreams, beckoning from unseen places beneath the roots and trees, calling me back to the black water. The days after my escape from Shadowmere Forest were a haze of disbelief, panic, and obsession. I returned to my small Ohio apartment with my equipment, determined to review every frame, every whisper, every anomaly captured in the darkness of the forest. But what I found only deepened my fear. The recordings weren't just strange, they were alive. Voices overlapped in the background, moving and shifting even when the footage played backward or on slow motion. Shadows flickered where none should exist, and in one sequence, the elongated, faceless figure from the clearing appeared standing directly behind me in the tent, though the camera had never pointed in that direction. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in the forest. The black water calling me, the whispers echoing in my head. My dreams became indistinguishable from memory, the figures walking silently at the edge of my vision, beckoning. I realized then that I hadn't left Shadowmere, at least not entirely. A part of me had stayed, trapped beneath the forest's ancient canopy, drawn toward the black water where the forgotten keepers waited. Unable to resist, I began planning a return. I studied maps, old research papers, and urban legends, piecing together clues left by previous hikers, adventurers, and YouTube explorers who vanished without a trace. Every thread pointed to a pattern. The forest wasn't just haunted, it was alive. The black water pool at the center of the clearing was a portal of some kind, a liminal space where time and reality bent. And the keepers, the pale, faceless figures, were guardians of that threshold. I returned to West Virginia in early October, the leaves turning to fire along the Appalachian ridges, the air thick with damp and decay. I parked at the trailhead again, but this time I carried more than cameras and recorders. I had prepared talismans and old survival charms, rumored to protect against malevolent spirits. I stepped onto the trail with a trembling mixture of fear and resolve. The forest had changed. Shadows were longer, thicker, almost viscous. The low hum that had first greeted me now pulsed like a heartbeat beneath the soil. As I progressed, I found new footprints, impossible shapes, unlike any human or animal, leading deeper into the overgrowth, and I felt the air itself pressing against my chest. I knew the keepers were aware of my return. After hours of walking, I arrived at the clearing with the black water pool. It was darker than night, an abyss reflecting nothing. I could hear whispers on the wind, calling my name, urging me to step closer. I raised my thermal camera, scanning the perimeter. Figures materialized from the shadows, more than I had ever seen. Some crouched on tree branches, others slipped silently through the roots. They did not speak. Their faceless visages radiated a cold, unnatural intelligence. I stepped toward the water despite every instinct screaming at me to flee. The temperature dropped rapidly, my breath visible in long, misty plumes. A single figure detached itself from the shadows, taller than the rest, its form flickering like it existed in multiple dimensions at once. Its presence pressed against my mind, filling it with images of those who had disappeared. Hikers, campers, explorers, all drawn to the black water, all becoming part of the forest. I could feel my own mind bending under the weight of its gaze. Thoughts and memories that weren't mine intruded, flashes of other lives trapped in the forest, screaming silently beneath the canopy. I realized then that the black water was not just a pool. It was a mirror, a threshold, a trap that absorbed the soul, the essence of anyone foolish enough to enter its domain. I almost stepped into the water. My body moved involuntarily, drawn forward, but instinct kicked in. I tore my gaze away and ran. Branches clawed at me, roots tried to hold my feet, the forest itself resisting my escape. The whispers became screams, overlapping, discordant, omnipresent. Behind me, I glimpsed the keepers moving in impossible ways, gliding over trees, their forms blurring in the night vision footage. I made it back to the trailhead at first light, collapsing against my truck, gasping, trembling uncontrollably. My recorder was still running. It had captured everything. I later analyzed the footage frame by frame. In one shot, I could see my own reflection in the black water, but my eyes were hollow, my mouth open in a silent scream. Even though I had not yet approached the pool, the keepers surrounded me, just beyond the lens, always just out of reach. I left Shadowmere Forest again, and this time I do not plan to return. But I know, and the footage proves it, that part of me remains tethered to the black water, bound to the forest and the keepers. I am haunted, not by spirits, but by the forest itself. It watches, it waits, and it remembers. Months had passed since my second encounter with Shadowmere Forest, but the forest had not left me. The whispers persisted not only in my dreams, but in waking moments. Soft murmurs carried through the wind. When I walked alone, faint static voices on every electronic device. I touched shadows, flitting in the corners of rooms where no light existed. My footage and recordings had been reviewed, enhanced, and analyzed, yet no logical explanation could account for what I experienced. The keepers, the black water, the forest itself, they were alive, sentient, and aware of me. I knew that if I ever wanted closure, I had to confront the source directly. The black water pool at the heart of Shadowmere. I returned to West Virginia in early December, when the trees were bare and the air bitterly cold, the forest cloaked in early frost. I came prepared not just with cameras and recorders, but with talismans of old Appalachian lore, protective charms passed down through whispered family legends, along with salt and iron, and a notebook filled with protective incantations I had painstakingly compiled from obscure sources. The trailhead greeted me with an unnatural silence, heavier than I had ever experienced. Even the birds seemed to have vanished. As I stepped onto the path, I felt it immediately. The forest recognized me. The air was thicker, every breath a struggle. My flashlight and cameras flickered as I moved deeper, shadows stretching and twisting unnaturally across the ground. Hours later, I arrived at the clearing. The black water pool shimmered faintly, dark as oil, reflecting no light, no sky, no trees. Figures were there immediately. Dozens of them, faceless, pale, elongated, hovering just beyond the tree line. The tallest one stepped forward. I felt its presence as a pressure inside my skull, forcing thoughts not my own into my mind. Images of previous explorers, twisted and contorted, sinking into the black water, their screams silent, trapped forever. I set my protective circle with salt around myself and spoke aloud the incantations, my voice trembling, echoing through the trees. The tallest keeper stopped, its head tilting as though curious. The whispers intensified, voices overlapping, pleading, threatening, commanding. I felt my body faltering under their mental assault, every muscle screaming to collapse, but I stood firm, forcing myself to focus. Then, something miraculous happened. A low hum emerged from the black water itself, harmonizing with the forest's pulse. The water began to ripple, forming concentric rings outward, as though responding to my voice. The keepers recoiled slightly, their featureless faces twitching in unison, revealing hints of something almost human beneath. I realized the black water was not merely a trap. It was a sentient mirror of consciousness, a gate between worlds, a test. I knew my only chance was to finish the ritual. I spoke the final words from my notebook, calling on the protective forces of Appalachian lore, invoking the boundary between life and forest, human and entity. The ground trembled beneath me, frost cracking with the hum of unseen energy. The keepers shrieked, a sound that vibrated directly into my bones. Shadows lashed out, but the salt circle held. Then the black water surged upward, glowing faintly, and I saw glimpses of the trapped souls, hikers, explorers, victims, their faces pale and fearful, reaching toward the surface. The tallest keeper screamed silently, a distortion in reality itself, before being pulled back into the trees, disappearing as if sucked into the void. The pool calmed. The air cleared. I staggered away from the black water pool, my body exhausted, mind nearly broken, but alive. The forest seemed normal again. Birds sang, wind rustled through the trees, and sunlight broke through the canopy. My cameras captured every moment, the final footage of the ritual and the keeper's retreat. I left Shadowmere Forest behind for the final time. My recordings, enhanced and edited, serve as both warning and proof. The forest is alive, aware, and hungry for souls. The black water pool remains, a gateway and a prison. Its keepers silent, watching, waiting for the next pilgrim foolish enough to wander too deep. I never return at night. I never venture off the marked trail. But I hear whispers sometimes distant in the wind, a reminder. Part of me is forever tethered to Shadowmere, part of me remains where the forest bends reality, and some secrets of the black water are never meant to be fully understood. The Endless Nightmares of Hollow Ridge Manor, a terrifying true paranormal horror. Story from the remote Canadian wilderness that will haunt your dreams forever. Deep in the frozen wilderness of northern British Columbia, where the pine forests stretch for miles without a single road sign and winter nights drop to temperatures that can kill an unprepared traveler in hours, there stands an abandoned Victorian manor known to locals only as Hollow Ridge. The house was built in 1897 by a wealthy mining magnate named Elias Hawthorne, who made his fortune pulling silver from the unforgiving Canadian Rockies. But wealth couldn't save him from the tragedy that would stain the property forever, turning it into one of the most haunted locations in North America, a place where people still report unexplained screams, echoing through the trees, shadowy figures watching from upper windows, and an overwhelming sense of dread that drives even the bravest visitors away. This is the true story of what happened to Rachel Thompson, a 34-year-old wildlife photographer from Vancouver, who decided to spend a week at Hollow Ridge Manor in November 2021. Rachel had heard the rumors, online whispers on paranormal forums about cold spots, disembodied voices, and apparitions of a woman in white wandering the halls, but she dismissed them as urban legends. She was looking for solitude, a quiet place to capture the stark beauty of the snow-covered forests for her portfolio. The manor had been converted into a private rental years ago, though bookings were rare. The owner, an elderly man who lived hours away, warned her over the phone that the heat was unreliable and cell service was non-existent, but Rachel laughed it off. She'd camped in worse conditions. Rachel arrived on a gray afternoon, her SUV crunching over the long, snow-dusted gravel driveway that wound through thick evergreens. The manor loomed ahead like something out of a Gothic novel, 3 stories of weathered brick, tall, narrow windows staring like empty eyes, and a wraparound porch sagging under decades of neglect. Ivy clung to the walls in frozen clumps, and the front door creaked loudly as she pushed it open with the old brass key. Inside, the air was stale and bitterly cold, carrying the faint scent of mildew and something metallic like old blood. Dust covered every surface and the antique furniture, high-backed chairs, a grand piano in the parlor. Oil paintings of stern-faced ancestors looked as if it hadn't been touched since the turn of the century. She chose the master bedroom on the second floor for its large bay window overlooking the ridge. That first night, Rachel settled in with a fire crackling in the stone hearth downstairs, a hot cup of tea, and her laptop to edit photos. Everything felt peaceful, almost magical. The silence of the wilderness wrapped around her like a blanket. She went to bed early, exhausted from the drive, and fell into a deep sleep. But around 3 a.m., she woke abruptly to the sound of footsteps overhead. Slow, deliberate thuds crossing the attic floor directly above her room. Rachel froze under the heavy quilts, heart pounding. The house was supposed to be empty. She was the only guest. She told herself it was settling snow or animals on the roof. Maybe a raccoon or squirrel that had gotten in. But the footsteps continued, back and forth, pausing occasionally, as if someone was listening. Then came a soft scraping sound, like fingernails dragging across wood. Rachel grabbed her flashlight and crept upstairs, her breath visible in the freezing air. The attic door at the end of the hall was ajar, though she distinctly remembered closing it. She pushed it open, shining the light into the darkness. Nothing. Just dusty trunks, broken furniture, and cobwebs thick as curtains. No footprints in the dust, no sign anyone had been there. Relieved but still shaken, Rachel went back to bed, convincing herself it was her imagination playing tricks in the isolation. The next day brought more subtle disturbances. While photographing the snow-laden gardens behind the house, Rachel noticed something odd in one of her shots. A pale figure standing at an upper window, looking down at her. When she checked the actual window from outside, it was empty, the room dark. She zoomed in on the photo later. The figure appeared to be a woman in a long white dress, her face blurred but her posture rigid, arms hanging limply at her sides. Rachel felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. That evening, as she cooked dinner in the outdated kitchen, the faucets turned on by themselves, gushing icy water that overflowed the sink. She shut them off quickly, but when she turned away, they started again. This time, she heard faint whispering female voices, overlapping, too soft to make out words, but carrying a tone of deep sorrow. Rachel began researching the manor's history that night, using the weak satellite internet she'd managed to connect. What she found turned her stomach. In 1903, Elias Hawthorne's wife, Clara, had suffered a mental breakdown after losing 3 children to a diphtheria outbreak. Grief-stricken and isolated in the remote manor, Clara became convinced that dark forces were stealing children's souls in the night. She started performing strange rituals in the attic, burning herbs and drawing symbols on the floors. One winter night, in a fit of madness, Clara hanged herself from the attic beams. But before that, locals claimed she had drowned her youngest daughter in the nearby creek, believing it would protect the child from the entities she saw lurking in the shadows. The daughter's body was never found. The creek froze over too quickly. Servants fled the house and Elias abandoned it shortly after, dying alone in Vancouver years later. The stories didn't end there. Over the decades, renters and trespassers reported seeing Clara's ghost, a woman in white, searching the halls for her lost children. Some heard crying babies in empty rooms. Others experienced violent poltergeist activity, objects flying off shelves, doors slamming with force enough to crack frames. One couple in the 1980s claimed to have been scratched in their sleep, waking to find deep gashes spelling "mine" on their skin. They left the next morning and never returned. Rachel tried to rationalize it all. Old houses creak, drafts play tricks. Grief leaves emotional imprints that sensitive people pick up on. But on the third night, things escalated beyond denial. She was reading by the fire when the temperature in the parlor plummeted suddenly. Frost formed on the inside of the windows. Then the whispering returned, louder this time, coming from every direction. "Where are you?" a woman's voice pleaded. "Come back to Mama." Rachel's breath came in panicked bursts as she backed toward the stairs. In the hallway mirror, she caught a glimpse of movement behind her. A tall, pale figure in a tattered white gown, long dark hair covering its face, standing motionless at the foot of the stairs. Rachel screamed and bolted upstairs, barricading herself in the master bedroom. She didn't sleep that night. Instead, she sat with her back against the door, clutching a kitchen knife, listening to the endless pacing in the hallway outside. Knocks came from inside the walls, 3 slow raps, pause, 3 more. The door handle rattled violently, as if someone was trying to get in. At one point, the lights flickered, and Rachel swore she saw small handprints appear on the frosted window, as if children were pressing from the outside, though the drop to the ground was 30 feet. By dawn, Rachel was a wreck, eyes bloodshot, hands trembling. She packed her bags in a frenzy, determined to leave. But as she loaded her SUV, a thick fog rolled in from the ridge, so dense she couldn't see 10 feet ahead. The driveway seemed to stretch endlessly, and her GPS spun in circles, no signal. Panic rising, she drove slowly, but after what felt like hours, she found herself back at the manor's front steps. The fog had trapped her. That afternoon, desperate, Rachel explored the attic for answers. She found Clara's old journal hidden in a trunk, pages brittle with age. Entries described visions of shadow entities that whispered promises of reunion if she gave them what they wanted. The final entry dated the night of her death. "They're here now. The children are calling from the dark. I must join them." As Rachel read, the attic grew darker, though it was midday. She heard giggling childish laughter echoing from the corners. When she turned, toys she hadn't noticed before, a wooden doll, a spinning top, were moving on their own, inching across the floor toward her. Then the scratching started, frantic, from inside the walls, as if something was trying to claw its way out. Rachel fled the attic, slamming the door behind her. Downstairs, the front door wouldn't open locked from the inside, though she had the only key. Windows were frozen shut. She was trapped. That night, the worst came. Rachel woke to find herself not in her bed, but standing in the nursery on the 3rd floor, a room she avoided because of its eerie rocking crib. Small apparitions surrounded her, translucent children in old-fashioned nightgowns, faces pale and expressionless, reaching out with icy hands. Behind them stood the woman in white, Clara, her head tilted unnaturally, mouth open in a silent scream. The air filled with the overwhelming stench of decay and wet earth. Rachel blacked out. When she came to, it was morning, and she was lying in the snow outside the front door, which now stood wide open. Her camera was beside her, memory card full of photos she didn't remember taking. Images of the ghostly children staring directly into the lens. Clara's distorted face inches from the glass. Bruises ringed Rachel's arms like fingerprints, and scratches covered her back long, deliberate marks that spelled, stay. She drove away that day and never looked back. Rachel sold her photography gear, moved back to the city, and sought therapy for months. But the nightmares never stopped. She still hears the whispering in quiet moments, feels cold hands on her shoulders when alone. Locals say Hollow Ridge Manor claims those who stay too long, binding their spirits to search alongside Clara forever. If you ever hear about a remote rental in the Canadian wilderness, offering solitude and beauty, think twice. Some places aren't meant to be visited. Some echoes never stop calling your name in the dark. This is a true paranormal horror story that proves some hauntings are very, very real, and they don't let go. Terrifying haunted refugee horror story from Britain. Chilling ghosts that followed across the ocean. Real scary tales inspired by nightmares in London. In the misty outskirts of London, where the fog clings to the crumbling brick houses like a shroud, a young couple named Elias and Mara fled the horrors of their war-torn homeland in East Africa. They had crossed treacherous seas, clinging to each other and the memory of their lost daughter, Lila, who had vanished in the chaos of the journey. The British government granted them asylum, but it came with strict rules, constant check-ins, and a dilapidated house on the edge of a forgotten neighborhood. The place was assigned to them by a stern caseworker named Mr. Hargrove, who eyed them suspiciously and muttered, "We expect you to be the good ones. Integrate, or back you go." The house was a relic, its walls peeling like old skin, the floors creaking underfoot as if protesting their presence. Elias, a former teacher, tried to embrace this new life. He practiced English football chants, bought second-hand suits to blend in, and insisted Mara eat with forks and knives at the rickety kitchen table. "We must become part of this world," he'd say, his voice firm but his eyes haunted. Mara, however, clung to their past. She wore her colorful traditional dresses, cooked meals from memory, and whispered stories of their village to the empty rooms. At night, she'd finger the small beaded necklace that once belonged to Lila, tears silently falling. Their first night was uneventful, save for the distant hum of traffic and the occasional shout from neighbors who glared at them through curtains. But as days turned to weeks, strange things began. It started with whispers faint, like wind through cracks, but carrying words in their native tongue. "You owe a debt," the voices hissed. Elias dismissed it as exhaustion, but Mara knew better. In their culture, there were tales of the Shadow Eater, a spirit born from betrayal and loss, that followed the guilty across lands and seas. One evening, as rain pounded the roof like angry fists, Mara saw her first. In the corner of the living room, a shadowy figure lurked, its form twisting unnaturally, eyes glowing like embers. It reached out, and Mara screamed, dropping the pot of stew. Elias rushed in, but the figure vanished into the wall, leaving only a cold spot on the floor. "It's nothing," he said, but his hands trembled as he cleaned up. That night, dreams plagued them. Elias relived the boat crossing, the overcrowding, the storm, the screams as people fell into the dark water, Lila's small hand slipping from his grasp. He woke sweating, convinced he heard her crying from the attic. The disturbances escalated. Objects moved on their own, Lila's necklace appearing in impossible places, doors slamming shut without wind. Neighbors whispered about the cursed foreigners, avoiding eye contact. Mr. Hargrove visited, his face stern. "Any issues?" "We can't have complaints," Elias lied, smiling through gritted teeth. But Mara confided in a whisper. "Something followed us here." Hargrove laughed it off. "New country jitters. Assimilate." But the Shadow Eater grew bolder. One afternoon, while Elias was out job hunting, Mara heard footsteps upstairs. She climbed the stairs, heart pounding, and entered the spare room they'd hoped to turn into a nursery. There in the dim light stood Lila, or what looked like her. The girl's skin was ashen, her eyes hollow, water dripping from her clothes as if she'd just been pulled from the sea. "Mama, why did you let him take me?" the apparition whispered. Mara reached out, but the figure dissolved into mist, revealing a man behind it, a tall, gaunt stranger with a twisted smile. "The debt must be paid," he growled, his voice echoing like thunder. Mara fled downstairs, locking herself in the bathroom. When Elias returned, she was catatonic, rocking back and forth. He shook her gently. What happened? She murmured about the spirit, the apith-like entity from folklore that demanded repayment for stolen lives. Elias's face paled. He hadn't told her the full truth. During the escape, in the chaos of the refugee camp, he'd claimed Lila as their own to board the boat. She wasn't theirs biologically, but a child they'd found alone. Her real mother had been left behind in the gunfire. We saved her, he insisted, but doubt gnawed at him. Was this the debt? Desperate, Elias burned their few mementos from Homa, a photo album, traditional cloths in the backyard fire pit. Smoke billowed, and for a moment, peace settled. But that night, the entity returned with vengeance. Walls bled dark liquid, shadows clawed at the bedsheets. Elias saw the gaunt man in the mirror, mimicking his movements, then lunging through the glass. He smashed the mirror, cutting his hands, but the laughter echoed. Mara, in the kitchen, felt hands around her neck, invisible but strong. Repay with blood, the voice demanded. They couldn't leave. The asylum rules bound them to the house. Elias pleaded with Hargrove for relocation, claiming rats and mold, but the man inspected and found nothing. You're imagining things. Fix it up, or risk deportation. Alone again, the couple argued. Mara wanted to perform a ritual from their village offerings to appease the spirit. Elias refused, clinging to rationality. But as the entity possessed the house, driving them to madness, Elias collapsed. Visions of the real mother's accusing eyes flashing. Mara escaped the house briefly, wandering the streets. But London twisted into memories of their village gunfire, screams, the bus where Elias had grabbed Lila. She realized the truth. In their desperation, they'd stolen a life, not theirs. Back home, Elias confronted the entity alone. Take me instead, he begged. The gaunt man emerged, offering Lila's return for his soul. Elias almost accepted, but Mara intervened, slitting the shadow's throat with a kitchen knife blessed in salt water, a makeshift ritual. The house fell silent. Hargrove returned, finding it repaired, the couple calm. We've made peace with our ghosts, Elias said. They stayed, living with the echoes of their past, knowing the Shadow Eater watched, but contained. Yet at night, whispers lingered, a reminder that some debts never fully pay. Terrifying ancient Norse entity horror story from Norway. The relentless creature that feeds on unresolved grief, chilling true inspired survival terror deep in the Scandinavian wilderness. In the remote, unforgiving wilderness of northern Norway, where the ancient fjords cut through jagged mountains, and endless forests of pine and birch stretch like a dark sea under the weak Arctic sun, 5 old friends from Oslo decided to take a hiking trip to honor their 6th. His name had been Eric. Tall, laughing Eric. The one who always led the way on their adventures. The one who had taken his own life 2 years earlier, after a spiral of depression no one saw coming. The group. Lars, the practical engineer who organized everything. Hannah, the quiet artist who had once dated Eric. Victor, the loud gym teacher who masked his pain with jokes. Sophia, the nurse who felt guilty for not noticing Eric's cries for help. And Magnus, Eric's childhood best friend, who carried the heaviest silence, believed the trek would be healing. They chose the remote trail through the Everdividal National Park, a place Eric had always talked about, far from tourists. Deep in untouched forest where the Sami people once told stories of forgotten gods. They set out in early autumn, when the leaves were turning blood red and gold, the air crisp enough to bite the lungs. Their packs were heavy with tents, dried food, maps, and a small bottle of aquavit to toast Eric at the highest point. The first day was almost peaceful. They hiked along a rushing river, the water so clear it reflected the gray sky like a mirror. Birds called overhead, and the only sounds were their boots on the mossy path and the occasional burst of laughter as Victor retold old stories about Eric's terrible singing voice. Lars checked the GPS constantly, assuring everyone they were en route. We'll make camp by the lake tonight, he said, his voice steady, the way it always was. But as the afternoon wore on, the forest grew denser. The trees crowded closer, their trunks thick and ancient. Bark scarred with strange markings that looked almost deliberate, deep gouges and patterns that twisted like runes. Hannah stopped to sketch one, her pencil scratching softly. These aren't natural, she murmured. They look old. Victor laughed it off. Probably bears. Or drunk teenagers with axes. But Magnus stared longer than the others, a chill settling in his chest. He remembered Eric talking about Sami legends once. Drunk around a campfire, stories of a creature that lived in the deep woods. Something that wasn't animal or god but both. Something that punished those who carried guilt. That night, they pitched their tents beside a small, mirror-still lake surrounded by towering pines. The sky was clear, stars sharp and cold. They built a fire, passed the aquavit, and spoke Eric's name into the flames. Sophia cried quietly. Magnus told the story of how Eric had saved him from drowning when they were 12. For a moment it felt right like closure. But as the fire died down and they crawled into their tents, the forest went unnaturally silent. No insects, no owls, no wind. Just heavy, waiting quiet. Lars woke first in the early hours, needing to relieve himself. He stepped out of his tent, flashlight in hand, and froze. In the distance, between the trees, he saw a shape. Tall, impossibly tall, hunched and antlered like a stag, but wrong, too broad, too still. Its head turned toward him slowly, and even from 50 meters away, he felt its gaze like ice water poured down his spine. He stumbled back into the tent, heart hammering, telling himself it was a moose. Just a moose. But when he looked again, it was gone. The next morning they broke camp and continued deeper. The trail began to fade. Lars's GPS flickered, then lost signal entirely. Atmospheric interference, he muttered, but his voice lacked conviction. The forest seemed to close behind them, paths disappearing under moss and fallen branches. They found more markings on the trees, deeper now, fresher, as if something large had clawed them recently. Hannah's sketches grew frantic. She drew the shapes over and over, her hands shaking. "They're the same pattern," she whispered. Like a warning, by midday the unease turned to fear. Victor, scouting ahead, came running back pale as snow. "There's something up there," he gasped. "A clearing. With bodies." They followed him cautiously. In a small open space ringed by ancient oaks, they found the remains of animals. Deer, foxes, even a bear gutted. And arranged in a perfect circle, their rib cages open like flowers, hearts missing. The smell was coppery and thick. Flies swarmed despite the cold. Sophia gagged and turned away. Magnus knelt, touching the ground. The earth was disturbed, as if something huge had knelt there recently. "This isn't poachers," he said quietly. "This is ritual." They decided to turn back, but the way they'd come looked different. The river was gone. The hills had shifted. Panic crept in slowly, like frost. They argued, Victor shouting that Lars had led them wrong, Sophia pleading for calm, Hannah retreating into silence. As dusk fell, they found an old Sami-style shelter, a dilapidated goatee, half collapsed, with reindeer hides still hanging inside. They took refuge there, barricading the door with logs. That night, the dreams began. Each of them dreamed of Eric, but not the Eric they remembered. This Eric was pale, eyes black and empty, standing at the edge of the clearing with blood on his hands. He didn't speak, only pointed deeper into the forest. Deeper, deeper. When they woke, gasping, they found scratches on their tents, long, deliberate claw marks that went through the fabric but hadn't woken them. Victor's sleeping bag was soaked with urine. He wouldn't meet anyone's eyes. The third day, the entity made itself known. It started with sounds. Heavy footsteps circling the camp, branches snapping under impossible weight. Then the howling began, not like any wolf or bear, but deep and guttural, layered with something almost human, a mourning wail that vibrated in their bones. Sophia saw it first. She stepped outside to gather firewood and screamed. The others rushed out to see a massive shape retreating between the trees 9 feet tall, at least. Body covered in matted fur and bark-like skin, arms too long ending in clawed hands. Its head was crowned with antlers that branched unnaturally, twisting like the runes on the trees, and its face. They only caught a glimpse, but it was wrong. Elongated, eyes glowing faintly yellow, mouth too wide. They ran, blindly, packs abandoned, crashing through undergrowth that tore at their clothes and skin. Victor tripped and fell, twisting his ankle badly. They carried him between them, but the thing followed. It didn't rush. It herded them, crashing through trees on one side to drive them another direction. Hours passed. The light faded. They found themselves in a part of the forest older than any they'd seen. Trees massive, roots like tentacles, ground carpeted in bones both animal and human, old bones yellowed and cracked. They collapsed in a small depression, exhausted, thirst maddening. Hannah began to laugh, high broken laughter. "It wants our grief," she said suddenly. "It feeds on it. Eric's grief. Our guilt." No one argued. They all felt it now, the weight of unspoken things. Lars admitted he'd known Eric was struggling but hadn't called. Sophia confessed she'd ignored his last message. Magnus broke down completely, sobbing that he found Eric's body, that he'd been the one to cut him down, that he'd never forgiven himself for arriving too late. As night fell again, the creature came closer. They heard it breathing outside their makeshift circle, wet, rattling breaths that smelled of rot and earth. Victor, in agony from his ankle, crawled toward the darkness. "I'm sorry, Eric," he whispered. "I should have been there." Then he screamed, a sound cut short, wet and final. They found his body the next morning, or what was left of it. Torso opened, heart gone, face frozen in an expression of relief. Only 4 remained. They pressed on, driven by terror now more than hope. The forest seemed endless. Days blurred. They drank from streams that tasted metallic. Ate berries that made them hallucinate Eric walking beside them, beckoning. Sophia began cutting herself, shallow lines on her arms, whispering that the pain kept the dreams away. Lars tried to keep order, but his eyes were wild. Magnus carried Victor's pack now, though it was empty. On what might have been the 5th or 6th day, they found the heart of it, a clearing dominated by a massive, petrified tree. Its trunk split open like a screaming mouth, branches twisted into antler shapes. At its base lay offerings. Bones, jewelry, photographs, letters, hundreds of them, stretching back decades. They realized this wasn't random. This thing had been here for centuries, drawing in the grieving, the guilty, feeding on their sorrow before taking their hearts as tribute. A Norse entity, older than Christianity, forgotten by most, but still hungry. Hannah walked toward the tree as if in a trance. "We have to give it what it wants," she said. She pulled out her sketchbook, pages filled with Eric's face, with the runes, with the creature itself, and placed it at the roots. Then she knelt. The others screamed her name, but it was too late. The creature emerged fully for the first time, stepping into the clearing. It was magnificent and horrifying, skin shifting between fur and bark, eyes ancient and sorrowful, antlers dripping with old blood. It placed one massive hand on Hannah's head almost gently, as she went still. When it lifted its hand, she was gone, only her clothes remained, folded neatly. 3 left. They ran again, but the forest was changing. Paths opened where none had been. They stumbled upon an old samey reindeer fence, then a dirt road, then, impossibly, headlights in the distance. A ranger station. Lars reached it first, collapsing in the doorway, babbling about monsters and dead friends. The rangers listened, faces grim. They knew the stories. They'd found bodies before. Magnus and Sophia were rescued the next day, dehydrated, hypothermic, covered in scratches. Lars never spoke again coherently. He spent his remaining years in an institution, drawing the same rune over and over on the walls. Magnus returned to Oslo, but he was never the same. Some nights, he wakes to the sound of heavy breathing outside his window. He sees scratches on the trees in the park near his apartment. Fresh ones. He knows it followed him. It always follows the last one, the one who carries the most guilt. Because grief never truly ends. And deep in the Norwegian wilderness, in a clearing no map shows, the ancient entity waits patiently beneath its petrified tree antlers, reaching toward the cold stars, hungry for the next group of mourners who believe a hike can heal what's broken inside. True scary stalker horror story from the United States. The man who watched me for months without me knowing. This happened to me back in 2018 when I was living alone in a small apartment in suburban Chicago, Illinois. I was 24, fresh out of college, working a dead-end retail job at a mall and trying to figure out my life. My apartment was on the 2nd floor of an old building in a quiet neighborhood, nothing fancy. Just a 1-bedroom with creaky wooden floors, thin walls, and a balcony that overlooked a parking lot surrounded by trees. I loved the privacy at first. No roommates, no drama. But privacy turned into pure terror when I realized I wasn't as alone as I thought. It started small, things I brushed off as paranoia. I'd come home from late shifts around 11 p.m., and sometimes I'd feel like someone was watching me from the trees across the lot. I'd hurry inside, lock the door, and laugh it off. City girl jitters, right? But then the notes began. The first one was slipped under my door. A plain white paper with typed words. "You look beautiful when you smile at work." My heart dropped. I didn't have a boyfriend. Hadn't told anyone where I worked except coworkers. I threw it away, told myself it was a prank. A week later, another note. "I love how you tie your hair up on hot days." Okay, that was specific. Someone had been watching me closely. I installed a cheap security camera on my balcony pointing at the door, but it never caught anything, just shadows and wind. I started varying my routine, leaving at different times, taking different routes home. But the feeling never went away. That prickling on the back of your neck like eyes boring into you. One night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to scratching at my bedroom window. Slow, deliberate scratches, like nails on glass. I froze under the covers, phone in hand, ready to call 911. It stopped after a minute, but I didn't sleep. In the morning, there were faint scratch marks on the outside of the glass. Too high for an animal, and my balcony was the only access. I called the police. They came, took a report, said it was probably kids or a raccoon. But the officer's face changed when I showed him the notes. "Change your locks," he said. "And get better cameras." I did. Deadbolts, chain lock, ring camera at the front door and balcony. For a few days, peace. Then my phone started getting texts from a blocked number. Photos of me inside my apartment. One of me cooking dinner, taken from the balcony. Another of me sleeping, face clear under the streetlight filtering through blinds. How? The balcony door was locked. I barricaded it with a chair, covered windows with blankets. The texts kept coming. "Don't hide from me. I know you're scared. It's cute. We'll meet soon." I stayed with a friend for a week, but when I returned to grab clothes, my apartment was rearranged. Drawers opened, clothes folded differently. My underwear drawer rifled through. Nothing stolen, just touched. And a new note on my pillow. "I missed your scent." I moved out that day, crashed on couches until I found a new place. Police investigated, found footprints under my balcony leading to the trees, but no prints, no DNA. Months later, they caught him. A neighbor from 2 buildings over, quiet guy in his 40s who worked nights as a janitor at the mall. He'd been watching me for 6 months, climbing the fire escape to my balcony, peeking through gaps in blinds. He had hundreds of photos on his computer, journals detailing my every move. He confessed everything, said he fell in love the first time he saw me. He's in prison now, but I still check locks 3 times, still feel watched in new places. If you've ever had a stalker encounter, you know, the fear never fully leaves. That was a chilling true stalker horror story from the United States. If real stalker stories terrify you, smash that like button for more paranormal and true crime-inspired nightmares. True scary camping horror story from Canada. The Wendigo that hunted us in the wilderness. I'm from Toronto, Canada, and this happened during a camping trip in Algonquin Provincial Park back in the summer of 2021. Me and 3 buddies, Alex, Jordan, and Mike, decided to do a multi-day canoe trip deep into the backcountry. We were all experienced hikers, loved the isolation, no cell service, just lakes, forests, and stars. We portaged for days, set up on a remote site no one else uses, a small clearing by a misty lake surrounded by dense pine woods. The first 2 nights were perfect. Campfires, beers, ghost stories. But on the 3rd night, everything shifted. We heard it first, a whistle. Not wind or animal, but a perfect human whistle, mimicking a tune one of us had been humming earlier. We froze, flashlights sweeping the trees, nothing, laughed it off as echo. But it happened again, closer, imitating Jordan's laugh, exactly. By morning, unease set in. Footprints around camp, large, barefoot, deeper than ours, circling our tents. We packed to leave early, but fog rolled in thick, disorienting the lake. Paddled anyway, but sounds followed. Branches snapping parallel to us in the woods, that whistle again. And hunger hit weird, sudden, knowing even after eating. That night, forced to camp again on another site, the real terror began. Mike woke screaming, something dragged claws down his tent. Rips in the fabric, but nothing there. Then we saw it in the tree line. Tall, emaciated figure, skin gray and stretched, antlers like branches, eyes glowing faint yellow. It moved wrong, jerky, too fast. And the smell, rotting meat. We barricaded in one tent, whispering about Wendigo legends from indigenous stories. Spirit of cannibalism that possesses the greedy, makes you insatiable. We joked about it before, but now... Alex confessed he'd been hoarding extra food secretly. The thing howled, a scream mixed with wind, calling our names in our own voices. We fled at dawn, paddling nonstop. It followed along the shore, crashing through brush, always just out of sight. Hunger maddened us, hallucinations of eating each other. Jordan snapped, tried attacking Mike over a protein bar. We restrained him, but he babbled about needing flesh. Rangers found us days later, dehydrated, scratched. Jordan institutionalized. He never recovered, obsessed with raw meat. Park records show similar disappearances, whispers of Wendigo sightings. We never camped again. If you've experienced cryptid encounters in the Canadian wilderness, share below. These true scary camping stories need to be heard. This real Wendigo horror story from Canada is one of the most terrifying cryptid encounters out there. Like if woodland paranormal stories give you chills. True scary haunted house story from the United Kingdom. The ghost that knew my darkest secret ***. This took place in an old Victorian house in rural Yorkshire, England, in 2015. I inherited it from my grandmother. Beautiful, but run down, with stone walls, fireplaces in every room, and a basement that flooded easily. I moved in alone after a bad breakup, needing escape. The village was quaint, locals friendly, but wary when I mentioned the house. Bad history, one said. Suicides in the family line. Strange things started immediately. Cold spots in hallways. Whispers at night sounding like my name. I found old photos in the attic, ancestors looking miserable. One woman resembling my gran hanging herself in the 1920s after killing her child in a fit of postpartum madness. Chilling, but I stayed. The activity escalated. Doors slammed, footsteps upstairs when I was down. One night, I heard crying from the basement. A woman's sobs, pleading, "Forgive me." I investigated. Found an old diary. The woman confessed drowning her baby, haunted by guilt forever. But the scariest part? The ghost knew my secret. I'd had an abortion years earlier, never told anyone, buried the guilt deep. One morning, words scratched into the fogged bathroom mirror. Murderer. Like me, my blood ran cold. Objects moved. Baby toys I'd never owned appearing in rooms. Rocking chair creaking empty. And visions. A pale woman in Victorian dress, neck bruised, holding a spectral infant, staring accusingly. I tried cleansing, sage, priest visit. Priest left pale, said, strong attachment, unresolved maternal rage. Final night, possessed feeling hit. Urge to the basement, rope in hand. Fought it, fled to a hotel. Sold the house. New owners reported similar, child cries, maternal ghost. Some secrets attract the dead. True ghost stories from England like this prove haunted houses are real. If British paranormal horror stories haunt you, subscribe for more chilling true tales. True scary outback horror story from Australia. The creature that mimicked my mateless voice ****, GJ. This is from the Australian outback near Alice Springs in 2022. Me and my mate Dave were on a road trip, camping off-grid in the red desert, vast nothingness, spinifex grass, rocky hills. We set up near an old waterhole, fire going, swags rolled out under billions of stars. First night fine, but second, Dave went for a piss in the scrub, and didn't come back quick. I called, heard his voice reply, "Coming mate," but distant, waited. Called again, same voice, closer now, but from the wrong direction. Unease hit, grabbed torch, searched. Found his hat on the ground, no footprints leading away. Then the mimicking started, "Help me," in Dave's exact accent, pained, from rocks. Then laughter, his laugh, but I saw nothing. Yelled back, voice cracking. It replied with my own words, mocking. Panic set in. Drove to the main road at dawn, reported missing. Search parties found Dave days later, dehydrated, babbling about a tall, pale thing with no face that imitated voices to lure. Aboriginal rangers whispered of ancient spirits, dreamtime beings that trick travelers. Dave never recovered fully, swears it still calls him at night. The outback is beautiful, but deadly. Some things there hunt with your own voice. This terrifying mimicking creature story from Australia is pure outback nightmare fuel. Comment if you've had similar cryptid experiences. True scary urban legend horror story from Japan. The yurei that followed me home from the forest ***. This occurred in a suburb near Tokyo, Japan. In 2019, I was hiking in Aokigahara, the famous sea of trees at Mount Fuji's base, known for suicides. I know, stupid idea alone, but I needed solitude after job loss. Stuck to paths, but got turned around in the dense forest. Trees twisting, no sounds, compass spinning. Heard crying, a woman's soft sobs. Followed cautiously, found a rope tied to a tree, no body. Bad sign. Turned back, but felt followed. Whispers in Japanese. Why didn't you help? Branches rustled without wind. Escaped eventually, but brought something home. Apartment in Tokyo started cold, wet footprints on floors, though no rain. Woman in white yukata appeared in mirrors. Long black hair covering face, crawling unnaturally. She knew my regrets. Whispered about my mother's death I blamed myself for. Onryu, vengeful spirit of a suicide victim, attaching to those who enter her domain. Tried monks, purification, temporarily worked. But she returned stronger, possessing dreams, urging suicide. Moved cities, but sightings continue. In Japan, some spirits never let go. This chilling Yurei ghost story from Japan captures true Asian paranormal terror. If Japanese horror legends scare you most, like and subscribe. Terrifying Black Forest entity horror story from Germany. The endless hunger that whispers your name in the ancient woods. Chilling true inspired survival. Nightmare of isolation and unstoppable pursuit. Deep in the Schwarzwald. Deep in the heart of Germany's Black Forest, the Schwarzwald, where ancient pines tower like silent guardians and the fog clings to the ground year-round. Turning daylight into perpetual twilight, there lies a stretch of wilderness so dense and forgotten that even seasoned hikers avoid it. The trees here are old, some over 500 years, twisted by centuries of wind and isolation. Their bark scarred with moss and strange, deliberate carvings that locals claim date back to pagan times, before Christianity swept through the region. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something sharper, almost metallic like old blood. Wildlife is strangely absent in certain valleys. Birds don't sing, deer don't graze. And at night the silence is so complete it presses against your eardrums like water. It was late October 2024 when a group of 5 university friends from Berlin decided to test themselves with a week-long off-trail trek through one of the most remote sections of the forest. They were all in their mid-20s, bonded by years of shared adventures. But this trip was meant to be the ultimate challenge. No marked paths, no shelters, just GPS, maps, and their skills. Leading the group was Anna, 26, a biology major with a practical streak, and a hidden fear of the dark stemming from childhood stories her grandmother told about the forest, hungry things. Her boyfriend, Lucas, 27, an engineering student and the group's navigator, was the optimist, always cracking jokes to lighten the mood. Then there was Sophie, 25, a quiet literature student obsessed with grim fairy tales who saw the trip as inspiration. Her best friend Mia, 24, a fitness enthusiast who carried the heaviest pack without complaint. And finally Thomas, 26, the photographer who documented everything, his camera always ready to capture the eerie beauty of the woods. They started from a small village on the forest's edge, where an old innkeeper warned them in broken English. Stay on paths. Deep in, the woods remember old ways. People go in, not always come out sane. They laughed it off as tourist folklore. Stocked up on supplies, tents, freeze-dried food, water purifiers, bear spray, though bears were rare here, and a satellite phone for emergencies, and set off at dawn. The first day was magical, golden autumn leaves crunching underfoot. Shafts of sunlight piercing the canopy, the distant call of a cuckoo. They hiked 12 miles, set up camp by a clear stream, built a fire, and shared beers while Thomas photographed the mist rising from the water. By the second day, the terrain grew rougher. The forest thickened, undergrowth tangling boots, forcing detours. Lucas's GPS signal flickered intermittently, blamed on the dense canopy, but they pressed on, chalking it up to adventure. Sophie read aloud from a book of local legends around the campfire that night. Tales of the Naxxerer, gluttonous undead that devoured their own flesh and families. Or the Wild Hunt, spectral riders chasing lost souls. Just stories, Lucas said, but Anna noticed how the fire's crackle seemed to echo strangely, as if something mimicked it from the tree line. On the third morning, they woke to frost on their tents and an unnatural quiet. No birds, no wind, just heavy silence. As they packed, Mia found strange tracks circling the camp, human-like footprints, but too long, toes splayed oddly, sinking deeper than their own boots despite no rain. Probably a local prankster, Thomas suggested, snapping photos. But the prince led into the woods and vanished abruptly, as if the maker had floated away. The group pushed deeper, aiming for a ridge marked on old maps. The path, if it could be called that, narrowed, forcing single file. Fog rolled in midday, reducing visibility to 20 feet. Sounds warped. Their footsteps echoed back delayed. Voices seemed to come from wrong directions. Sophie swore she heard whispering faint in old German dialect, words like, hungrig. Come hungry, come closer. They stopped for lunch in a small clearing ringed by massive oaks, trunks carved with symbols. Circles with eyes, spirals that hurt to stare at too long. That's when the hunger began. Not normal trail hunger, but a deep, gnawing void in the stomach that food didn't satisfy. They ate double rations, energy bars, nuts, dried meat, but the emptiness grew. Lucas joked about forest diet failure, but his eyes were strained. As dusk fell early under the canopy, they set camp again. That night, the whispers returned closer. Anna woke to her name hissed softly outside the tent. Anna, hungrig, in her grandmother's voice, long dead. She unzipped the flap nothing but fog and shadows. Lucas comforted her, but he admitted hearing his late father's voice calling from the woods. Day 4 brought disorientation. The GPS failed completely, no signal, battery draining inexplicably. Maps didn't match the terrain. Valleys appeared where ridges should be. They rationed food further, but the hunger intensified, accompanied by irritability. Arguments flared over direction, Mia accusing Lucas of leading them wrong, Sophie retreating into silence, muttering fairy tale lines about lost children. Thomas's camera battery died despite being full, and when he switched to phone, photos showed blurs in the background, tall thin shapes among trees. They found the first sign of the entity that afternoon. In a ravine, a deer carcass fresh but devoured strangely. Not torn by predator teeth, but hollowed out, organs missing, bones licked clean, hide peeled back neatly like a suit. Flies avoided it. The smell was wrong sweet, almost appetizing, making stomachs growl louder. Mia vomited, but the others felt saliva flood mouths involuntarily. Night 4 was hell. Tents pitched in a tight circle, fire blazing high. Whispers encircled them, names, secrets. Sophie heard her abusive ex mocking her insecurities. Tomas relived his brother's suicide, voice pleading, "Why didn't you stop me?" Lucas confessed in whispers to Anna about cheating once in college. Guilt he'd buried. The hunger clawed insides. Sleep brought dreams of feasting on raw flesh friends' flesh. Dawn revealed more tracks now, multiple sets, circling tighter, and something new, offerings. Small piles of berries, mushrooms, roots at camp's edge, edible, tempting. They resisted at first, but Mia caved, eating handfuls. Hours later, she convulsed, eyes rolling back, speaking in guttural old German. Das Fleisch der Wanderer, the flesh of wanderers. The group fled, leaving gear, crashing through brush. But the forest herded them, paths blocked by fallen trees, freshly snapped, streams rerouted. Hallucinations worsened. Glimpses of the entity, a towering figure, 8 feet tall, emaciated yet muscular, skin pale and stretched, face elongated with too many teeth, eyes black pits reflecting hunger. It didn't chase. It waited, whispered, drove madness. Sophie broke next. Obsessed with tailies, she wandered off muttering about joining the wild folk. They found her hours later, sitting against a carved tree, skin scratched with symbols. Eating dirt and leaves, smiling vacantly. "It's calling us home," she said. When they tried pulling her away, she fought like a wild animal, biting Tomas's arm deep. They tied her with ropes for safety, but that night ropes snapped. Sophie vanished. Screams echoed distant, then laughter hers, but deeper. 4 left, hunger maddening. They resorted to boiling bark, but it fueled rage. Lucas attacked Mia over a water bottle, fists flying until Anna and Thomas separated them. Wounds didn't heal, scratches from thorns festered black. Day 6 or 7, time blurred. They stumbled into an ancient clearing. Stone circle, altar stained dark, bones human scattered old and new, some with modern clothing scraps. Carvings depicted the entity. A hunger spirit from pre-Christian times, born of famine winters when villagers turned cannibal, bound to the forest, luring travelers to feed its endless void by driving them to consume each other. Realization hit. The whispers exploited guilt, amplified hunger until self-destruction. Mia, racked with regret over a family secret, abandoning her sick mother, turned first. In the night, she lunged at Tomas with a knife, babbling, flesh to fill the empty. Struggle, brutal blood slicked leaves. Anna bashed Mia with a rock to save Tomas, but too late. Mia's throat slashed in the fray. 3 now, covered in blood, sanity fraying. Lucas confessed everything, cheating, lies, even resenting Anna's strength. The entity appeared fully at dusk, materializing from fog, whispering in chorus of all lost voices, Sophie's laugh, Mia's pleas, grandmother's tales. It reached with elongated arms, fingers ending in bone hooks. They ran blind. Tomas tripped, ankle snapping. "Leave me," he gasped, camera clutched. Anna and Lucas dragged him, but the entity closed slow, inevitable. Whispers in heads, feed it. Or become it. Final night, barricaded in a hollow tree trunk. Tomas, delirious from pain and hunger, begged them to end him. "Don't let it take me alive." Tears, refusals, but as whispers promised relief and surrender, Lucas raised the knife. Anna stopped him. Then the entity dragged Tomas out, his screams wet crunching. Alone now, Anna and Lucas. Betrayal festered. Lucas accused her of weakness. Fight erupted. He tried strangling her, eyes black like the entity's. She stabbed him with bear spray nozzle improvised as weapon, fleeing as he gurgled. Anna alone? Days? Weeks? Wandered circles, eating insects, drinking dew. Whispers intimate parents' voices, though alive, twisted with guilt over imagined failures. Saw friends' faces on trees, beckoning. Escape came miraculously, stumbling onto a logging road, flagged down a truck. Rescued, hospitalized, malnourished, infected, raving about hunger spirit. Doctors said delirium from starvation, but Anna knows. Back in Berlin, hunger lingers not physical, but soul deep. Whispers at night, komm zurück, hungrig. Scratches appear on skin. She avoids forests, mirrors, silence. Rangers found remnants. Gear, bones picked clean, carvings fresh. Area closed indefinitely. Locals nod knowingly. The Schwarzwald's old hunger wakes when guilt-heavy souls enter deep. Some say on foggy nights, a woman wanders the edges, eyes hollow, whispering names, luring hikers in to feed the endless void. Terrifying skinwalker pursuit horror story from the United States. The shape-shifting nightmare that stalked a family across the desert, chilling true-inspired tale of ancient native curses and relentless. Supernatural hunters in remote Arizona in the vast sun-scorched deserts of northern Arizona, where red rock canyons rise like ancient sentinels and the night sky stretches endless with stars so bright they cast shadows. There lies a remote ranch once known as the Skinner property, though locals avoid saying the name aloud, preferring whispers of that cursed place, out near the reservation border. The land is part of the Navajo Nation's edge, rich with legends of the Yenel-Dushi, skinwalkers, witch-like beings from Dean folklore who gain power by breaking taboos, shape-shifting into animals, mimicking voices, and pursuing victims with insatiable malice. They run faster than any human, speak in stolen voices to lure and bring death or madness to those who cross their path. Rational minds dismiss it as myth, but in these isolated stretches, where cell service dies and roads turn to dust, the stories persist, backed by unexplained disappearances and livestock mutilations that authorities write off as coyotes or hoaxes. It was the summer of 2023 when the Harper family, David, 42, a burned-out software engineer from Phoenix, seeking a simpler life. His wife Elena, 39, a nurse tired of city chaos. Their teenage daughter, Riley, 16, rebellious and glued to her phone. And young son, Ethan, 10, wide-eyed and imaginative, bought the 200-acre ranch at a steal. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had fled suddenly, listing it far below market value with no explanation. The realtor, a nervous man from Flagstaff, muttered about odd animal killings and night noises, but assured them it was just rural quirks. The Harpers saw potential. A sprawling adobe house with thick walls, a barn, corrals, and endless space for horses, gardens, off-grid living. They moved in with dreams of freedom, away from traffic, crime, screens, though Riley complained bitterly about no Wi-Fi. The first weeks were idyllic in that harsh beauty. Days spent unpacking, repairing fences, exploring canyons on ATVs. Nights cool under star blankets, coyotes howling distant symphonies. Ethan collected rocks, claiming they whispered secrets. David fixed solar panels, Elena planted herbs. Riley sulked but helped with chores, secretly thrilled by the wildness. Strange signs appeared early but dismissed. Livestock. They bought goats and chickens. Found dead one morning, drained of blood. Surgical incisions no predator could make. Tracks around the bodies, human bare feet, but elongated, clawed. Poachers, David said. Elena found strange bundles in the barn. Bones tied with twine feathers, hair that matched Riley's color. Then the mimics began. One evening, Elena heard Riley calling from the canyon. "Mom, help! I fell!" Voice perfect, panicked. She ran out, flashlight sweeping, but Riley was inside doing dishes. "What are you talking about?" Riley snapped. Elena shivered, blaming Echo. But it happened again. David's voice calling Ethan from the barn at midnight, but David asleep beside her. Ethan woke screaming, saying, "Daddy sounded hurt." Whispers followed. At night, from outside walls, family members' voices discussing secrets. Elena heard David confessing an affair he'd never had. Riley overheard her parents planning to send her to boarding school. Ethan heard cartoons inviting him outside to play. They installed cameras, motion lights captured orbs, shadows darting too fast, figures on periphery, coyote-shaped but standing upright, Wolf-like with glowing eyes, once a deer with human posture. The entity escalated. Riley, hiking alone, defying rules, heard her own voice ahead on the trail. "Come this way, it's a shortcut." Followed it, ended up lost in a slot canyon until dusk, scratched, dehydrated. Found her way back babbling about me but not me leading her. That night, knocks on windows, fingernails tapping rhythms. Voices chanting in Navajo, words they looked up later. Curses for trespassing sacred ground. David researched the property history. Old records showed it built on an ancient Anasazi ruin site, later used by medicine men. Then abandoned after a 1950s family vanished, only blood and inverted footprints left. Navajo elders warned settlers away, saying a powerful skinwalker was bound there after a taboo killing, cursed to guard and hunt intruders forever. Activity peaked during a full moon. Goats slaughtered en masse, arranged in a circle around the house, heads facing inward. Cameras glitched, but one frame showed a naked human figure, skin pale and loose, crawling on all fours unnaturally fast toward the lens before static. Inside, doors rattled, footsteps on roof. Ethan saw Grandma, dead years ago, at his window, beckoning with a smile too wide, teeth sharp. Family fractured, sleep deprived, paranoia raged. Riley accused David of faking for attention. Elena prayed constantly. David armed himself with a shotgun, patrolling nights. One patrol, he heard Elena screaming from the house, rushed back to find her asleep, unharmed. The scream echoed again from the desert, luring him out. The pursuit began in earnest. The skinwalker no longer hid glimpses full. Shifting forms, coyote to owl to human-like abomination, face obscured by shadow or animal features twisted wrong. It mimicked perfectly, calling names and loved ones' voices from different directions, confusing, hurting. Family stayed barricaded, but it scratched walls, howled mixtures of animal and human cries, threw rocks at windows. Breakthrough horror. Ethan disappeared one afternoon playing near the barn. Search frantic found him miles away in a cave, curled fetal, muttering, "It wore your face. Daddy, they wanted me to follow." Scratches on his back, symbols matching the bone bundles. They decided to flee. Packed the truck at dawn, but tires slashed, battery drained. While repairing, the entity attacked, openly ramming the barn door as David worked. Shape a massive wolfman hybrid, eyes intelligent, hateful. Shotgun blasts, pellets hit, but it yelped in a human voice, Riley's, vanishing into dust devils. Escape attempt on foot failed, disoriented in familiar land, circles back by voices leading astray. Hallucinations from exhaustion, seeing family members skinned, wearing hides, joining the hunter. Climax during a dust storm. Barricaded in house, entities circled, voices overlapping all their fears. Guilt's David's work failures, Elena's miscarriage hidden. Riley's bullying at old school, Ethan's fear of abandonment. Madness nearly won. Riley tried running out, believing her real family called. David tackled her as claws raked the door. Salvation came unexpectedly. A Navajo ranger, tipped by concerned realtor, arrived with medicine man. Performed ceremony chants, corn pollen, burning sage and cedar. The entity screamed in rage, forms flickering outside windows but barrier held. At dawn, silence. They left forever, ranch abandoned again. But the curse followed subtly. Whispers in wind back in Phoenix, glimpses in mirrors, voices on phone static. Riley in therapy for PTSD, Ethan draws skinwalkers nightly. David and Elena divorced under strain. Locals say on moonlit nights, lights flicker at the old Skinner Ranch. Voices calling names of new travelers who stray too close. Livestock mutilations continue, hikers vanish. The skinwalker waits, patient, hungry for the next family seeking escape in the desert's embrace. Terrifying hidden intruder horror story from the United States. The breathing thing that lived inside my walls for months, chilling true inspired. Nightmare of total violation and unseen presence in a suburban Ohio home in the sleepy suburbs of Columbus. Ohio, where neat lawns stretch under maple trees and porch lights glow softly against the Midwestern night. Lauren Brooks, 29, lived alone in a split-level house that once felt like safety. After her fiancé walked out in the spring of 2022, leaving only echoes of arguments in the empty rooms. She kept the place 3 bedrooms upstairs, a finished basement office, a kitchen with granite counters that now mocked her with their cold shine. She worked remotely as a graphic designer. Deadline's her only company besides Bailey, her anxious golden retriever mix who had started sleeping pressed against her legs, trembling at nothing. The first real sign came in early October, when the nights turned sharp. Lauren woke at 2:47 a.m. to the sound of breathing, not hers, not Bailey's. It was slow, wet, deliberate, coming from inside the bedroom wall behind the headboard. She pressed her ear to the drywall. Inhale, long pause. Exhale, like someone on the other side listening back. Bailey stared at the same spot, hackles raised, a low whine in his throat. Lauren told herself it was pipes, or mice, or imagination. She turned on every light, left the TV blaring, and eventually slept with headphones in. Days later, small violations began. She'd come home from the grocery store to find her coffee mug moved from the drying rack to the kitchen island. Still warm. Not steaming, just warm, as if someone had held it minutes before. Her laptop, left open on the basement desk, would be closed when she returned. Screensaver active, but cursor moved to a different tab. She started taking photos of room layouts before leaving, comparing them later. Couch cushions dented in the shape of a body. Bathroom mirror fogged in a perfect handprint, her own size. The breathing followed her. Downstairs in the office, late at night, it seeped through the vents closer now, almost conversational, matching her rhythm when she typed too fast, slowing when she held her breath. Bailey refused to enter the basement alone anymore. He'd plant himself at the top of the stairs, growling at the dark below. One evening, working past midnight, Lauren heard faint chewing from the crawlspace behind the furnace. Crunching, smacking, like someone eating with their mouth open. She grabbed a flashlight, hard hammering, and shone it into the narrow gap. Empty, but the dust was disturbed, and there was a faint smell sweat, unwashed skin, something coppery. Texts began from blocked numbers. Single words at first. Cold, when she turned the thermostat up. Tired, after a long day. Then photos taken from inside the house. Her reflection in the bathroom mirror while brushing teeth. Time-stamped 10 minutes earlier. Her sleeping face, mouth slightly open, Bailey curled at the foot of the bed, taken from the bedroom doorway while she dreamed. She changed locks, added chains, installed cameras everywhere: living room, kitchen, hallways, even the basement. Footage showed nothing at first. Then glitches, frames skipping, shadows stretching too long, once a pale hand sliding out of view just as the recording cut. The intruder left gifts. A half-eaten apple on her nightstand, core browning, bite marks human. Her missing hairbrush returned to the drawer with strands that weren't hers, long, dark, greasy. Her journal, hidden under the mattress, open to entries about her worst fears post-breakup, abandonment, never being enough. New words scrawled in red pen beside them. I'll never leave you. Nights became endurance tests. She stopped sleeping upstairs, barricading in the basement office with Bailey, chair under the doorknob. But the breathing found her there too, through the floorboards now, above her head. Sometimes it whispered her name, voice muffled but male, intimate, like a lover murmuring through plaster. Once, at 3:33 a.m., the power died. Emergency lights flickered on, casting red glows. In that light, the basement mirror showed her reflection, and behind her, inches away, a face. Pale, unshaven, Eyes wide and unblinking, mouth open in a silent smile. She screamed, spun empty room. Mirror clear. But the footage later showed the face for 3 frames, staring directly at the camera. The final week of November, a blizzard trapped her. Roads closed, power flickering, outside world white and silent. She hadn't slept in days, eyes burning, jumping at every creak. Bailey whined constantly, paws over ears. That night, the breathing stopped being subtle. It came from everywhere, walls, ceiling, under the floor, like the house itself inhaled and exhaled with her. Then scratching, slow, deliberate, all around the basement, nails dragging through insulation. The crawlspace door, padlocked weeks ago, rattled gently. Lauren clutched a kitchen knife, phone dead from no signal, whispering prayers. The scratching stopped. Silence thick, waiting. Then a soft knock from inside the wall beside her. Knock. Knock, knock, matching her heartbeat. A voice, clear now, inches away through drywall. I know you're scared. I like it. She ran upstairs, Bailey barking madly, barricaded in the master bedroom. Hours passed. Dawn crept gray through curtains. When power returned, she checked cameras. Every feed corrupted except one, the basement crawlspace cam, pointed at the padlocked door. The lock was open. Inside the dark gap, a sleeping bag unrolled, food wrappers, printed photos of her pinned to insulation like a shrine, and a notebook filled with pages of her daily routines, down to bathroom breaks, written in obsessive detail. He'd been there for months, entering through a loose foundation vent, living in walls, crawl spaces, attic, watching, waiting, breathing with her. Police found him 2 days later, hiding in an abandoned shed, 3 blocks away. A 37-year-old local, unemployed, no priors, obsessed after seeing her at a dog park. He knew every inch of the house better than she did, had keys copied, disabled cameras when needed. Confessed calmly, she was lonely. I fixed that. Lauren sold everything, moved cross-country, changed her name. Therapy, meds, new dog. But alone in new apartments, she still hears it, faint breathing syncing with hers in quiet moments. Still checks walls for hollow spots. Still wakes at 3:33 a.m. Convinced something on the other side is listening back. Some presences don't leave when the person does. They stay in the bones of the house and in yours. True scary doppelganger horror story from Austria. The perfect copy that took my sister's place one rainy night in the Alps. Chilling, true, inspired. Nightmare of identity replacement and slow-burning family terror in a remote mountain village. High in the Austrian Alps, in a tiny village called Hintertal, nestled between sheer granite cliffs and endless pine forests, where the air is always thin and cold, even in summer, lived the Muller family in an old wooden chalet built in the 1800s. The house was 3 stories tall, with flower boxes on every window. A steep shingled roof that groaned under heavy snow, and a cellar carved deep into the mountainside where the temperature never rose above freezing. The village itself had only 40 residents, mostly elderly farmers who kept to old traditions, speaking a thick Tyrolean dialect and avoiding outsiders. The nearest town was an hour's drive down treacherous switchback roads that iced over without warning. Cell service was spotty at best, internet non-existent. It was the kind of place where time felt slower, where fog rolled in every evening and stayed until noon, muffling sounds and turning familiar paths into something dreamlike and disorienting. Anna Muller, 42, had moved back home 2 years earlier after burnout in Vienna. She was the older sister, practical, protective, the one who had always looked after her younger sibling, Clara, 28. Clara had stayed in Hintertal her whole life, working at the village inn, pouring beer for tourists in summer and locals in winter. She was the vibrant one, long auburn hair, green eyes that sparkled when she laughed, a voice that carried across rooms with warmth and mischief. The sisters shared the chalet with their widowed mother, Elizabeth, 62, who kept the house spotless and baked apple strudel every Sunday. Their father had died in an avalanche 10 years prior, a loss that bound them tighter but also left quiet grief in every corner of the home. It began in late September 2025, when the first heavy rains turned the mountain paths to mud, and the fog grew so thick you couldn't see 10 feet ahead. Clara had gone out one evening to close up the inn. Early tourist season was ending, only a few regulars left. She texted Anna at 9:17 p.m. Lock the door behind me, rain's brutal. Home soon. Love you. Anna waited up, reading by the fireplace, the crackle of logs and the drumming on the roof the only sounds. Midnight came. No Clara. Anna called straight to voicemail. She paced, checked the road from the upstairs window, nothing but swirling gray. Their mother slept soundly, unaware. The thing that followed me home from the Rockies, Canada. This unforgettable, true scary story comes from the vast, unforgiving Canadian Rockies in Alberta, Canada. Specifically the remote backcountry trails around Jasper National Park, where jagged peaks tower over endless pine forests, glacial rivers carve through valleys, and cell service disappears for days at a time. It's a place of breathtaking beauty, but also one where hikers vanish every year without a trace. This real horror encounter was shared by a 32-year-old experienced solo hiker named Ryan, who reached out anonymously after years of silence. He swears every word is true, and after what happened, he hasn't set foot in the wilderness since. It all started in early September 2021. Ryan had been planning this trip for months. A week-long solo backpacking adventure along one of the lesser-traveled routes in the Tonquin Valley area. He'd done plenty of multi-day hikes before. The West Coast Trail, parts of the Appalachian Trail down in the States, even some remote sections of the Bruce Trail back in Ontario. He was fit, prepared, and confident. He packed light but smart. A sturdy tent, bear spray, a satellite communicator for emergencies, though he rarely needed it. Enough freeze-dried meals for 10 days' water, purification tablets, a good knife, and his trusty hiking boots that had carried him thousands of miles. The drive up from Edmonton was peaceful. Golden aspens were just starting to turn, the air was crisp with that early fall bite, and the highways gave way to winding gravel roads deeper into the mountains. Ryan parked at the trailhead around noon on a clear Friday, shouldered his 45-pound pack, and started hiking. The first few hours were pure bliss. The trail climbed gradually through thick evergreen forests, the scent of pine and damp earth filling his lungs. He spotted a herd of elk grazing in a meadow, heard the distant roar of a waterfall, and felt that familiar rush of freedom that only solo hiking can bring. No deadlines, no people, just him and the mountains. By late afternoon, he reached his planned campsite, a small clearing near a crystal-clear alpine lake, surrounded by towering peaks that reflected perfectly in the still water. He set up his tent efficiently, filtered water from the lake, cooked a hot meal on his little stove, as the sun dipped behind the ridges, painting the sky in oranges and purples. As night fell, the temperature dropped fast, typical for the Rockies at that elevation. He crawled into his sleeping bag, listened to the gentle lapping of the lake and the occasional hoot of an owl, and fell asleep feeling completely at peace. Day 2 was more of the same perfection. He broke camp early, hiked about 15 miles through varying terrain, steep switchbacks up to a high pass with panoramic views, then down into a valley carpeted with wildflowers. He saw fresh bear tracks but no animals, which was fine by him. Around midday, he stopped for lunch on a rocky outcrop overlooking a glacier. The silence was absolute, broken only by the wind whistling through the peaks. That night, he camped in a denser section of forest, near a babbling creek. He built a small fire, journaled about the day's sights, and again, slept soundly under a blanket of stars so bright it felt like he could reach out and touch them. It was on day 3 that things started feeling off. Ryan woke up to a thick fog rolling in from the valley, common in the mornings up there, but this one lingered longer than usual. Visibility was down to maybe 50 feet as he packed up and hit the trail. The forest felt heavier, the trees closing in, their branches dripping with moisture. He hiked steadily, but around mid-morning, he heard it for the first time. A distant snap of a branch, like a heavy footstep, off to his left, parallel to the trail. He stopped, listened. Nothing. Probably a deer or an elk, he told himself. The Rockies are full of wildlife. He kept going, but over the next hour, it happened again. More snaps, always off-trail, always pacing him at a distance. He shouted, "Hey bear!" a few times, clapping his hands like you're supposed to, but no response. No rustling retreat, no animal sounds. Just silence after each noise. By lunchtime, the fog had lifted, but the unease hadn't. Ryan sat on a log to eat, scanning the tree line. Everything looked normal. Swaying pines, patches of sunlight filtering through. But he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That primal itch at the back of your neck. He chalked it up to solo hiking jitters. It happens when you're alone for too long. Your mind plays tricks. That afternoon, the trail opened into a wide meadow. As he crossed it, he spotted something that made his stomach drop. Fresh footprints in the soft mud near a stream. Human footprints, barefoot, long and narrow, with oddly elongated toes. They were heading in the same direction as the trail, but slightly off to the side. Ryan knelt down for a closer look. They were deep, like whatever made them was heavy, but there were no shoe treads, just bare skin pressed into the earth. He followed them with his eyes. They paralleled the trail for a bit, then veered back into the dense brush. His mind raced. Another hiker, but barefoot in the Rockies? In September, when nights dip below freezing? Impossible. A prank? Out here, miles from any road? No way. He took photos with his phone, just in case, and hurried on, picking up his pace. That night, camped in a sheltered grove high on a ridge, the real terror began. Ryan had just settled in, the fire crackling low when he heard whistling. Clear, human whistling, an old tune, something like an Irish folk song his dad used to hum. It was coming from down the slope, maybe 200 yards away. Soft at first, then clearer. He froze, flashlight in hand. "Hello," he called out. "Who's there?" The whistling stopped abruptly. Silence. Then, from the opposite direction, uphill, the exact same tune started up. Perfect mimicry. Ryan's heart pounded. He grabbed his bear spray, shone his light into the darkness. Nothing but tree trunks and shadows. The whistling alternated sides for minutes. Left, right, closer each time. He yelled again, voice cracking. "This isn't funny, show yourself!" It stopped. He sat up all night by the dying fire, adding wood every few minutes, eyes darting at every rustle. Dawn couldn't come soon enough. Day 4 was hell. Ryan barely slept, eyes bloodshot, nerves frayed. He packed quickly and pushed hard, aiming to cover as much ground as possible toward the trailhead. But the stalking intensified. Footsteps now, deliberate, heavy crunches in the underbrush, always just out of sight. He'd stop suddenly, and they'd stop a beat later. Turn around fast, nothing. Once, he caught a glimpse. A pale flash between trees, tall and thin, moving unnaturally fast on all fours before vanishing. By afternoon, the voices started. His own voice calling from the woods. "Ryan, help me. I'm hurt." Exact tone, exact inflection. He knew it wasn't real, he was alone, but it chilled him to the core. Then other voices. A woman's scream, distant but piercing. A child's laugh, echoing wrong through the valleys. He tried his satellite device. No signal, blocked by the peaks. Panic set in. He ran sections of the trail, pack bouncing painfully, lungs burning in the thin air. That night, he didn't even set up the tent fully, just threw his bag under a rock overhang. No fire, bear spray in one hand, knife in the other. The thing got bold, scratching on rocks nearby. Low growls that weren't bear or wolf, deeper, guttural, almost human. Pebbles tossed toward his shelter. And the smells, rotting meat mixed with wet fur wafting on the wind. At one point, around 3 a.m., he shone his headlamp toward a noise and saw it. Fully saw it. About 30 feet away, crouched behind a fallen log, a tall, emaciated figure, skin pale and stretched tight over bones, limbs too long, joints bending wrong. No clothes, matted black hair hanging over a face that was wrong. Eyes reflecting the light like an animal's. Mouth open in a silent snarl, teeth sharp and jagged. It tilted its head, mimicking his movement exactly, then crawled backward into the shadows without a sound. Ryan screamed, fired the bear spray into the dark, empty air. He huddled, sobbing quietly, waiting for attack. But it didn't come close again that night. Just watched, waited. Day 5, the escape. Ryan was a wreck. Dehydrated from forgetting to drink, exhausted, hallucinating from lack of sleep. But no, this was real. He hiked at dawn, trail blurring through tears. The stalking continued, closer now, footsteps mirroring his exactly. Voices calling his name, pleading, laughing. Mid-morning, he crested a ridge and finally got a faint signal on the satellite device. Hands shaking, he sent an SOS with his location. Rescue promised within hours. But the thing wasn't done. As he waited in a clearing, it circled openly now. Pale shape darting between trees, whistling that damn tune, mimicking his panicked breathing. Once, it stood upright at the tree line. Over 7 feet tall, arms dangling to its knees, staring with those glowing eyes. The helicopter arrived just as the sun peaked. Ryan waved frantically, sobbing in relief as rangers winched him up. He looked down one last time, and there it was. Standing in the open, head tilted, watching him leave. Search teams went back later. No footprints preserved in the rocky terrain. No evidence. Just Ryan's photos of those initial bear prints dismissed as possibly another hiker's or animal distortion. He spent weeks in therapy, nightmares every night of those eyes that whistle, moved to the city, far from any forest. Says whatever it was, Wendigo, crawler, something older, it wanted him to stay, marked him. Sometimes, even now in his apartment, he hears faint whistling outside the window. Or footsteps in the hall that stop when he checks. This is one of those *** true scary stories, *** from the Canadian wilderness that reminds you. The Rockies are beautiful, but something ancient lives there. Something that hunts the alone. Something that mimics, stalks, and waits for you to break. The Voice in the Wilderness, United States. This true scary story takes place deep in the vast wilderness of a national park in the United States, where the forests stretch for miles without a single sign of civilization. It was submitted by a former park ranger who wishes to remain anonymous, but he swears every word of this terrifying real horror encounter is true. Back in the summer of 2018, I was working as a seasonal ranger in one of the largest national parks in the American West. Job was incredible, patrolling trails, helping hikers, and spending days surrounded by towering pines, crystal clear lakes, and wildlife that most people only see in documentaries. But the nights were different. The park covers thousands of square miles, and once the sun sets, it's pitch black. No light pollution, just endless stars and the occasional howl of a coyote or the rustle of deer in the brush. One evening in late July, I was on overnight patrol near a remote camping area. It was off-season for that section, so the sites were mostly empty. I parked my truck at the trailhead and hiked in about 3 miles to check for any illegal fires or stranded hikers. The air was warm, but there was that crisp mountain chill creeping in as the sun dipped below the ridges. I remember the smell, pine needles, earth, and something faintly metallic like ozone before a storm. Around midnight, I was sitting by a small campfire I'd built at an abandoned site, reviewing my logbook when I heard it. A voice, distant at first, but clear enough to make out words. It sounded like a woman calling for help. Hello? Is anyone there? Please, I think I'm lost. My heart jumped. Lost hikers at night are no joke. Hypothermia sets in fast, even in summer. I grabbed my flashlight and radioed base camp. No response. The signal was weak in that valley. Standard procedure. Investigate immediately. I shouted back, "This is Ranger Daniels!" "Stay where you are. I'm coming." The voice replied almost immediately, "Hurry, please." It's so dark. It was coming from deeper in the woods off the trail. I followed the sound, pushing through thick underbrush. The voice kept calling, guiding me farther in. "Over here. Help me." It sounded desperate, pained. After about 20 minutes of hiking, I realized I was way off any marked path. My GPS was glitchy, signal dropping in and out. That's when doubt crept in. Why hadn't she responded to my shouts with more details? And the voice, it was too perfect, echoing just right through the trees. Then the worst part, I heard my own voice. Not an echo. My exact voice calling from the opposite direction. "Daniels! Where are you? Come back." It was mimicking me perfectly, down to the slight rasp from years of shouting over wind. I froze. Every hair on my body stood up. I heard the old ranger tales, stories whispered around campfires about things in these woods that imitate voices to lure people away. Skinwalkers, the Navajo call them. Shape-shifting witches that wear the skins of animals or people. I turned back, heart pounding, but the mimicking continued. Now there were multiple voices, the woman's plea, my own calls, even the laugh of a child I heard earlier that day from a family at the visitor center. They overlapped, circling me. Branches snapped nearby, too heavy for deer. I ran, flashlight beam bouncing wildly. Something was pacing me through the trees, fast, unnatural footsteps that stopped when I stopped. I burst back onto the trail, gasping, and sprinted to my truck. The voices faded behind me, but as I drove away, I swear I saw it in the rearview mirror. A tall, pale figure standing at the tree line, head tilted unnaturally, watching. No features visible in the dark, just a silhouette that didn't move like anything human. I reported it the next morning. The senior rangers just nodded, said they'd heard similar stories for decades. Hikers go missing every year in that park, bodies rarely found. Some say it's accidents, others know better. To this day, I refuse overnight patrols in that section. Whatever's out there, it knows your voice. It knows how to make you follow. And if you do, you might not come back. That was my terrifying true encounter with something unholy in the American wilderness, a real horror story that still haunts my nightmares. The Woman at the Train Station, Japan. Our next true scary story comes from the bustling urban streets of Tokyo, Japan. A place where millions live packed together, yet some of the most isolating and terrifying real horror encounters can happen in plain sight. This happened to a young office worker named Aiko in the fall of 2022. She was in her mid-20s, living alone in a small apartment in Shibuya, working long hours at a tech company. Like many in Japan, her days were routine, crowded trains, overtime, late nights. But one evening changed everything. It was around 11 p.m. on a rainy Thursday. Aiko had missed the last direct train home and ended up at a lesser-used station on the outskirts of the city, one of those old platforms that dimly lit and often empty after rush hour. She was waiting for a transfer, scrolling on her phone under the flickering fluorescent lights when she noticed her. A woman standing at the far end of the platform. The woman was tall, unusually tall for Japan, maybe over 6 feet, wearing a long white dress that seemed out of place in the modern station. Her black hair hung down to her waist, wet from the rain, covering most of her face. She was just standing there, staring at the tracks. Aiko thought nothing of it at first. Tokyo has all kinds. But then the woman started walking toward her, slowly, deliberately. As she got closer, Aiko heard a strange sound, a soft, rhythmic poke-poke, like whispering. The woman stopped a few feet away and finally looked up. Aiko's blood ran cold. The woman's mouth, it was slit from ear to ear, hidden partially by a surgical mask, but visible in the gaps. Wide, unnatural, like a permanent gruesome smile. "Am I pretty?" The woman asked in a voice that was too sweet, too calm. Aiko recognized it immediately. The urban legend of Kachasake Onna, the slit-mouthed woman. A vengeful spirit who asks victims if she's beautiful, and no matter the answer, tragedy follows. Aiko's mind raced. The old stories said to confuse her with a question back or throw candy, anything to escape. But she was paralyzed. Yes, you're pretty," she stammered, backing away. The woman tilted her head. "Even like this?" She lowered the mask fully, revealing the horrific slit mouth, jagged and bloody. Then she pulled a pair of large scissors from her coat. Aiko screamed and ran toward the stairs. The platform was empty, no staff, no other passengers. She heard the po behind her, faster now, like rapid footsteps. The woman was chasing her, scissors glinting. Aiko burst into the street, rain pouring, and flagged down a taxi. She jumped in, slamming the door, yelling at the driver to go. As they pulled away, she looked back. The woman was standing at the station entrance, mask back on, waving slowly. Aiko never took that line again. She moved apartments shortly after. But months later, friends told her they'd seen postings online. Other people encountering a tall woman in white at late-night stations, asking the same question. Some vanished. Police dismissed it as pranks or mental health issues. But Aiko knows what she saw was real. A genuine, terrifying true encounter with one of Japan's most infamous urban spirits. A real horror story that proves legends can come alive in the modern world. The Figure on the Dirt Road, Australia. This chilling, true, scary story unfolds in the vast, unforgiving outback of Australia, where the land is beautiful but brutally isolated, and some encounters turn into pure nightmare fuel. In 2019, a group of 4 friends, 2 couples in their late 20s, decided on a road trip across the Australian outback. They were driving from Sydney to Uluru, taking back roads for the authentic experience. Miles of red dirt, endless scrub, and hardly another car for hours. On the 3rd night, they camped off a remote dirt track in the Northern Territory. No facilities, just their tents, a fire, and the starry sky. It was peaceful at first. Deers, stories, the crackle of the fire. But around 2 a.m., one of the guys, Mark, woke up needing to pee. He stepped out of the tent and froze. About 50 meters away, near their parked 4WD, stood a figure. Tall, thin, completely naked, just standing motionless, facing the camp. In the moonlight, Mark could see pale skin, no hair, arms too long. It wasn't moving, but he felt watched. He whispered to wake the others. Everyone peeked out, and there it was. No one spoke. Then the figure started walking toward them. Slowly, unnaturally jerky, like joints bending wrong. No sound, not even footsteps on the dirt. Panic set in. They zipped the tents shut, hearts racing. The walking stopped. Silence. Then, scratching on the tent fabric. Soft at first, then harder, circling the camp. Whispers, indistinct, but human-like, in a language none of them knew. They barricaded inside the car, engines running, headlights on. The figure was gone. But as dawn broke, they found footprints, human but elongated, circling the site. And deep gouges in the dirt, like claws. They drove straight to the nearest town, reported it to police. Rangers said it could be a feral person or drugs, but the footprints didn't match. Locals whispered about outback spirits or escaped criminals, remembering old cases like the backpacker murders. The group never camped again. One couple split up from the trauma. Mark still has nightmares of that silent figure approaching in the endless red dust. A terrifying true horror encounter that reminds you, in the Australian outback, you're never truly alone. The whistling in the taiga, Russell. Our final true scary story tonight comes from the frozen, endless forests of Siberia in Russia, a place where the wilderness swallows people whole and some things whistle back from the dark. This real horror encounter happened to a hunter named Sergey in the winter of 2021. He was an experienced outdoorsman, spending weeks alone in the taiga near his remote village. One trip he set up camp deep in the forest, a small tent, fire pit, rifle for bears. The first few nights were normal, cold, quiet, the wind howling through pines. But on the fourth night, around midnight, he heard whistling. Clear, melodic, like an old folk tune his grandfather used to hum. It was coming from the trees, not far away. Sergey called out, thinking maybe another hunter. No answer. The whistling stopped, then started again. Closer. He grabbed his flashlight and rifle, stepped out. Nothing. Just snow falling softly. Back in the tent, it resumed, now mimicking the tune perfectly, but with an off note, too high-pitched. Then voices, faint, calling his name in whispers. By morning, footprints encircled his camp. Bare human feet in deep snow, impossible without freezing. Sergey packed up fast, but as he hiked out, the whistling followed. Always behind him, never seen. He made it to the village, half frozen, babbling. Elders nodded grimly. Tales of leshy or forest spirits that lure hunters with sounds, or worse, something from old Gulag days, lost souls. Sergey never hunted alone again. He says whatever was knew his tunes, his name, and wanted company in the endless Siberian cold. A bone-chilling true scary story of isolation turning to terror. There you have it, 4 of the most terrifying true scary stories from around the world. If these real horror encounters gave you chills like the video, subscribe for more, and comment your country below. Stay safe out there. Sleep tight. True scary cursed doll horror story from Russia. The porcelain child that whispered family secrets in a forgotten Moscow. Apartment, chilling true inspired nightmare of inherited evil and slow. Possession in post-Soviet shadows in the crumbling outskirts of Moscow, Russia, where concrete, Soviet-era apartment blocks loom like tired giants against perpetual gray skies and birch trees claw at cracked sidewalks, stands a 9-story panel building on Ulitsa Profsosnaya, its facade stained with decades of pollution and neglect. The stairwells smell of boiled cabbage, old cigarette smoke, and damp plaster. Elevators rattle unpredictably, often stopping between floors with a metallic groan. It was late autumn 2024 when Ekaterina Volkov, a 34-year-old archivist at the State Historical Museum, inherited flat 47 on the 8th floor from her estranged grandmother, Baba Galina, a woman she remembered only from childhood visits filled with stern silence. Black tea served in cracked porcelain cups, and warnings never to touch certain locked drawers. Ekaterina had grown up in St. Petersburg with her mother, who fled Moscow after a bitter divorce, speaking little of the family past. Baba Galina died alone at 92, discovered by neighbors after the smell seeped into the hallway. The flat was left to Ekaterina in a terse will. Everything untouched. No instructions beyond keep what is mine. Desperate for cheaper rent after losing her job and budget cuts, Ekaterina moved in with her boyfriend Dmitry, 36, a freelance photographer still reeling from his own father's alcoholism, and their rescue cat, Misha, a skinny black stray with one torn ear. The apartment was a time capsule-faded floral wallpaper peeling at seams. Heavy oak furniture from the 1970s, shelves lined with yellowed books on folklore and pre-revolutionary history, and dozens of matryoshka dolls nested in corners. But in the spare bedroom once Baba Galina sat the porcelain doll on a high shelf. A child-sized figure 60 centimeters tall, dressed in a faded red sarafan with intricate embroidery, pale china face, hand-painted with rosy cheeks, glassy blue eyes that caught light unnaturally, and real human hair, golden curls sewn meticulously. Ekaterina remembered it vaguely from childhood. Baba Galina called it Anya, claiming it was a family heirloom from Tsarist times. "She keeps secrets," the old woman had whispered once, fingered her lips. They laughed it off at first. Dmitri photographed it for his portfolio, creepy vintage aesthetic, while Ekaterina dusted around it, feeling silly for the chill it gave her. Misha hissed immediately, fur puffed, refusing the room. Nights were quiet, initially traffic hummed from the street below. Babushki gossiping on benches, the occasional drunk singing in the courtyard. The whispers began subtly in early November, when first snow dusted the city and central heating clanked to life. Ekaterina woke one night to faint murmuring, childlike, feminine, in Old Russian dialect from the spare room. Words indistinct, like lullabies mixed with scolding. She checked door closed, doll unmoved, eyes staring at the doorway as if waiting. Dmitri slept through. Misha growled from under the bed. Morning, nothing. Ekaterina blamed drafty vents carrying neighbor's TV, but the voice returned, clearer. Always at 3 a.m., when Moscow's streets emptied and cold-pressed windows. Katenka Taiznayesh, little Katya. You know, secrets from her childhood fights with mother. Hidden diary entries about resenting Baba Galina's coldness. How could a recording know? Dmitri heard next. Whispers of his father's drunken rages, exact phrases he'd buried. Dima, Papa Bil Tebia. Notai Zaslusil, Papa hit you, but you deserved. Objects moved. The doll's position shifted overnight, head turned toward their bedroom door, arms adjusted as if reaching. Ekaterina found salt circles around it. Baba Galina's doing? Old photos in drawers showed ancestors posing with identical dolls, faces solemn. Research at work. Russian folklore of domovoi house spirits, but darker Ogoriji dolls infused with family curses, binding souls of dead children to guard bloodlines, feeding on guilt, revealing sins to drive madness. Possession crept slowly. Ekaterina's reflection paled, eyes bluer matching the doll's. Dreams. Being sewn into porcelain, limbs stiff, watching living family from shelf. Dmitri found her sleepwalking to the spare room, standing before Anya, whispering responses. Misha attacked the doll claw's raking dress, but fabric mended overnight. Cat found cowering with scratched cornea. Escalation in December, bitter cold, holidays empty. Whispers daytime, now audible to both. Family secrets spilled. Baba Galina's hidden abortion in Stalin times. Mother's affair that broke the marriage. Ekaterina's own terminated pregnancy after college. Guilt she'd never shared. Voice sweet, childlike, but accusatory. You killed your baby. Like Baba killed hers. Blood debt, physical manifestations. Cold spots, freezing breath in the room. Porcelain fingers leaving frost prints on glass. Doll's eyes followed movement visitors. Rare, old neighbors checking. Swore it blinked. One babushka from downstairs fled, crossing herself. Nekastaya Cilia. Unclean force. Your grandmother bargained with it. Dmitri tried rational, move doll to balcony in -20°C. Morning. Back on shelf, snow melted around it, dress dry. Burned sage from New Age shop smoke thickened unnaturally, forming child's face, whispers laughing. Salt lines crossed by tiny footprints, bare, child-sized. Climax during New Year's fireworks distant, city celebrating while apartment isolated. Power flickered from overloads. Midnight. Whispers corral, dozens of child voices overlapping family sins. Doll animated openly, head turning fully, mouth opening, porcelain cracked, voice emerging. Ya Anya, ya Vasha Krov. I am Anya. I am your blood. Ekaterina confronted past journal found in Baba's things. Anya not heirloom, but vessel for unborn child sacrificed in 1930s famine. Soul bound by village witch to protect lineage through revelation and punishment. Fed on concealed guilt generations. Final nights. Possession attempts. Ekaterina's hands moved independently, sewing tiny clothes. Dmitri saw her eyes glaze blue glass. Fight. Locked doll in trunk opened overnight. Cat Misha found dead neck snapped, posed like doll. Escape. Dmitri dragged Ekaterina out during blizzard to friend's dacha. doll left behind, but whispers followed in wind, snow shapes forming child faces. Apartment searched later, doll gone, shelf empty but warm handprint in dust. Ekaterina institutionalized briefly hallucinations from mold, doctors said. Released, she avoids children, porcelain, mirrors showing bluer eyes. Dmitri left, unable to bear reminders. Building residents report. New tenants in flat 47 hear child whispers revealing secrets, driving moves. Doll sightings on shelf again, waiting for next bloodline. In Russia, old curses linger in concrete and cold. Some heirlooms aren't gifts, they're chains. True scary banshee horror story from Ireland. The ceaseless keening that hunted 3 generations. Through the fog-choked valleys of Donegal, chilling true inspired. Nightmare of inescapable death omens and bloodline annihilation in the remote Gaeltacht Highlands. Deep in the windswept Gaeltacht of County Donegal, Ireland, where the Atlantic gales scream across treeless hills, and the ground is a sponge of peat bog that sucks at boots like hungry mouths, lies the scattered townland of Glenvarra, place so remote that the post van comes only twice a week, and the nearest shop is 12 miles of single-track road away. The cottages are low and whitewashed, roofs weighted with stones against storms, chimneys belching turf smoke that hangs low in the perpetual mist. Sheep outnumber people 10 to 1, and the old Irish language still lingers in conversations, mixed with tales of the other crowd and things that walk the burins at night. Here in a valley cupped by the Derryveik Mountains stood the old Kelly homestead, a 2-story stone house built in 1887, its walls 2 feet thick windows, small and deep-set, a slate roof that rattled like bones in high wind, and a backyard that sloped into bog where will-o'-the-wisps danced on summer evenings. The Kellys had farmed this land for generations, their name tied to it since the Cromwellian plantations. But since the 1920s, they carried a darker burden, the family banshee. It began with great-grandmother Bridget Kelly, a young widow during the Civil War who, according to whispered stories, turned away a starving traveler at her door, a woman heavy with child, begging shelter in a blizzard. The woman died in the bog, child with her, and that night the first keening rose. A woman's chest wail so piercing it shattered glass in the windows. Bridget's husband dropped dead the next morning, heart stopped cold. Since then the Beansa attached itself to the Kelly bloodline, keening only for direct descendants. Appearing as a gaunt woman in gray with streaming white hair and eyes red from eternal weeping, combing her locks with a silver comb that left strands as calling cards. In the autumn of 2024, when the heather bloomed purple and the days shortened to twilight by 4 o'clock, the last of the Kellys gathered at the homestead. There was Kaimi Kelly, 42, a nurse from Letterkenny who had returned after years away, fleeing a failed marriage and the city's noise that couldn't drown her grief over her stillborn daughter 3 years prior. With her came her father, Seamus, 70, the homestead's last full-time resident, widowed, arthritic, lungs scarred from decades of turf cutting but stubborn as the mountains. Her brother Ronan, 38, a fisherman from Killybegs, arrived with his pregnant wife, Arla, 36, and their 2 children, teenage son, Dara, 15, sullen and phone-addicted, and little daughter Niev, 8, wide-eyed and prone to seeing things in the mist. They came for Seamus's worsening health, to settle affairs, perhaps to sell, but the house had never sold. Buyers always backing out after hearing things. The homestead felt alive with memory and damp. Rooms smelled of peat and lamb stew, walls hung with faded photos of stern ancestors, a crucifix over every door, and a turf fire always burning in the hearth to ward off the chill that seeped from the stone floors. Outside, the wind never stopped moaning through electricity wires, rattling the byre where the last cow lowed uneasily. Nights were ink black, broken only by the distant crash of waves at Bunbeg or the occasional car on the main road miles away. The first keening came softly on the 7th night, when a thick Atlantic fog rolled in and swallowed the valley whole. Kaimhi woke at 2:47 a.m. to the sound, a woman's voice, high and sorrowful, rising from the bog behind the house. It wasn't screaming. It was keening, the traditional Irish lament, layers of grief in perfect Keoned style, verses of praise for the dying, accusations against fate, pleas to the saints. Words in Old Irish, half understood. Akan go dio, mo kuad densal, woe forever. My share of life. Seamus stirred in his downstairs bedroom, murmuring, "She's here again." The children slept, but Orla woke crying, clutching her belly. Morning brought denial. Fog lifted to reveal ordinary bog pools reflecting gray sky, rushes bending in breeze. No footprints. Seamus dismissed it. Just the wind through the reeds. But Kahim found a strand of long white hair on the WSIL-silky, unnatural, not from any family member. The wail returned nightly, growing intimate. Always between midnight and dawn, always circling the house starting at the bog. Moving to the byre, then the front boreen, voice passing windows like a mourner pacing. It named them, Kaim Lim Kelt, for her lost baby. Seamus. Ij Kate, for his youth spent in hardship. Ronan heard his mother's voice dead 20 years keening his failures as a father. Arla heard warnings for her unborn child. Dara heard mockery of his teenage angsts. Niev heard lullabies twisted into dirges. Physical omens accumulated slowly, insidiously. The silver comb appeared first, on the kitchen table, then Seamus's pillow. Finally in Niev's small hand as she slept, fingers cut and bleeding, though she never woke. Milk curdled in jugs. The crucifix in the kitchen turned upside down overnight. Turf fires burned blue. Sheep in the field ringed the house one morning, staring inward, refusing to graze. Family fractured under strain. Seamus confessed old sins on his deathbed chair, turning away travelers during hard winters, affairs that shamed his wife. Kaimhi relived her miscarriage, guilt working too hard, ignoring signs. Ronan drank heavily, fights with Orla over leaving. Dara isolated with headphones but removed them screaming, "She's in the music!" Niev drew the banshee tall woman with red eyes, combing hair over faces of the family, one by one crossed out. The keening predicted accurately. First, a cousin in Dublin car crashed the night after a particularly loud wail naming him. Then Seamus worsened, lungs filling, coughing blood matching the banshee's red tears. He died on a December night, the wail peaking as his breath stopped, voice inside the room, the windows closed. Funeral wake. Neighbors heard it circling the graveyard but said nothing. After burial, the banshee turned to the living. Orla's pregnancy complications, bleeding after a wail foretelling Limb Marb. Stillbirth. Grief shattered Ronan. He walked into bog one foggy night, following the voice promising rest with your mother. Body found weeks later, preserved in peat, face peaceful. Children next. Dara, bullied at school for cursed family, heard constant mockery and the wail his insecurities amplified. Hanged himself in the byre note. She's calling me home. Niev, innocent, began combing her hair with the silver comb, singing keens in perfect Irish though never taught. Found drowned in shallow bog pool too small to fall accidentally, face serene, hair spread like the banshees. Kaimhe alone survived, fleeing to Letterkenny Flat. But the wail followed faint in city traffic, clear on quiet nights. Hair strands on pillows. Comb in drawers. She hears her own name now, keening her loneliness, her survivor's guilt. Glenvar locals shun the homestead, windows boarded, turf stack collapsed, bog reclaiming the path. On storm nights, Keenan carries down the valley, naming new families who move nearby. Some leave quickly, others don't. The banshee keeps her vow. Bloodlines marked don't end quietly. She keens until the last. The shadow that hunted me in the Black Forest, Germany. This absolutely bone-chilling, true scary story takes place deep in Germany, Jess' infamous Black Forest, the Schwarzwald, a vast ancient woodland in the southwestern state of Baden-Württemberg, where dense pine trees block out the sun, mist clings to the ground like a living thing, and centuries-old fairy tales of witches, werewolves, and lost souls feel far too real. The forest spans hundreds of square miles of rolling hills, hidden valleys, cascading waterfalls, and forgotten trails that wind through foliage so thick you can lose sight of the sky for hours. It's beautiful in daylight, but at night, locals whisper that things still wander there that have no name in modern books. This real horror encounter comes from a 28-year-old experienced hiker named Lena, name changed for privacy, a German native from Freiburg who thought she knew the forest better than most. What happened to her over 5 agonizing days in the summer of 2023 changed everything. She reached out anonymously, still shaken years later, and swears every detail is exactly as it occurred. Lena had been hiking the Black Forest since childhood, family trips, school outings, then solo adventures as an adult. She was no novice. Certified in wilderness first aid, equipped with top-tier gear, and always filed detailed itineraries with friends. That July, she planned a 5-day loop trail starting near the town of Titisee, heading deep into the remote Herzogenhorn region. A challenging route with steep climbs, alpine meadows, and secluded campsites far from popular tourist paths. She wanted solitude after a stressful year. No phone signal for most of the trek. Just nature, her thoughts, and the rhythmic crunch of boots on pine needles. She set off on a warm Monday morning in mid-July. The weather forecast was perfect. Sunny days, cool nights, low chance of rain. Lena parked her car at the trailhead, hoisted her 35-pound backpack, filled with a lightweight tent, sleeping bag rated for sub-zero tong, portable stove, water filter, GPS device with offline maps. Bear bell, though bears are rare there, a sturdy knife, emergency beacon, and enough dehydrated food for a week, and started walking. The first few hours were idyllic. Sunlight dappled the forest floor through gaps in the canopy, wildflowers bloomed along the path, and the air smelled of fresh resin and damp moss. She passed crystal-clear streams, spotted deer grazing silently, and felt that familiar peace wash over her. By late afternoon, she de-covered 12 miles and reached her first planned campsite, a small clearing near a rushing brook, surrounded by towering fir trees that swayed gently in the breeze. She pitched her tent efficiently, green to blend in, guy lines tight against wind, filtered water from the brook. It tasted pure and icy cold. Cooked a simple pasta meal as the sun set in a blaze of pink and gold behind the hills. Birds sang their evening chorus, a distant cuckoo called, and fireflies began to flicker in the underbrush. Lena journaled by headlamp, writing about how alive she felt, then zipped into her sleeping bag as the temperature dropped to a comfortable chill. The only sounds were the brook babbling and leaves rustling. She slept deeply, dreaming of nothing. Day 2 dawned misty but bright. Lena broke camp early, eating oatmeal while watching fog lift from the valley below. The trail climbed steeply that day, switchbacks up rocky slopes, past ancient moss-covered boulders and hidden waterfalls that thundered into pools below. Her legs burned in that good way, sweat beading on her forehead despite the shade. Around noon, she crested a ridge and emerged into an open meadow dotted with purple lupins and grazing chamois. The view was breathtaking. Layer upon layer of forested hills roll into the horizon, the distant Rhine valley shimmering faintly. She sat on a log, ate trail mix, and snapped photos with her phone. Everything felt perfect. But in the afternoon, as she descended back into denser forest, the first hint of unease crept in. The trail narrowed, overgrown in places, forcing her to push through ferns and low branches. She heard a snap, a heavy branch breaking off to her right, maybe 50 meters away. She stopped, listened. Silence. Probably a falling pine cone or a deer, she thought. The Black Forest is full of wildlife. Roe deer, wild boar, foxes. She continued, but over the next hour, it happened again. More snaps, always parallel to the trail, never close enough to see. She called out in German, "Hallo? Ist da jemand? Hello? Anyone there? No answer?" She shook it off as paranoia from being alone. That night, camped in a secluded hollow near a small tarn mountain lake, the sounds grew stranger. Lena had just finished dinner, rehydrated curry that smelled spicy and comforting, when dusk fell quickly under the thick canopy. She built a tiny fire for warmth, the flames crackling and casting dancing shadows on tree trunks. Then she heard it, a low whistle. Not wind through branches, deliberate, melodic, like someone absent-mindedly whistling an old folk tune, maybe Der Mond ist aufgegangen. It came from the tree line, faint but clear. Lena froze. Another hiker? But this sight was off the main paths. She'd seen no one all day. She shone her headlamp toward the sound. Nothing but darkness and trunks. "Hello?" she called again. The whistling stopped instantly. Heart beating a little faster, she doused the fire early and retreated to her tent, zipping it tight. The night was quiet after that, too quiet. No owls, no rustling animals. Just her breathing and the occasional creak of trees. Day 3 turned the unease into real fear. Lena woke to heavy fog blanketing everything. Visibility down to 20 feet, the air damp and cold. She packed quickly, eager to move. The trail that day wound through some of the oldest parts of the forest. Trees centuries old, trunks wider than she could hug, roots twisting like veins across the path. The fog muffled sounds, making every footstep echo strangely. Mid-morning, the snapping returned, closer now, pacing her exactly. She'd stop abruptly. The sounds would cease a second later. Start walking, they'd resume. By lunch, sitting on a fallen log in a rare clearing, Lena noticed something that made her stomach twist. Footprints. Fresh ones crossing the trail ahead. Bare human feet, large, with long toes splayed unnaturally wide, pressed deep into the soft earth as if carrying great weight. No shoe treads, no hiking boot patterns. They came from the woods on one side, crossed the path, and vanished into the brush on the other. She knelt, heart racing, and touched one, still damp. Made hours ago, maybe, but barefoot? In this terrain, with thorns and rocks, and the size, men's 12 or larger, but elongated. Lena took photos, hands shaking slightly, and hurried on. Her mind raced, a nudist hiker, a homeless person? But out here, days from civilization. Impossible. The fog burned off by afternoon, revealing blue skies, but the feeling of being watched intensified. That primal sensation, eyes boring into her back. She turned quickly several times, catching only swaying branches. That night, in a campsite high on a slope overlooking a deep ravine, the terror escalated. Lena barely ate, nerves on edge. As full darkness fell, moonless, stars hidden by clouds, the whistling returned. Closer. The same tune, but slower, drawn out. Then, voices. Faint at first. Whispering in German from the darkness. Lena. Calm her. Lena. Come here. Her name, exact pronunciation. She bolted upright in her tent. How could anything know her name? She told no one her exact route details beyond the general area. She grabbed her knife and headlamp, shouting, Where is der? Lass mich in Ruhe. Who's there? Leave me alone. The whispering stopped. Then, from another direction, giggling. Childlike, but wrong too deep, echoing unnaturally. Branches cracked nearby, circling the site. Heavy footsteps, deliberate. Lena clutched her emergency beacon, but didn't activate it yet. No immediate danger, she told herself. Just something. She didn't sleep. All night. Scratches on tree bark, pebbles tossed lightly against her tent fly. Plink, plink. Low growls that vibrated in her chest like no animal she'd heard. And the smell, a sudden waft of decay, like rotting meat left in damp leaves mixed with wet dog. It came and went on the wind. Dawn on day 4 felt like salvation. Lena packed in record time, skipping breakfast, and pushed hard, aiming to shave a day off and reach a more populated trail section early. But the stalking was brazen now. Footsteps mirrored hers openly, crunching leaves just out of sight. She'd spin around. Nothing. Once, in a thicket, she glimpsed movement. A tall, dark silhouette, humanoid, but wrung, limbs too long, head lowered, slipping behind a tree faster than possible. Voices multiplied, her own voice calling from ahead. Help! I'm hurt! Perfect mimicry, pleading. Then a man's deep laugh, a woman's scream slicing the air. Lena ran sections, pack slamming against her back, lungs heaving in the humid air. Sweat poured down her face, mixing with tears of panic. Mid-afternoon, in a panic, she veered off-trail toward a known lookout point with potential cell signal. Climbing a rocky outcrop, she finally got one bar. Hands trembling, she texted a friend. Something following me. Weird sounds, footprints. Coming out early. Call if no update. No immediate reply. That night, her worst. She didn't camp properly. Found a dense cluster of young pines, crawled inside, camouflaged herself with branches. No tent, no light. Curled fetal, knife in hand. The thing circled for hours. Close enough to hear breathing, ragged, wet, sniffing. Once, a face pressed near. Pale skin stretched over sharp bones. Eyes black and gleaming. Mouth twisted in something not quite a smile. It stared through the branches, head tilting slowly, mimicking her fearful expression. Then retreated silently. Lena whimpered quietly, biting her sleeve to stay silent. Pebbles rained softly around her. The whistling resumed, her childhood lullaby now, twisted into minor key. Hours blurred into terror. She activated the beacon at 3 a.m. when something large brushed her hiding spot. Rescue came at first light, mountain rescue team, helicopter overhead. They found her dehydrated, scratched, babbling about the shadow. Searched the area, scattered odd footprints, broken branches at impossible heights, but no entity. Lena was airlifted out, treated for exposure and shock. Therapy followed. PTSD diagnosed. She moved away from Freiburg, avoids forests entirely. But the haunting lingers. Faint whistling in wind sometimes, shadows at windows that move wrong. Footprints occasionally near her new home, bare, elongated. Locals in the Black Forest know old stories. Naxierer, Walgeister, things that imitate to lure. Whatever hunted Lena wasn't human. It played with her, savored the fear, nearly claimed her. The entity in the walls of my remote rental home. A true horror story that forced me to abandon everything I owned back in the fall of 2023. I was desperate for a fresh start. My divorce had just finalized. My job in the city had gone fully remote. And I needed somewhere quiet, cheap, and far away from everything that reminded me of my old life. That's when I found the listing online. A 2-story farmhouse on 10 acres in rural upstate New York, just outside a tiny town called Milford. The rent was suspiciously low, half what I pay for a 1-bedroom apartment back in the city, and the photos showed a charming, if slightly worn, Victorian-style home with wraparound porch, original hardwood floors, and a big stone fireplace. The landlord, an older guy named Mr. Harlan, said the previous tenants had left suddenly and he just wanted someone reliable. I didn't ask too many questions. I signed the lease sight unseen and moved in 2 weeks later. The first few days were perfect. The silence was absolute, no traffic, no neighbors blasting music, just the wind in the tall pines that surrounded the property and the occasional hoot of an owl at night. The house smelled like old wood and faint lavender, probably from whatever cleaner the last people used. I unpacked slowly, setting up my office in the upstairs bedroom that overlooked the backyard. The cellar door was in the kitchen, a heavy wooden thing with an old iron latch. I peeked down there once on move-in day, just concrete steps leading to a dark, earthy-smelling basement with a dirt floor in one corner and some dusty shelves. Nothing special. I closed it and forgot about it. The weirdness started small, the way it always does in these stories. On my third night, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of faint scratching. It was coming from inside the wall next to my bed, the one that faced the hallway. I figured mice. Old houses have mice, right? I banged on the wall with my fist. The scratching stopped immediately. I went back to sleep. The next morning, I found tiny wood shavings on the floor beneath the spot where I'd heard the noise. Not a lot, just a little pile, like something had been gnawing from the inside. I vacuumed it up and made a mental note to buy traps. That night, the scratching came back, but this time it moved. It started by my bed, paused, then traveled slowly along the wall toward the door. I sat up and turned on the light. Nothing. Silence. I told myself it was just the house settling, or the wind, or my imagination playing tricks because I was alone in the middle of nowhere. By the end of the first week, the scratching had become rhythmic 3 short scratches. Pause, 3 more like a pattern, and it wasn't just at night anymore. I'd be working at my desk and hear it faintly from downstairs, or in the living room while I watched TV. I set out traps with peanut butter. None of them ever sprang. No droppings, no signs of rodents at all. Just those little piles of wood shavings that kept appearing in new places, under the kitchen table, near the fireplace, once even on the bathroom counter. One evening, I decided to investigate. I grabbed a flashlight and opened the cellar door for the first time since moving in. The air that rushed up was cold and damp, carrying a faint metallic smell mixed with something sour, like old milk left out too long. The steps creaked under my weight as I descended. The basement was bigger than I expected. Stone walls, low ceiling, a single bare bulb hanging from a cord. There was an old washer and dryer in one corner, rusted and unused, and shelves lined with dusty canning jars full of what looked like preserved vegetables from decades ago. In the far corner behind the furnace, I found a section of the wall that looked different, newer drywall patched over older plaster. There were faint scratch marks on it, long and deliberate, like fingernails dragging down. I pressed my ear against it. Nothing. But when I tapped the wall with my knuckles, the sound was hollow, like there was a space behind it. I told myself it was probably just an old chimney flue or something. I went back upstairs, locked the cellar door, and tried to forget about it. That night, the scratching was louder than ever. It wasn't just in the walls anymore. It sounded like it was coming from inside the ceiling directly above my bed. I lay there in the dark, heart pounding, listening as it moved back and forth, like something pacing. Then it stopped, and a voice whispered my name. It was soft, barely audible, like breath against glass. Sarah, my name, clear as day. I froze. No one knew I was here except the landlord and my sister, who lived 3 states away. I hadn't told anyone else the address. I turned on every light in the house and sat on the couch until sunrise, too scared to go back upstairs. The next day, I called Mr. Harlan. He sounded annoyed, like I was bothering him. Old houses make noises, he said. The last tenants complained about the same thing. They got used to it. I asked why they left so suddenly. There was a long pause. Personal reasons, he muttered, then hung up. I started researching the house online. The address pulled up a few old real estate listings going back 20 years, always with the same low price and quick turnover of tenants. Then I found a local newspaper archive from 1998. A family had lived there, the Millers. Parents and 2 teenage kids. One winter night, they vanished. No bodies, no note, no signs of forced entry. The police searched the property for weeks. They found strange scratch marks all over the interior walls, piles of wood shavings, and patches of drywall that had been clawed through from the inside. The case went cold. The article mentioned neighbors hearing whispers coming from the empty house for months afterward. I felt sick. That night, I packed an overnight bag and drove to the nearest motel, 40 minutes away. I told myself I'd just stay one night, figure things out in the morning. But when I got back the next day, the house felt different. Colder. The air was thick, like someone had left all the windows open in winter. And there were new scratches, long, deep gouges in the hallway wallpaper, starting at ceiling height and dragging all the way down to the floor. They hadn't been there before. I started sleeping with the lights on, a kitchen knife under my pillow. The whispers grew louder, more frequent. Always my name, sometimes fragments of sentences. Sarah, stay, Sarah. Inside, they came from different places behind the walls, under the floorboards, once from inside the closet while I was getting dressed. I installed security cameras inside and out. They caught nothing. No orbs, no shadows, no figures. Just empty rooms. But the audio picked up the whispers clearly, layered over each other like multiple voices speaking at once. One night, about 3 weeks in, I woke up to find my bedroom door wide open. I always closed it. The hallway light was on, I never left it on. I could hear slow, deliberate footsteps coming up the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. I grabbed the knife and sat up, heart hammering. The footsteps reached the top, paused outside my door, then started walking toward my room. But when I looked, the hallway was empty. The camera in the hall showed nothing moving. Yet the audio recorded the exact same footsteps, clear as day. I started losing weight. I couldn't eat. Every shadow in the house looked wrong, like it was too dark, too solid. I'd catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, tall, thin shapes that vanished when I turned. The wood shavings piled up faster. I swept them up every morning, but by evening there were new ones, sometimes mixed with dark stains that smelled like rust. I tried to leave multiple times. I'd pack the car, drive down the long gravel driveway, and halfway to the main road, I'd feel an overwhelming dread like if I left. Something terrible would happen. Not to me, but to someone I loved. The feeling was so strong I'd turn around and come back. Once, I made it all the way to the motel again. That night, my sister called screaming. She said she'd woken up to someone whispering my name in her ear in her locked apartment 3 states away. She heard scratching inside her walls. I drove home the next morning. The final straw came in early December. We'd had our first big snowstorm and the power went out for 2 days. I was burning logs in the fireplace, trying to stay warm when I noticed the scratching again, this time coming from behind the stone chimney. It was frantic, desperate. Then the whispers started louder than ever, all at once. Let us out, let us out. We're so hungry. I grabbed a crowbar from the shed and, in a panic, started prying at the patched drywall in the basement, the spot I'd noticed weeks earlier. The drywall gave way easily, like it had been loosened before. Behind it was a narrow crawl space, barely big enough for a person. And inside, pressed against the opening, were hands. Pale, thin hands with long broken nails reaching toward me, dozens of them, overlapping, clawing at the air. Faces pushed forward in the darkness behind gaunt, eyeless, mouths open in silent screams. They weren't solid, not exactly. More like shadows given form, flickering in and out. But the smell that poured out rotting meat and damp earth was real. I screamed and stumbled backward. The hands stretched farther, impossibly long, fingers brushing my jacket. I slammed the drywall back into place and nailed a board over it, sobbing the whole time. Then I ran upstairs, grabbed my laptop and a few clothes and left. I didn't take anything else. I drove straight through the night to my sister's place and never went back. The landlord never returned my calls about breaking the lease. A few months later, I saw the house relisted online, same low price, same charming photos. The description said, recently renovated and perfect for someone seeking peace and quiet. I still hear the scratching sometimes in whatever new place I stay. And every now and then, in the dead of night, I'll wake up to the faint whisper of my name coming from inside the wall. If you're ever looking for a cheap rental in the countryside, check the history first. Some homes aren't empty just because no one's living there. Sometimes the previous tenants never really left, and they're waiting for someone new to let them out. The voice that imitated my dead partner's calls during night patrols in the national park. A true horror story that ended my career as a ranger. In the summer of 2022, I landed my dream job as a seasonal park ranger in one of the largest and most remote national parks in the Rocky Mountains. I will call it Blackwood National Park for this story close enough to the real name that anyone who Wes worked there will know what I am talking about, but far enough to keep me from getting any more threatening emails from the service. I just turned 28, fresh out of a breakup and tired of city life in Denver. The posting was for a backcountry patrol position. Solo shifts covering hundreds of square miles of dense forest, jagged peaks, alpine meadows, and trails that barely saw a dozen hikers a week. The pay wasn't great, but the isolation sounded perfect. No cell service in most areas, no neighbors, just me, my truck, a radio that sometimes worked, and the endless wilderness. They assigned me to the northern sector, a section infamous among rangers for its rough terrain and history of missing persons cases. The park's missing 411 statistics were higher than average people vanishing without a trace, often in good weather, with no signs of struggle or animal attacks. Experienced hikers, kids, whole families. Search teams would comb the area for weeks and find nothing, not even a backpack or a shoe. I brushed it off as coincidence at first. Mountains are dangerous. People get lost. My cabin was a small one-room ranger station built in the 1950s, perched on a ridge overlooking a vast valley of old-growth pines and spruce. It had a wood stove, propane lights, a bunk bed, and a porch where I could sit and watch storms roll in across the peaks. My partner for training was a veteran ranger named Mike Harlan, mid-50s, grizzled, with a dry sense of humor and stories about everything from bear encounters to rescuing climbers off sheer rock faces. He showed me the ropes for the first month, how to read the trails, spot illegal campsites, handle wildlife, and most importantly, how to navigate when the fog rolled in thick enough to swallow your flashlight beam. Mike had this one rule he drilled into me. If you hear someone calling for help at night, especially a voice you recognize, radio it in first and wait for backup. Don't go charging off alone. I laughed it off. What? Like Bigfoot pranks? He didn't smile. Just do it, kid. These woods play tricks. Our last patrol together was in late August. We were checking a remote trailhead after reports of an abandoned tent. The weather turned fast, classic mountain storm, thunder cracking like gunshots, rain coming down in sheets. We found the tent slashed open from the inside, gear scattered, but no blood, no tracks leading away. Just gone. On the hike back to the truck, lightning struck a tree maybe 50 yards ahead. The blast threw us both to the ground. When I came to, Mike was pinned under the burning trunk, chest crushed. He was conscious for a minute, gasping my name, Jake, get help, before he went still. I radioed it in, but the storm killed the signal. By the time rescue arrived hours later, he was gone. Official cause, accidental death by falling tree. They gave me bereavement leave, but I came back early. The sector needed covering, and I figured staying busy would help. That's when the voices started. The first time was about 2 weeks after the funeral. I was on night patrol, driving the dirt service road that loops through the valley. It was a clear night, full moon lighting up the treetops like silver frost. Around 2 a.m., I heard it over the truck's open window. A faint call echoing through the trees. Jake. Just like that, my name, in a voice that sounded exactly like Mike's. Rough, gravelly, with that slight Wyoming drawl. My blood went cold. I slammed on the brakes, grabbed the spotlight, and swept the beam across the forest. Nothing. No movement. No eyes reflecting back. I radioed base, hearing possible distress call on North Loop. They checked no other rangers in the area. No reported hikers. Probably an echo or animal, Jake. Keep an eye out. I drove on, heart pounding, telling myself it was grief playing tricks. Mike's voice was still fresh in my memory. But it happened again the next night. Same spot. Jake, help. Clearer this time, coming from deeper in the woods. I stopped, got out with my rifle and flashlight. The air was crisp, smelling of pine sap and damp earth after a light rain. I called out, "Who's there? Identify yourself." Only the wind answered, rustling branches like whispers. I followed the trail 100 yards and nothing. No footprints in the soft mud, no broken branches. Back at the cabin that morning, I barely slept. I started keeping a log, like they teach you for incident reports. Over the next month, the calls escalated. It wasn't just my name anymore. The voice Mike's voice would say things only he would know. "Jake, remember the elk we spotted last fall by the creek?" Or, "Kid, you left your thermos in the truck again." Phrases from our patrols together. I'd be hiking a ridge at dusk, checking for poachers, and it'd come floating up from the valley below. "Jake." Over here, I'd scan with binoculars empty meadows, shadows stretching long under the setting sun. Once, during a heavy fog that blanketed everything in gray, I heard him laughing, that deep chuckle he had when I'd screw up a map reading. I ran toward it, crashing through underbrush, thorns tearing at my uniform until I burst into a clearing. Empty. Just mist swirling around ancient trees. I reported it all. The supervisors listened politely, suggested counseling for PTSD. Losing a partner is tough, son. Voices are common in isolation. They rotated another ranger in for daytime overlap, a young guy named Tyler. Nice kid, but green. He hadn't heard anything yet. I started sleeping with the radio on, volume low, just to have human voices. Then the hikers started disappearing again. First was a solo backpacker, mid-30s woman from California. She checked in at the trailhead register, planning a 3-day loop through my sector. When she didn't check out, we launched a search. Dogs, helicopters, grids. I was ground team lead. On the second day, deep in a ravine off-trail, I heard it. "Jake." Down here, Mike's voice weak like he was injured. It pulled me downhill, away from the grid. I found an old campsite, her tent intact, sleeping bag unzipped, food scattered like she'd left in a hurry. But something was wrong. The footprints leading away were bare human, but no shoes, and they just stopped, like she vanished mid-step. We never found her. Case closed as presumed lost. Tyler heard his first voice that same week. We were patrolling together at night when a child's cry echoed across the lake. "Daddy, help me," pitched, terrified. Tyler froze. "That's my daughter back home." Same voice. His face went white. We searched the shoreline with lights, nothing. No kids reported in the park. He radioed base, voice shaking. After that, he requested transfer. Got approved fast. By October, snow was dusting the highs. The park quieted, no more tourists. Just me holding down the fort until winter closure. The voices were constant now. Multiple. Mike's the loudest, but others mixed in. That missing woman's scream, Tyler's daughter crying, even my ex-girlfriend's voice from years ago calling me sweetly from the dark. They'd come from all directions, overlapping, luring. "Jake, come see this. Over here, quick." I'd resist. Stay on trail. But the pull was physical, like a hand tugging my sleeve. The worst night was mid-November. A blizzard hit early, wind howling 50 miles per hour, visibility 0. I was holed up in the cabin, stove roaring, when the knocking started. Not on the door, on the walls. Slow, deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. Then Mike's voice right outside the window. "Jake, let me in. It's cold out here." I checked the peephole, nothing but swirling snow. The radio crackled with static, then clear as day. "Ranger down. Need assistance. Coordinates." My own voice distorted, giving fake locations. I barricaded the door with the table, loaded my shotgun, and waited till dawn. In the morning, fresh tracks circled the cabin, bare human feet, deep in the snow, but no entry. They led into the trees and vanished. I quit the next day. Packed my truck in the storm and drove out. Never looked back. They accepted my resignation without question, offered counseling again, which I declined. It's been 3 years now. I live in a city apartment, ground floor, lots of lights. But sometimes late at night, when the traffic dies down, I hear it, faint through the walls or from the alley. "Jake," in Mike's voice, or others, calling me. If you're planning a trip to the backcountry, any national park, stick to the rules. Stay on marked trails. Hike in groups. And if you hear a familiar voice calling from the woods, especially someone who couldn't possibly be there, don't answer. radio for help, and walk the other way because whatever's out there, it knows your name. It knows everyone's, and it's patient. It's always listening, waiting for you to follow the voice home. The doppelganger that began appearing in my family, photos and videos, a true horror story that made me question my entire existence in early 2024. I was living what most people would call a pretty ordinary life. I was 32, married to my college sweetheart Emily for 6 years, and we had just bought our first house, a cozy 3-bedroom ranch-style home in a quiet suburb outside Portland, Oregon. The place was built in the 1970s. Nothing fancy, but it had a big backyard, a finished basement, and plenty of natural light streaming through the windows. I worked remotely as a graphic designer, spending most days in my home office upstairs, while Emily was a teacher at the local elementary school. We were trying for a kid, saving up for renovations, and overall, things felt stable, safe, normal. The weirdness started innocently enough, with a photo. It was April, and we'd gone on a weekend hike in the Columbia River Gorge, Multnomah Falls. The usual tourist spot. Emily snapped a bunch of pictures on her phone. Us posing in front of the waterfall. Me throwing a peace sign, her laughing as wind whipped her hair. That evening, we were scrolling through them on the living room TV, picking favorites for our annual photo book. One shot was of me standing alone on the bridge, overlooking the falls, arms outstretched like I was embracing the view. But when it popped up on the big screen, Emily paused. "Wait, when did you turn around?" she asked, zooming in. I leaned forward. In the photo, I was facing away from the camera, toward the waterfall, just like I remembered. But my posture looked off. Shoulders too square, head tilted in a way I never do. And there was something about the hair. It looked thicker, darker. "That's me," I said, laughing it off. "Bad angle or something." She shrugged and moved on, but I couldn't shake it. Later that night, alone in the bathroom brushing my teeth, I stared at my reflection longer than usual. Same face I'd seen my whole life. Short brown hair, blue eyes, a small scar on my chin from a childhood bike accident. Everything normal. I told myself it was just lighting or a glitch in the phone camera. A week later, it happened again. Emily recorded a short video for her classroom, a cute thing where we introduced our dog, Max, a goofy golden retriever we'd adopted the year before. She filmed me playing fetch with him in the backyard. When we watched it back, Max was wagging his tail, barking happily, but in the clip, I was just standing there, staring straight at the camera with this blank expression. No smile, no movement. I didn't throw the ball once. "Babe, why were you zoning out like that?" Emily teased. I rewound it. I wasn't. I remember throwing it a dozen times. But there it was, clear as day. Me, motionless, eyes locked on the lens like I was studying it. The timestamp matched. No edits. My stomach twisted. I checked the original file on her phone, same thing. We joked about it being a Mandela effect, or me having an out-of-body moment, but I started feeling uneasy around cameras after that. By May, I was avoiding photos altogether. But Emily loved documenting everything: date nights, home projects, even mundane grocery hauls for her Instagram stories. One evening, she posted a selfie of us at a local brewery. I didn't look at it until the next morning when notifications blew up. Friends commenting, "You look great, man. Handsome as ever." But when I opened it, the version of me next to her wasn't smiling with her. My arm was around her shoulders, but my face was turned slightly away, staring off into the distance with this creepy, half-lidded gaze. Emily's copy on her phone showed the same. She insisted I had been grinning ear to ear the whole time. "Maybe the app glitched," she said, but I could hear the doubt in her voice. I started experimenting alone. Set up my phone in the office to record while I worked. Hours of footage. Me typing, sipping coffee, stretching, all normal. But one clip from a late-night session around 2 a.m., when I was finishing a client deadline, showed something different. In the video, I stood up, walked to the window, and just stood there for 20 minutes, back to the camera, unmoving. Head cocked like I was listening to something outside, but I remembered sitting the whole time, no break. I played it on mute first, then with sound. Faint whispering too low to make out, like wind through cracks. But our windows were closed. AC off. I scoured the internet for answers. Forums about glitch in the matrix, deepfake theories, even quantum multiverse stuff. Then I stumbled on doppelganger stories, old folklore about evil twins that replace people, stealing their lives bit by bit. German legends, Scandinavian myths. People claiming to see their double in mirrors or photos and bad luck following. I laughed it off as superstition, but the seed was planted. June brought the first real confrontation. I was home alone Emily at a school conference overnight. I woke up around 3 a.m. to use the bathroom. The house was silent except for Max whining downstairs. As I passed the hallway mirror, the big one we dehung when we moved in, I caught a glimpse and froze. My reflection was already standing there facing me, but I hadn't stopped yet. It smiled, first a slow, wide grin that didn't match my shocked expression. Then it waved. I bolted back to bed, heart racing, convincing myself it was sleep paralysis or a dream. The next day, I covered every mirror in the house with sheets. Emily came home and thought I'd lost it. Stress from work? She suggested. I showed her the videos. She watched, pale-faced, but rationalized. Maybe malware on our phones? Or carbon monoxide poisoning? We bought detectors, nothing. Called an IT friend to check devices clean. Things escalated in July. Friends started commenting on how different I seemed. My best buddy Ryan texted after a group hangout. Dude, you were quiet last night. Everything okay? But I've been talkative, cracking jokes like always. Emily mentioned I was distant lately, sleeping more, forgetting conversations. I felt fine, energized, even. The photos from that hangout showed me sitting apart, staring at the floor while everyone laughed. One night, I set up multiple cameras. Ring doorbell. Security cams in living room and bedroom. My phone propped up. Went to bed early. Woke up to Max barking furiously at the basement door. Checked the footage at dawn. In the bedroom cam, me sleeping peacefully. But downstairs, around midnight, the living room cam caught a figure walking through exact height, build, clothes as me. It sat on the couch, turned on the TV, watched for hours. Face clear in the light. My face. But I was upstairs asleep. The figure looked directly at the camera once and smiled, that same unnatural grin from the mirror. I showed Emily. She cried. We called the police. Burglar impersonating me? They came, reviewed footage, but said it looked like me, no forced entry. Suggested I see a doctor for dissociative issues. August was hell. The doppelganger was bolder. I'd hear footsteps when home alone. Find coffee mugs used that I hadn't touched. Emily started sleeping at her sister's, saying she needed space. You're scaring me, Alex. This obsession... But I knew it wasn't me. The breaking point came Labor Day weekend. Family barbecue at our house, parents, siblings, cousins. I was grilling burgers, chatting, feeling normal. Later, scrolling through my mom's photos. In every group shot, there were two of me. One interacting normally, the other standing in the background. Watching. Staring straight at the real me with dead eyes. My family saw only one in their copies. What are you talking about? There's just you. That night, alone again, I confronted it. Set up in the basement, dark concrete floors, old boxes from previous owners. Phone recording, I called out. What do you want? Silence. Then footsteps overhead, slow and deliberate. The basement light flickered. In the small mirror down there, for checking laundry, I saw it behind me. It stepped closer, hand reaching for my shoulder. I saw nothing. But in the reflection, it was right there, mouth opening in a silent scream. I smashed the mirror, grabbed what I could, and left. Checked into a hotel. Burned the hard drives with footage, too terrified someone would think I was crazy. Or worse, that it would spread. It's been over a year now. I divorced Emily. She couldn't handle the paranoia. Moved across the country, new job, new name even. But it follows. Subtle at first. A photo from a coworker showing two of me at the office party. Videos where I say things I never said. People treating me like I've changed, become colder. I avoid cameras, mirrors, reflections. But sometimes, late at night, I'll catch a glimpse in a darkened window. It's there, waiting, patient, getting better at pretending. Doppelgangers aren't just legends. They're real. And once they notice you, they don't stop until they've taken your place. If you start seeing small differences in photos, videos, reflections, don't ignore it. Don't confront it. Run. Before it becomes you better than you ever could. And no one notices the switch. The mysterious stairs that appear out of nowhere in the deep woods. A former search and rescue officer, true horror stories that still keep me awake at night. Back in 2018, I joined the volunteer search and rescue team for a massive national forest in the Pacific Northwest, thousands of square miles of dense old-growth timber. Jagged ridges, glacial rivers, and trails that range from crowded day hikes to remote backcountry routes where you might not see another soul for weeks. I'll call the place Evergreen National. Forest to keep things vague, but if you spent any real time in those mountains, you'll know the kind of terrain. I'm talking about thick moss covering everything, ferns, taller than your waist constant. Drizzle turning the ground into a sponge, and fog that can roll in so thick you can't see 10 feet ahead. I was 24 then, fresh out of college with a degree in environmental science, fit from years of hiking and climbing, and naive enough to think the biggest dangers were bears, avalanches, or lost tourists who wandered off trail chasing a waterfall photo. Training was intense, weeks of classes on navigation, first aid, tracking, helicopter ops, and wilderness survival. The veterans warned us about the usual stuff. Hypothermia kills more people than animals. Always file a flight plan. Never split up. But there was this one off-the-record talk during a late-night beer session after a mock rescue. An old-timer named Ray, who'd been doing SAR for 30 years, leaned in and said quietly, "If you're ever deep in the woods, way off established trails, and you come across a set of stairs, just freestanding stairs going up into nowhere, turn around and walk away. Don't approach. Don't climb. Don't even take pictures. Radio it in as unusual structure and get the hell out." We all laughed, thinking it was hazing the rookies. Ray didn't laugh. He just stared into his beer and changed the subject. My first few years were standard. Finding dehydrated day hikers, airlifting climbers with broken ankles, searching for missing kids who turned out to be napping under a log 50 yards from camp. We had a few tragedies, bodies recovered weeks later after falls or exposure, but nothing supernatural. Then, in the summer of 2020, I got assigned to a missing persons case that changed everything. A 19-year-old solo backpacker named Mia had vanished on a 5-day loop through the northern sector, an area so remote it took us 2 days just to reach the trailhead by horse and foot. Her last check-in was a garbled text from a ridge with spotty service. Saw something weird off trail. Investigating. Classic rookie mistake. We gridded the area for days, calling her name until our voices gave out, checking drainages, setting up scent articles for the dogs. The dogs acted strange, whining, tails tucked, refusing to track past a certain point in a thick stand of hemlock and cedar. On day 4, exhaustion setting in, rain coming down in sheets, I was sweeping a side drainage alone while the team rested at base camp. Visibility was crap gray mist clinging to the trunks, everything dripping, the air heavy with that rich, earthy smell of wet forest floor. I pushed through a wall of Devil's Club, thorns tearing at my rain jacket, and froze. There, in a small clearing no bigger than a living room, stood a set of stairs. They were old, maybe Victorian-style ornate stone steps with carved banisters, covered in moss and lichen like they'd been there forever. But they led straight up into the canopy, ending abruptly 20 feet high with no landing, no building, nothing. Just stairs. The surrounding trees were ancient giants, trunks 4 feet thick, but none touched the structure. It was like the forest grew around it, leaving a perfect circle of emptiness. No birds singing, no insects buzzing. Complete silence except for the rain pattering on my hood. My radio crackled faintly. Signal was always garbage that deep, but I didn't call it in right away. I just stared, heart pounding for no logical reason. The air felt wrong, heavier, charged, like before a lightning strike. My compass, clipped to my pack, started spinning wildly. GPS on my phone showed searching forever. I took a step closer. The moss on the steps looked disturbed, like recent footprints had pressed it down. That's when I noticed the smell. Faint, metallic, mixed with something rotten like old meat. I backed away slowly, marking the location the old-fashioned way with flagging tape on nearby trees, and hiked out to report. The team lead, a no-nonsense woman named Carla, listened without expression. "Stairs?" she said. "Note the coordinates if you can get a fix, but prioritize the missing girl. No questions, no surprise." Later that night around the campfire, Ray pulled me aside. "You saw one." It wasn't a question. He told me they're rare but documented in internal reports, always isolated, always the same style no matter the region, and always bad news. People who climb them don't come back the same, if at all. We found Mia 2 days later, 5 miles away, hypothermic and delirious, curled up under a downed log. No memory of the past week. Her journal had frantic entries about stairs leading up to voices, and they called my name from the top. She recovered physically but quit hiking forever. The stairs? When we went back with a larger team, they were gone. Just bare forest floor like they'd never existed. No disturbance in the soil. Nothing. After that, I started hearing whispers about them from other SAR folks, across different forests, Appalachians, Rockies, even Canada. Always the same. Appear randomly, no wildlife nearby, electronics fail, overwhelming dread. Strict rule. Observe from distance, log if possible, never approach. Some said they're old mining structures or abandoned homestead foundations, but that doesn't explain the identical design or the way they vanish. My second encounter was winter 2021, during a search for an elderly couple with dementia who'd wandered from a campground. Sub-zero tong, snow knee-deep, wind howling through the passes. I was on snowshoes, probing drifts with an avalanche pole, when I crested a small rise and saw them again. This time wooden stairs, weathered gray, spiraling gently upward into the low clouds. Maybe 15 steps visible before disappearing into fog. Fresh snow around them was untouched, no tracks in or out. But at the base, half buried, was a single hiking boot. Men's size 10, still laced, with frost on the laces. One of the missing man's, I radioed it in immediately. Unusual structure at my location, possible evidence. The response was swift. Do not approach. Evacuate area. Back up en route. I waited 100 yards away, shivering not just from cold. When the team arrived, the stairs were still there. We photographed from afar. No one got closer than 50 feet. Then the fog thickened. Wind picked up, and when it cleared 20 minutes later, gone. Route 2. We found the couple later that day, safe but confused, miles away. They'd babbled about pretty stairs in the snow, leading to warm light up top. By 2022, I'd become the go-to guy for weird cases. Supervisors denied anything unusual publicly tourism dollars, and all but privately, they kept a confidential file. I read parts once, dozens of reports going back decades, some with missing persons linked directly. One from the 80s described a ranger who climbed a set during a solo patrol. Found weeks later at the bottom, neck broken, eyes wide open, muttering, "They're waiting up there," until he died. My final encounter, the one that made me quit, was August 2023. A group of 4 experienced backpackers went missing on a rarely used trail. Last seen healthy, well-equipped. We mounted a huge operation. Dogs, drones, helicopters. On day 6, pushing through brutal terrain, steep switchbacks, blowdowns everywhere, I found the stairs again. This time concrete, modern-looking, with metal railing rising straight up through a break in the canopy. At the top, barely visible, shapes moved. Human-shaped, but rung too tall, limbs too long, heads tilting unnaturally. Then I heard it, voices calling from above. Clear, familiar. My dad's voice he'd passed from cancer years earlier, saying, "Come up, son." It's beautiful. Mixed with my old partner's laugh from training days, the pull was physical, like gravity shifting. My feet moved forward without permission. I caught myself at the base, hand on the cold railing. It vibrated faintly, humming. That's when I saw the backpacks. 4 of them, neatly stacked at the bottom. The missing groups. Contents scattered. Wallets, phones, dead. A journal with the last entry. Found stairs. Voices say it's safe up top. Going to check. I backed away, screaming into the radio. "Stairs located. Possible victims. Need immediate evac." But as I retreated, the shapes descended. Fast, silent, wrong angles. I ran. Branches whipped my face. Roots tripped me, but I didn't stop until I hit the main trail. The team found me hyperventilating, covered in scratches. We searched that area for weeks. Found nothing. No stairs, no bodies, no gear. Case closed as presumed lost in wilderness. I resigned the next month. Moved to the city, took a desk job. Therapy didn't help, the nightmares are too real. Sometimes, driving rural roads, I'll glimpse stairs in the tree line beside the highway. Always gone when I look back. If you're a hiker, camper, hunter anywhere with deep woods, listen to the old-timers. If you see stairs standing alone, perfectly built, leading nowhere, don't curiosity kill you. Turn around. Walk away fast. Don't listen to the voices calling your name from the top. Because whatever's waiting up there, it knows you, it's patient. And it's hungry for company. The black-eyed children who knocked on my car window during a midnight breakdown in the desert. A true horror story that made me swear off night driving forever. Back in the summer of 2019, I was 35 years old and working as a long-haul truck driver, crisscrossing the Southwest hauling freight from California to Texas and back. I'd been on the road for about 8 years at that point, divorced, no kids, just me and my old Kenworth semi, logging thousands of miles a month on endless stretches of highway. The job suited me. The solitude, the freedom, the way the world blurred past at 70 miles per hour under star-filled skies. I preferred the night runs, fewer cops, cooler tongue in the desert heat, and that eerie quiet where it's just you, the hum of the engine, and the occasional crackle of the CB radio from other lonely souls out there. That particular run started like any other. I'd picked up a load of electronics in Phoenix, headed for Dallas, planning to push through the night to beat the deadline. It was late July, the kind of oppressive heat that lingers even after sunset, with the asphalt still radiating warmth like a griddle. I took I-10 east, then cut north on some back roads through the New Mexico desert to avoid construction remote routes. I'd driven 100 times nothing but sagebrush, jagged mesas, and the occasional abandoned gas station flickering in my headlights. Around 2 a.m., somewhere between Deming and Las Cruces, my truck started acting up. The engine sputtered, lights dimmed, and then everything died. I coasted to the shoulder, hazards blinking into the pitch black. No cell service out there, of course not. The nearest town was 50 miles back, the next one maybe 30 ahead. I popped the hood, flashlight in hand, but I'm no mechanic. Looked like alternator trouble or a dead battery. Great. I radioed on the CB. Anybody copy? Got a breakdown on 70-mile marker, whatever the hell. Static. Then a faint voice. Hang tight, breaker. Storm coming in. Sure enough, thunder rumbled in the distance, heat lightning flashing across the horizon. I climbed back into the cab, doors locked habit from all the sketchy truck stops, and waited. The wind picked up, whipping dust against the windows like sandpaper. Rain started as a sprinkle, then sheets, turning the dirt shoulder into mud. Visibility zero. I dozed off for a bit, lulled by the drum on the roof. That's when the knocking started. Soft at first, tap, tap. Tap on the driver's side window. I jolted awake, heart slamming. Headlights off, hazards still blinking red. Through the rain-streaked glass, I saw two small figures standing in the downpour. Kids. A boy and a girl, maybe 10 to 12 years old. Dressed in old-fashioned clothes. The boy in a dark hoodie pulled low. The girl in a long dress that clung weightly to her legs. No coats, no umbrellas, just standing there soaked in the storm. Hey! I yelled through the glass, cracking the window an inch. You okay? Where's your parents? The boy looked up. His face was pale, almost glowing in the hazard lights. Sir, can we get in? We're lost. It's cold. His voice was monotone, flat like a kid reciting lines. The girl just nodded, staring down at her bare feet in the mud. My gut twisted. Kids alone out here? Middle of nowhere? Storm raging? No way, but something felt off. They didn't shiver, didn't hug themselves for warmth. Just stood perfectly still, water dripping off them. Where'd you come from? I asked, scanning the darkness for a car, a house, nothing but desert. Please, mister, the girl said, voice matching the boy's empty, echoing slightly. We need to use your phone. Our mom is worried. No phone on them, obviously. And my cell was dead signal anyway. Alarm bells ringing now. I'd heard stories from other drivers on the CB late nights. Hitchhikers that weren't right, figures appearing on empty roads. Skinwalkers, some Navajo guys called them, but mostly we laughed it off as exhaustion hallucinations. I hesitated. Stay there. I'll call for help. I grabbed the CB again. Break, any trucks out there? Got 2 kids on the side, need assistance. Static. Then the knocking again, harder. Tap, tap, tap. Let us in, the boy said louder. He pressed his face closer to the crack in the window. That's when I saw his eyes. Solid black. No whites, no irises, just inky voids, reflecting the red hazards like oil slicks. The girls too, when she looked up. My blood froze. They weren't crying, weren't scared. Just staring, unblinking, rain pouring down their faces without them flinching. Oh God, I whispered, rolling the window up fast. Locked the doors again, though they were all ready. Please, they said in unison, voices overlapping perfectly. We're so cold. Let us in. We won't hurt you. Their hands pressed against the glass, now small, pale fingers leaving foggy prints. But the knocking moved to the passenger door, then the back of the cab. How? They were right there. I started the engine, nothing. Dead, panic rising. I grabbed my tire iron from under the seat, heart pounding so hard I could hear it over the storm. Go away, I shouted. I'm calling the cops. No signal, but bluffing. They didn't move. Just stared with those black eyes, mouths slightly open. We just need a ride. Don't be afraid. The dread hit like a wave, overwhelming, unnatural. Like my body knew something my brain couldn't process. An urge to unlock the door, let them in, just to make it stop. I fought it, sweating despite the AC being off. Minutes dragged felt like hours. The knocking circled the truck, voices whispering now, let us in. It's safe inside. We're just children. Then headlights in the rear view. Another semi approaching slow through the rain. The kids vanished instantly. No running, no fading. Just gone. The truck pulled up behind me, a burly guy named Hank. We chatted on CB before. He hooked me up for a jump, got me running. I didn't mention the kids at first. He did. Saw some weird shapes back there in my lights. Thought it was deer. I told him everything over coffee at the next truck stop, voice shaking. He went pale. Black-eyed kids, he muttered. Heard stories from drivers on the reservation routes. They knock, ask to come in. You let them. You're done. Never seen again, or worse found drained. Eyes like that. I looked it up later on truck stop Wi-Fi. Dozens of accounts. People in cars, homes, RVs, always kids, pale, old clothes, black eyes, monotone voices. Intense dread. They need permission to enter invitation. If you say no, they persist till you break or help arrives. Some say demons, aliens, vampires. Others, something older from native lore. I finished that run but quit long haul 6 months later. Day shifts only now, busy highways. But sometimes, parked at rest areas at night, I hear faint knocking. Tap, tap, tap. And a child's voice, Mr. Let us in. If you're driving alone at night, especially remote roads, and kids appear out of nowhere asking for help, don't look at their eyes. Don't speak to them. Drive away fast, even if it feels cruel. Because those aren't children. There's something wearing their skin. And they're still out there, waiting for someone to say yes. The strange figures that approached my isolated fire lookout tower every night during a record-breaking heat wave. A former lookout's true horror story that forced me to flee the wilderness forever in the summer of 2021. I took what I thought would be the perfect job for someone like me, someone who craves solitude after years of noisy city apartments and a bad breakup that left me distrustful of people. I was 29, physically fit from hiking and rock climbing. And ID just completed the training to become a seasonal fire lookout for the Forest Service in one of the most remote parts of the Idaho Panhandle National Forest. The tower was called Eagle's Perch, a 60-foot steel structure built in the 1930s, perched on the summit of a 7,000-foot peak, surrounded by endless miles of dense ponderosa pine, Douglas fir, and subalpine meadows. No road access. You hiked in with a pack horse for supplies once a month. No electricity except solar panels for the radio and weather instruments. An outhouse 200 yards down the ridge, a tiny cabin at the base with a propane stove, and the tower cab up top with 360-degree windows for spotting smoke. The posting warned about isolation, weeks without seeing another human, potential for boredom, wildlife encounters. But I figured that was the appeal. My friends thought I was crazy. You'll go stir crazy up there alone, they said. I laughed. I brought books, a journal, sketch pads, even a guitar. The pay was decent, and the views, God, the views were supposed to be life-changing. Sunrises painting the jagged Selkirk Mountains pink. Thunderstorms rolling across valleys like artillery. Stars so thick at night you felt like you could scoop them. I arrived in late June after a grueling 10-mile hike up the switchbacks with my gear. The previous lookout, an older guy named Tom, met me for handover. He looked worn, sun-leathered skin, bags under his eyes. Hot summer coming, he muttered, handing over the keys. Keep an eye on lightning strikes, and don't spend too much time staring into the trees at night. I asked what he meant. He just shrugged. Imagination plays tricks when you're alone. Then he hiked out, and I was truly by myself. The first couple weeks were paradise. Days spent scanning horizons with binoculars, logging weather, data, temperature, humidity, wind speed. The heat wave hit early, record-breaking highs pushing 100 degrees even at elevation. The forest smelled like baking pine resin, sharp and sweet. I'd spot deer grazing in meadows, eagles soaring on thermals, once a black bear ambling along a distant ridge. Nights cooled off enough to sleep with windows open, crickets chirping, occasional hoot of a great horned owl. I'd play guitar on the catwalk outside the cab, watching the Milky Way stretch overhead. The weirdness started subtly around mid-July. One evening, during a blood-red sunset from distant wildfires in Canada hazing the sky, I noticed movement far below on a forested slope, maybe 5 miles out. Through the binoculars, it looked like a person walking upright through thick timber. Odd, because there were no trails there, and backpackers stuck to established routes. The figure was tall, thin, moving smoothly, but too fast for the terrain. I radioed it in as a possible lost hiker. Dispatch checked no permits for that sector, no reports. Probably a moose on its hind legs or shadow play, they said. I logged it and forgot. But the next night, same time dusk, I saw it again, closer. 3 miles out now, on a bare ridge. Definitely humanoid, arms swinging, head scanning side to side. But no backpack, no bright clothing like hikers wear. Just dark silhouette against the fading light. It stopped, seemed to look right up at the tower. Even at distance, a chill ran through me. I felt watched, radioed again. Same response. Nothing on radar, no signals. By the end of July, the heat was brutal, days over 105. Humidity dropping to single digits. Fire danger extreme. Every lightning storm had me on edge, plotting grids for smoke. Sleep came in fits. The cab got stuffy. That's when the figures became regular. Every night around midnight, I'd spot one or sometimes two moving through the valleys below. Always approaching the peak, but slowly. They'd traverse open meadows under moonlight, pale skin almost glowing. No clothes that I could make out. Limbs too long, joints bending wrong. Not running, not walking, exactly, more like loping, fluid. I started keeping a log separate from official reports. Night 12. Single figure, 4 miles out, northeast slope. Stopped and stared upward for 10 minutes. Night 13. 2 figures, joining from different directions, meeting in a clearing. Seemed to communicate? Heads tilting, arms gesturing. Then continued toward the tower. I tried photos with my phone's zoom blurry, just smudges. The radio picked up static bursts when they were closest, like interference. August brought no relief dryer, hotter. Supplies drop was delayed by a small fire elsewhere. I was rationing water, down to sketching and reading by headlamp. The figures were bolder. One night, during a full moon so bright it cast shadows, I counted 4. They reached the base of the ridge, maybe a mile out. Through binoculars, details emerged that made my stomach drop. Skin stretched tight over elongated bones. No hair, faces featureless except huge dark eyes reflecting moonlight. No mouths visible. They moved silently, no crunch of leaves, no snaps of twigs. I radioed dispatch frantically. Unknown persons approaching tower. Possible trespassers or something, send help. The response was calm. No heat signatures on satellite. You're the only human within 20 miles. Stay inside, lock the cab. Lock? The door had a simple latch. I barricaded it with the Osborne firefinder table anyway. That night, they climbed. I heard at first faint scratching on the steel legs far below, like nails on metal. Then thuds, rhythmic, as they ascended the stairs. Slow, deliberate. One set at first, then more joining. The tower vibrated slightly with weight. I sat frozen in the dark, headlamp off, gripping a flare gun like a weapon. The radio crackled with whispers, not English, not any language. Guttural clicks, hisses. They reached the catwalk. Footsteps circling the cab, heavy but bare feet slapping metal. Then faces pressed against the glass pale, eyeless now that I saw close. No huge black orbs, no whites. Skin translucent, veins visible underneath. One raised a hand, fingers too many, too long, and traced the window. No breath fog. Just staring. I didn't move, didn't breathe loud. After an hour or eternity, they descended. Silent retreat into the trees. I didn't sleep. At dawn, no tracks on the dusty stairs or ground below. No prints in the soft soil around the cabin. But scratches marred the paint on the legs' deep, parallel gouges. The encounters escalated. Some nights, they'd mimic sounds. My name called in my own voice from the forest. Or radio chatter dispatch voices saying, "All clear," when I knew the frequency was dead. Once, during a thunderstorm, lightning illuminated dozens in the valley below. Standing motionless, faces upturned toward the tower like worshippers. Supplies finally came mid-August, a helicopter drop since trails were fire-closed. The pilot noticed my state unkempt, shaking. "You okay up here?" I babbled about the figures. He laughed nervously. "Heat stroke, man, happens. Get some rest." But I knew better. That night, the worst. Heat broke with a cold front, fog rolling thick. Visibility 0. Then banging on the cab door, fists, pounding, voices pleading, "Let us in." "It's cold." We're rangers. Help. Sounded like Tom, the previous lookout, or my ex's voice mixed in. I screamed into the radio for evacuation. Static. Then the door rattled harder. Glass cracked in one pane. I fired a flare out the window red light, illuminating them clustered on the catwalk. Dozens now, limbs entwined, mouths opening in silent screams. Faces distorting, stretching. The flare scared them? They scattered, melting into fog. I barricaded, waited till morning. Evac came 2 days later. Official reason. Medical emergency. They airlifted me out. Doctors said dehydration, exhaustion, possible hallucinations from smoke inhalation. Therapy for PTSD, but I know what I saw. Those things, pale crawlers, flesh gates, whatever lives unseen in the deep wilderness, claim isolated spots. Towers, cabins, remote camps. They watch, wait for you to weaken, then approach. I never went back to the woods. Sold my gear, moved to a city, high-rise. But sometimes on quiet nights I hear scratching on the walls, or see tall shadows in alleyways below, looking up. If you're considering a lookout job or any solo wilderness post, think twice. The forest isn't empty. Something ancient watches from the trees. And during hot, dry summers when fires rage distant, they get bold, hungry for company. Or worse, for whatever they take from the people who disappear up there, never found. The thing that circled my campsite and mimicked every sound, I made during a solo trip in the remote forests of Alaska. A true horror story that made me sell all my camping gear and never return to the wilderness. In the fall of 2022, I decided to take a solo backpacking trip into one of the most isolated parts of the Chugach National Forest in southern Alaska. I was 34 at the time, recently laid off from my tech job in Seattle after a round of cuts, and feeling burned out from years of staring at screens in crowded open offices. I'd always loved the outdoors, grew up hiking the Cascades with my dad. Did a few multi-day trips in college, but this was going to be different. I wanted total disconnection. No trails with other people, no cell service, no distractions. Just me, my gear, and the vast wilderness for a full week. I chose a remote area near the Copper River Delta, accessible only by bush plane drop-off. The pilot, a grizzled guy named Hank, who'd been flying hunters and researchers in for decades, raised an eyebrow when I told him my plans. "That's rough country up there," he said as we skimmed over endless spruce forests and glacier-fed streams. "Moose, bears, wolves, plenty of company if you're lucky. Or unlucky," he pointed out a small alpine lake on the map where he dropped me. "Good fishing, flat spot for a tent, but stick to bear protocol. And if you hear anything weird at night, well, the wind plays tricks." I laughed it off. I'd done my research, bear spray, food hung high, noisemakers. I was prepared. He landed on a gravel bar near the lake, helped unload my Paca 60-liter. Osprey with tent sleeping bag rated to 0 degrees Jetboil stove fishing rod satellite communicator for emergencies. Though I swore I wouldn't use it unless dying, and then he was gone, the plane's roar fading into silence. The air was crisp, mid-50s, with that clean, piney smell mixed with wet earth from recent rain. The lake was mirror still, reflecting jagged peaks dusted with early snow. No sounds but a distant eagle cry in water, lapping the shore. Perfect. Day one was idyllic. I set up camp on a flat gravel bench above the lake. My big Agnes one-person tent, tarp overhead for rain, fire ring with stones I'd gathered. Hiked a ridge nearby, spotted a grizzly fishing salmon in a stream far below, watched it for hours through binoculars. Respectful distance. Caught a couple grayling for dinner, pan-fried over a small fire with lemon pepper. As dusk fell around 8 p.m. sunsets, early that far north the sky exploded in pinks and oranges. I sat by the dying embers, sipping tea, feeling that deep peace you only get miles from civilization. That's when the first mimicry happened. I coughed a dry, throat-clearing hack from the wood smoke. A second later, from the dense spruce maybe 50 yards behind camp, came the exact same cough. Clear, human-like. I froze, flashlight in hand. "Hello?" I called nothing. Probably an echo off the ridge, I thought. Old forests do that. I zipped into the tent early. Rainfly cracked for air. Listening to loons on the lake. Night one was restless. Around 2 a.m., I woke to footsteps. Slow, deliberate crunching on gravel, circling the tent. Bear. I grabbed the spray, heart pounding. But bears don't circle quietly, they crash. These steps paused, like listening. Then my own breathing, deep, steady as I tried to calm down, was echoed back from outside. Exact rhythm. I whispered shit under my breath. Immediately, shit, soft, from the darkness. My voice, pitch and tone perfect. I didn't sleep after that. At dawn, I inspected. No prints in the soft gravel except mine. No scat, no disturbed food cache. Just a few branches snapped at head height. Day 2, I hiked farther, exploring a meadow full of blueberries, trying to shake the unease. Told myself it was ravens, their master mimics, or a fox. Rational stuff. Fished more, read a book in the sun. But as evening came, clouds rolled in, temperature dropping fast. Rain pattered on the tarp as I cooked ramen. The circling started earlier. Footsteps in the underbrush, slow orbit around camp. I'd shift in my camp chair creak and it'd creak back, wood on wood. I'd snap a twig for the fire snap, exact timing. Then it escalated. I hummed an old song, House of the Rising Sun, to calm nerves. From the trees, the same melody hummed in my baritone, but off-key slightly, mocking. I yelled, "Who's there? Show yourself." Silence. Then my yell echoed back word for word, but layered like multiple voices. That night, storm hit wind howling 40 miles per hour, rain sideways. Tent shaking, I lay rigid, headlamp on low. The mimicking stopped with the noise, or so I thought. But between gusts, scratching on the tent fly, slow, deliberate, like nails testing nylon. I'd scratch my beard, absent-mindedly scratch back. I stopped moving entirely. Day 3. Exhaustion set in. Bags under eyes, hands shaky from adrenaline. I considered activating the SAT device but felt stupid, nothing concrete. Just sounds. Hiked to burn energy, climbed a knoll for signal, nothing. On the way back, found something. A perfect circle of snapped branches around camp, waist high, like something paced all night. And rocks fist-sized arranged in a neat pile near the fire ring. I hadn't done that. That evening, I built a huge fire, blazing hot. Sat with bear spray in one hand, knife in the other. As dark fell, the sounds returned. Footsteps closer, splashing through shallow lake edge now. Then animal calls. A moose grunt I'd heard earlier that day, perfect imitation. A wolf howl, long and mournful. But I knew the local packs. This was off, too human. I whistled a sharp 2-note to test. Immediate whistle back closer. I clapped 3 times, clap, clap, clap. Then it clapped 4. Game, panic rising. I recorded on my phone. If anyone's listening, something's out here mimicking me. Played it back later, audio caught faint responses in background. Night 3. Worst yet. Rain stopped, dead calm, fog rolling off the lake thick as smoke. Visibility 20 feet. Fire died to coals. Inside tent, I heard breathing outside my exact pattern, but heavier. Then my own recorded voice from the phone. If anyone's listening, played back, distorted, from the darkness. Something large brushed the tent side, nylon bulging in. I sprayed bear spray through the mesh hiss and capsaicin cloud. A guttural inhale outside, then retreat. But laughing? Low, chuckling in my voice. I didn't sleep. At first light, packed frantically. Left gear stove, chair, food. Just essentials in pack. Hiked out 15 miles to the pickup gravel bar, arriving midday soaked in sweat despite cold. Hank's plane came the next day early, thank God. He took one look at me, unshaven, wild-eyed, babbling. "What happened, son?" I told him. He nodded slowly. "Heard stories from hunters up there. Locals call it the echo spirit, or worse. Mimics to drive you mad, lure you out. Some never come back. It's been years. I live in a city now, high floor, white noise machine every night. Sold every piece of camping gear. But sometimes in quiet moments, elevator alone, or walking an empty street, I cough, or hum, or whisper. And wait, because once in a while, faint but clear, it answers back. If you're planning a solo trip deep in the Alaskan bush or any remote wilderness, bring company, make noise together. Because whatever's out there, it learns fast, it copies perfectly. And it's always listening, waiting for you to be alone, so you can teach it your voice. And it can call for help when you're gone. The overnight urban exploration of an abandoned psychiatric hospital, where the patients' voices echoed through empty halls long after closure, a true horror story that made me swear off urbex forever. In the fall of 2023, I was 27 and obsessed with urban exploration, urbex, as we call it in the community. I'd been doing it for about 5 years, starting with easy stuff like drained factories and forgotten subway tunnels in the Midwest, where I'm from. There's this rush you get creeping into places time forgot. The decay. The silence broken only by your footsteps. The stories frozen in peeling paint and rusted beds. My crew, 4 of us total. Me, I'll call myself Alex for this. My best friend Jordan, his girlfriend Mia, and our gear guy Chris had leveled up to bigger targets. We'd done a couple overnight stays in less sketchy spots. Filming with GoPros for our small YouTube channel that had maybe 10K subs back then. Nothing viral, just enough to cover gas and batteries. We'd heard about Northridge Psychiatric Hospital through Urbex forums deep dives on Reddit's r-abandoned porn and private Discord servers. The place was a beast. Built in the 1920s in rural Pennsylvania, massive red brick complex with 4 wings, a central admin building, hydrotherapy pools, and even an old morgue in the basement. It housed up to 2,000 patients at its peak in the 1950s severe cases, lobotomies, electroshock. The whole horrific history of mid-century mental health care closed abruptly in 1987 after funding cuts and abuse scandals. Multiple patient deaths, staff suicides, even a fire in the East Wing that killed a dozen locked-in residents. Since then, sealed off, patrolled occasionally, but mostly left to rot. Prime Urbex gold. Intact patient records scattered, restraint beds, wheeled gurneys, faded murals on the walls painted by inmates for therapeutic reasons. We planned for months. Entry point. A boarded basement window on the north side we'd scouted during a daytime recon. Gear list was pro headlamp spare batteries. Respirators for mold bolt cutters, walkie-talkies since cell service was. Non-existent first aid kit and overnight packs with sleeping bags because we wanted the full experience. Explore all-night crash in a safe ward at dawn, hike out before light. No ghosts bullshit. We were skeptics. In it for the history and photos. But we respected the rules. Take only pictures, leave only footprints, don't split up. We arrived just after midnight on a Friday in October, chilly, overcast, no moon. Parked a mile away in a wooded pull-off, hiked in with packs heavy. The building loomed out of the darkness like a sleeping giant, vines choking the bricks, windows shattered or boarded, graffiti from previous explorers tagging the lower walls. We found our entry, pried the plywood, crawled through a coal chute into the boiler room. Dust thick as fog, air stale and metallic with rust and old chemicals. Flashlights cut beams through the black pipes dripping, furnaces like dead beasts. Adrenaline pumping already. First hour was pure exploration bliss. We moved up to the ground floor, admin offices with file cabinets spilled open. Yellowed intake forms from decades ago names. Diagnoses like hysteria and moral insanity. Photos of blank-faced patients in gowns. Jordan filmed everything, whispering commentary for the video. Look at this shit, it's like stepping into a time capsule. We laughed nervously, voices echoing too loud in the vast halls. Tile floors cracked, ceiling plaster raining down in chunks. Smell hit harder here. Mildew, faint urine, something sweeter like decay. We pushed into the West Wing patient wards. Rows of rooms, doors hanging off hinges, iron beds bolted to floors, some with leather restraints still attached, frayed and cracked. Graffiti newer. They watch and hear them at night. Standard Urbex edgelord stuff. Mia found a child's drawing taped to a wall, stick figures with huge eyes, scribbled, "Help me," in crayon. Chilling, but probably left by previous visitors for clout. We took photos, posed dramatically. Chris set up a tripod for time-lapses. Around 2 a.m., we hit the hydrotherapy wing, our big target. Massive porcelain tubs lined up, stained brown from minerals, chains dangling for submersion therapy. Echoes amplified here. Every footstep bounced like gunshots. We split briefly, first mistake to cover more ground. Jordan and I took the east tubs, Mia and Chris the west. That's when the first weird sound happened. A faint splash like water displaced in an empty tub. We froze. "Mia?" Jordan called. Her voice crackled back over walkie. Wasn't us. We laughed at off-settling building, rats maybe. But the air felt heavier, colder suddenly. Reunited, we moved to the second floor, more wards. But these for violent patients. Padded cells shredded, foam hanging like skin. One room had deep scratch marks on the walls, floor to ceiling, like claws desperate to escape. History said some patients were kept in isolation for months. We whispered now, voices lower. Flashlights caught dust motes swirling unnaturally. Then the whispering started. Soft at first, indistinct murmurs from down the hall. Human voices overlapping like a group conversation in another room. We stopped dead. Other explorers? Chris suggested. But we checked no fresh tire tracks. No signs of recent entry. Walkies silent. We crept forward, beams shaking slightly. The whispers grew clearer. Fragments like, "Nurse, please, let me out," in hoarse, pleading tones. Male and female voices, old and young. My skin crawled. Jordan's GoPro caught it faintly. Audio would be gold for the channel. We thought stupidly. We reached the source. A common room with overturned chairs. A stage for performances. Empty. But the whispers continued, seeming to come from the walls themselves. Then a loud bang, metal door slamming somewhere below. We jumped, hearts slamming. "Time to head up," I said, voice cracking. Third floor, electroshock suite. Tables with straps, machines gutted but wires dangling. Faint ozone smell like burnt hair. Here, the activity ramped up. Lights flickered, our headlamps dimming in unison, batteries fresh. Cold spots hit, hard-won room dropped 20 degrees, breath visible. Mia gasped. In a mirror cracked across, her reflection lagged a second behind her movement. We bolted from that room. Then footsteps rapid, running toward us from the stairwell we'd just climbed. No one there when we shone lights. But the running stopped abruptly behind us, panic setting in. We decided to hole up in a clean ward on the second floor rooms, with less debris for the overnight. Barricaded a door with a bed frame, set up sleeping bags in a circle, lights on low. Tried to sleep in shifts. Bad idea. Around 4 a.m. my watch. The whispers returned, closer. Circling the room. Clear now. Names. Alex. Come play, in a child's voice. How? We'd never said names loud on camera. Then Jordan's name, Mia's. Pleading. It hurts. Help. Groans like pain. Scratching on the door slow. Deliberate. Nails dragging wood. We huddled, whispering prayers. Chris checked the peephole. We'd drilled no one. Then the knocks. 3 sharp raps on the door. Pause. 3 more, like code. Jordan yelled, "Who's there?" Silence. Then laughter, multiple voices, echoing manic from the hall. The door rattled hard, like bodies slamming against it. Bed frame shifted an inch. We screamed, grabbed gear. Fled down the opposite stairwell. Chaos in the dark. Beams bouncing, footsteps pounding. Voices chased. "Don't leave us. Stay." Down to basement, wrong way. But panic. Morgue wings, steel drawers, some ajar, autopsy tables green with mold. Smell overwhelming, formaldehyde lingering, rot. One drawer slammed shut as we passed. Then shadows moved, tall figures in the peripheral, vanishing when direct light hit. We found the exit chute eventually, scrambled out into pre-dawn gray. Ran the mile to the car, didn't look back, drove in silence, shaking. The footage. Whispers clear, knocks, even faint shapes in doorways on infrared. We uploaded anonymized clips. Video went viral overnight. Millions of views. Comments flooded. "That's Northridge cursed." Patients' spirits trapped. Former staff stories of hauntings post-closure. We never urbexed again. Sold gear. Therapy for months, nightmares of scratching, whispers calling my name in the dark. Mia and Jordan broke up. Couldn't handle the trauma bond. Chris moved states. Years later, I still hear it sometimes, in quiet apartments, faint whispers from walls. Or knocks at 3 a.m. 3, pause, 3. If you're into urbex, especially asylums, don't overnight. Some places aren't abandoned. The patients, they never left. And they hate being alone. Listen to the warnings on forms. Some doors, once opened, don't close, and whatever's inside starts following you home. The corpse that moved on the slab and whispered my dead mother's last words during the solo. Night shift in the morgue. A former mortuary worker's true horror story that made me abandon the funeral industry forever. In the winter of 2022, I was 26 years old and working the overnight shift at a small, family-owned funeral home in a quiet town in central Ohio. The place was called Evergreen Memorial Services, a nondescript brick building on the edge of town, backing onto a cemetery that dated back to the Civil War. I'd taken the job 6 months earlier after dropping out of nursing school. The hours were weird, but the pay was steady, and honestly I liked the solitude. No demanding patients, no chaotic A shifts, just me. The prep room, the coolers, and the occasional body to process for viewing or cremation. The owner, Mr. Whitaker, an older guy with a perpetual frown and nicotine-stained fingers, trained me himself. How to embalm, dress the deceased, apply makeup for open casket services, log inventory, and handle paperwork. Respect the dead, he'd say, lighting another cigarette. They can't complain, but they deserve dignity. I nodded along, thinking it was just old-school superstition. The morgue was in the basement, concrete floors painted gray, fluorescent lights that hummed constantly, stainless steel tables with drains, shelves of fluids and tools, and 2 walk-in coolers for storage. The air was always cold, around 40 degrees, with that unmistakable smell, formaldehyde mixed with decay, no matter how much bleach we used. At night, the building was mine alone from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., cleaning, prepping any new arrivals from hospitals or coroners, answering rare phone calls from grieving families. I'd bring podcasts or audiobooks to kill the silence, sip coffee from a thermos, and patrol the halls hourly for security. The first odd thing happened in November. A routine pickup. An elderly woman, Mrs. Eleanor Hayes, 87, died of natural causes in a nursing home. No autopsy needed, straight to us for embalming and viewing. I logged her in around midnight, small frame, silver hair, peaceful expression like she was sleeping. Wheeled her into the prep room, transferred to the table, started the process. Incisions for arterial injection, cavity aspiration, suturing, standard. But as I worked, the radio on my belt crackled with static, even though it was off. Then a faint sigh-like air escaping lungs from the direction of the table. I chalked it up to residual gases. Bodies do that sometimes post-mortem. Finished up, dressed her in the clothes the family provided, a floral dress and pearls, wheeled her into cooler 1. Locked it. Went upstairs to the office for a break, heart a little faster, but nothing major. The next night, during rounds, I passed the cooler door and heard it. Faint tapping from inside. 3 taps, pause, 3 more, like fingernails on metal. The temperature gauge read normal. I opened the door, cold air rushed out, frost on the shelves, Mrs. Hayes on her gurney, covered with a sheet, unmoving. No one else in there. I closed it quick, told myself rats in the walls or pipes contracting. Reported it to Mr. Whitaker the next morning. He grunted. Old building. Ignore it, but it escalated. By December, we'd had a string of deaths, flu season hitting hard, plus a car accident bringing in a young couple. The coolers were fuller than usual. I started noticing cold spots in the prep room, even with the heat cranked. My breath visible when no one else's would be if they were there. Tools misplaced, scalpel on the wrong tray, sutures untied. Once, the embalming machine turned on by itself mid-shift, pump whirring until I shut it off. Then came Mr. Harlan, a 62-year-old farmer, massive heart attack, brought in just after Christmas. Big guy, over 300 pounds, bearded, overalls still on when he arrived from the coroner. Family wanted cremation, no viewing, but protocol required basic prep and storage. I worked late into the night on him, draining, injecting, massaging fluids in. Tough job, rigor had set in hard. As I closed the Y incision with baseball stitches, I swore his fingers twitched. Just a spasm, I thought nerves firing post-mortem, common enough. Covered him, tagged the toe into cooler 2. That night, around 3 a.m., the dead hour when everything feels heavier, I was in the office upstairs filing reports when the intercom buzzed. We had an old system linking rooms for announcements or emergencies, but it crackled to life. A low, raspy whisper. Help, cold, male voice muffled. I froze. No one else in the building. Checked the security cams, empty halls, locked doors. Went downstairs, heart pounding. The whisper came again as I approached the prep room. Nurse, pain. But it sounded like Mr. Harlan's voice. I'd heard his son describe it on the phone. Deep Midwest drawl. I opened cooler 2. He was there, sheet pulled down slightly, exposing his face. Eyes closed, blue-tinged lips. But the monitor we'd hooked for temp logging beeped erratically. Impossible bodies don't have heartbeats. I adjusted the sheet, closed the door. The whispering stopped. I barely slept that week. Avoided the basement when possible, did paperwork upstairs. But shifts demanded it. One January night, blizzard raging outside, power flickering. I had a new arrival, a child, tragic house fire, smoke inhalation. Tiny body, heartbreaking. Prepped gently, tears in my eyes, first kid I'd handled. As I finished, the lights dimmed and from the cooler came crying. Soft, childlike sobs. I opened it, no. The kid was in cooler 1, alone. But the sobs continued echoing, then the big one. Late January, slow night, just maintaining. Around 2 a.m., I went to check inventory in the prep room. The table was empty, but as I turned, I saw movement in the reflection of the polished steel cabinet. Mr. Harlan's gurney rolling slowly across the floor by itself. No one pushing. I spun nothing, but the whisper returned louder, my name. KT, clear as day. Only my mom called me that. She died of cancer when I was 12. No one at work knew that nickname. Panic hit. I ran upstairs, locked the office door, called Mr. Whitaker at home. He arrived grumpy, searched the building, nothing. Grief playing tricks, he said. Your mom, huh? Coincidence. But his face was pale. The final night, February 3rd. Storm knocked power out. Backup generator kicked in, dim emergency lights. I was prepping for a morning funeral when the cooler door creaked open by itself. Out rolled Mrs. Hayes, gurney slow, steady. Stopped in the middle of the room. The sheet shifted, her hand falling out, fingers curling like beckoning. Then Mr. Harlan's voice from the darkness. Join us? It's peaceful here. The child's sobs mixed in. Lights flickered wildly. I backed away as shadows moved, figures standing in corners, tall and indistinct, watching. But the worst. The slab where I'd prepped my mom years earlier. Wait, no, that was a different funeral home. But there she was, on the table. My mother, as she looked in death gaunt, tubes gone, eyes opened, staring at me. Mouth moved. Katie, why did you leave me alone? I screamed, bolted upstairs, out into the snow. Called police from my car. They found nothing, gurneys in place, doors closed. Power restored, no footprints. I quit the next day. Burned my uniforms, moved states, took an office job. Therapy called it hallucinations from stress, isolation, mold exposure, maybe. But I know better. The dead don't rest there. They wait, whisper, reach out. Sometimes in new quiet places I hear it. Katie, my mom's voice, or tapping. 3, pause 3. If you're considering a job in mortuary work, especially nights in old buildings, rethink it. Some bodies aren't ready to stay still. And they remember those who touched them last. They call you back, always. The not deer that stalked my family's remote Appalachian cabin and mimicked human voices to lure us into the woods. A true horror story of a cryptid encounter that shattered my sense of safety forever in the summer of 2024. I inherited my grandfather's old cabin deep in the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia, a place he built himself back in the 1960s on 40 acres of thickly forested hillside miles from the nearest paved road. I was 31 then, burned out from a decade in corporate sales in Charlotte, North Carolina, dealing with endless deadlines, toxic office politics, and the recent breakup that left me questioning everything. The cabin sounded like salvation. No Wi-Fi, spotty cell service, just a wood-burning stove, a hem pump well, an outhouse, and endless trails through oak, hickory, and rhododendron thickets. My plan was simple: spend a year there, fix it up, hunt and fish for food, write the novel I'd always talked about. Self-sufficiency in the wild. Peace. I arrived in late May, truck loaded with tools, canned goods, a generator, solar panels for basics, and my dog Bruno, loyal black lab mix I'd rescued years earlier. The drive-in was brutal. 10 miles of rutted dirt road winding up switchbacks, overgrown with vines clawing at the undercarriage. The cabin itself was rustic, but solid log walls chinked with moss, a stone fireplace, wide porch overlooking a steep ravine. The air smelled like damp earth, wildflowers, and that sharp tang of mountain laurel. Birds everywhere, warblers, woodpeckers, turkeys gobbling in the distance, deer tracks all over the clearing. I felt the stress melt away that first week, chopping wood, patching the roof, setting up a garden plot. Boone loved it too, chasing squirrels, splashing in the creek below the property. Nights were pitch black, stars so dense it hurt to look, crickets and katydids, a constant symphony. I'd sit on the porch with a beer, listening to owls, feeling like I'd escaped the world. The strangeness started small, around mid-June. I'd spot deer in the meadow below the cabin, beautiful does and bucks grazing at dawn or dusk, but something felt off about them. One morning, through binoculars from the porch, I watched a big buck standing unnaturally still at the tree line. Its head was tilted wrong too far, neck bent at an angle no deer could hold without pain. Legs splayed oddly, like it was balancing on stilts. It stared straight at the cabin for minutes, unblinking. When it moved, the gait was jerky, front legs lifting too high, almost human-like. Boone growled low, hackles up something he'd never done with real deer. I shook it off as a mangy one, maybe diseased. Appalachia has chronic wasting disease. Prions mess with brains, cause weird behavior. Posted about it on a local hunting forum from town during a supply run. Responses were normal buck or jokes about Bigfoot. Laughed it off. But the sightings increased. Every few days, another deer at the edge of the woods, too tall, antlers asymmetrical or missing, eyes reflecting wrong in my flashlight, black voids instead of green glow. One evening, grilling venison from a real deer I'd harvested legally, I heard rustling. Shone the light. A doe standing on the porch steps, head cocked 90 degrees, staring through the window. Boone went ballistic, barking furiously. The thing didn't flinch, just held that impossible pose until I banged on the glass, then bolted unnaturally fast into the dark. That night, Boone refused to go outside for his last potty break. Whined at the door, tail tucked. I forced him out on leash. Immediately, he pulled back, growling at the tree line. Then I heard it, a scream. High-pitched, human like a woman in agony, echoing through the valley, froze my blood. Coyotes can sound like that, I told myself, or a bobcat. Common in these mountains. But it came again, closer, words almost forming. Help, me! Grabbed the rifle, a .308 I'd brought for protection, and scanned with the spotlight. Nothing. Boone dragged me inside. Didn't sleep much. Doors barricaded. By July, heat wave hit 90s, even at elevation, humid, thunderstorms nightly. The not deer became daily. They'd stand at the clearing's edge, multiple now 3, 4 watching the cabin for hours. Movements wrong, walking backward sometimes, head swiveling 180 degrees, limbs bending reverse. One afternoon, rain pouring, I saw one cross the meadow on hind legs, only tall as a man, staggering like drunk but purposeful, toward the cabin. Boone lost it, clawing at the door. I fired a warning shot into the air. Thing dropped to all fours and vanished into brush. Animals started disappearing. Rabbits I'd seen daily gone. Squirrels quiet. Even birds scarcer. Found a fawn carcass once torn apart savagely, but not eaten like bear or coyote kill. Bones cracked for marrow, skin peeled back neatly, almost surgical. The mimicking escalated. Nights brought voices. My name called in my ex-girlfriend's voice. Come out. I miss you, or my grandfather's gravelly tone. Boy. Open the door. From the woods, perfect imitation. Once Boone's bark echoed back, but he was inside asleep. Then human screams mixed with deer bleats. Distorted, overlapping. I drove to town for ammo, told the old-timer at the general store. He went quiet. Not deer, he muttered. Old mountain thing, ain't deer. Avoid eye contact, don't follow sounds. Salt the door sills, hang iron. Local folklore cryptids mimicking prey to hunt, wearing wrong shapes. Skinwalker's East Coast cousin, some say, he sold me rock salt cheap, no questions. Back home I salted thresholds, hung horseshoes, kept lights blazing on generator, but it got bolder. One storm night, power out, thunder crashing. I heard knocking on the door. Slow, deliberate. Then scratching long nails dragging wood. Boone hid under the table, trembling. Voices chorused. Family members, friends, even my own voice pleading, let me in. It's cold, peeked through boarded window, shapes at the tree line tall. Antlered silhouettes, but bodies twisted, pale skin glistening in lightning flashes. Eyes black pits, mouths too wide. The climax came late August. Full moon, clear night after rain air thick, foggy in low spots. Boone sick for days, whining constantly. Around midnight, screams again, child this time, terrified. Daddy. Help! Sounded exactly like my niece back in Charlotte. Knew it was trick, but gut-wrenching. Then Boone bolted door unlatched somehow out into the yard, barking madly toward woods. Grabbed rifle, flashlight, chased him. Boone! Moonlit clearing. He ran straight to tree line toward a doe standing there, head tilted impossible, beckoning almost. Realized, trapped too late. Turned to run back, more shapes emerging, circling. Voices everywhere, loved ones screaming my name. Fired shots into air. They scattered briefly, unnatural shrieks answering. Boone reached the deer, lunged, faster than possible, jaws unhinging wide, teeth wrong rows like shark. Boone yelped once. I screamed, fired directly, hit center mass, no blood, just kept coming. Ran blind into woods opposite, branches whipping face, roots tripping. Behind, crashing pursuit, hooves but heavy, bipedal thuds mixed. Voices mocking my panic. My own gasps echoed back. Lost for hours, compass spinning wild, trails vanishing. Dawn finally stumbled onto old logging road, hitched to town. Boom, gone. Cabin abandoned, everything left. Tools, food, journal with notes. Never returned. It's been over a year. Live in a city apartment now, ground floor, no woods nearby. Therapy says PTSD, hallucinations from isolation, Lyme disease maybe. But I know. Sometimes walking urban parks or hearing distant sirens, I catch glimpses. Tall shapes at tree lines, heads tilting wrong. Or voices in wind familiar calling. If you live near Appalachia or any deep woods and see deer that don't move right, stare too long, stand unnatural, don't watch back. Don't follow sounds at night, no matter who they sound like. Because it's not deer, it's hungry. Wearing their shape, waiting for you to come close enough. And once it learns your voice, it never stops calling. The skinwalker that stalked my patrol truck and wore the face of my missing partner in the Navajo Nation. A former tribal ranger's true horror story that made me leave the reservation forever. In the summer of 2021, I was 29 years old and working as a tribal park ranger for the Navajo Nation in northern Arizona, a vast red rock desert expanse stretching thousands of square miles of canyons, mesas, arroyos, and ancient ruins that most outsiders never see. I'd grown up on the res in a small chapter house near Kayenta, raised by my grandmother after my parents died in a car wreck when I was 8. She taught me the old ways. Respect the land, speak sparingly of certain things, never whistle at night, avoid traveling alone after dark, and above all, never follow a voice that calls your name from the emptiness if you can't see the speaker. Ye nald Lucy, she'd whisper the skinwalkers. Witches who trade their humanity for power, wearing the skins of animals or people to run faster than any human, mimic voices perfectly and bring sickness or death to those who cross them. I believed as a kid, but after joining the Tribal Police Academy and becoming a ranger, I filed it under superstition. Modern problems needed modern solutions. Poachers, lost tourists, domestic calls, meth labs, and abandoned hogans. My partner was Joe Yazzie, mid-40s, full-blood Navajo, 20 years on the job, built like a linebacker with a quiet laugh and stories about every canyon on the map. We patrolled the backcountry together in a white Ford F-150 with light bar and winch, checking permits, responding to livestock complaints, searching for missing persons in areas where cell service died 50 miles from anywhere. Nights could be long, driving dirt tracks under star fields, so thick they felt close enough to touch. Coyotes yipping, wind howling through cottonwoods along dry washes. Joe always carried cedar beads in his pocket, burned juniper in a coffee can when we camped. Protection, he'd say. I tease him city kid mentality from my brief time at college in Flagstaff. The trouble started in June, during a brutal heat wave, days pushing 110. Nights barely dropping below 80. We got a call about missing livestock near Black Mesa. Sheep found torn apart. Not eaten like coyote or mountain lion kill guts, strung across sagebrush, heads twisted off clean, tracks leading nowhere. Locals whispered skinwalker. We logged it as predator. But Joe went quiet, fingering his beads more. A week later, first personal encounter. We were on night patrol along a remote canyon rim Chino Wash area. Sheer sandstone walls glowing orange in moonlight, air thick with creosote smell after a flash rain. Around 2 a.m., radio static, then a voice crackled through not dispatch, but Joe's voice, "Hey, Tommy, over here." Need help, clear, urgent, coming from the canyon bottom. But Joe was right beside me driving. He slammed brakes, face pale and dashboard glow. "That's me," he whispered. We spotlighted the wash, nothing but shadows and junipers. No footprints in the soft sand when we hiked down at dawn. Joe burned sage that night, muttered prayers I hadn't heard since Grandma's funeral. Incidents piled up. Hikers reported hearing family members calling from empty trails, voices luring them off path, only saved by GPS. A rancher found his dog's skin draped over a fence post, inside out, body gone. We investigated, no blood trail, skin perfect like tanned hide. Joe started carrying his .45 loaded with ash blessed rounds, old medicine man trick. Then Joe vanished. It was late July, monsoon season, daily thunderstorms turning roads to mud rivers, lightning cracking like gunfire. We were checking a report of illegal camping near a sacred site, an old Anasazi ruin locals avoid. Split up briefly. Joe took the East Rim Trail on foot, me the truck on the West Access Road. Last radio. Got movement near the Kiva. Checking it out. Static after. Searched till dawn helicopters, dogs, volunteers. Found his hat on a ledge. Boot prints leading to the edge. Then nothing. Dropped into abyss. No body. Case open, presumed fall. I took leave, drank too much, saw his face in dreams. Returned to duty in August, solo patrols now. That's when it targeted me. First night back, same canyon. Driving slow, spotlight sweeping, grief heavy. Heard knocking on the truck door, metal thuds, deliberate. Stopped, nothing outside. Windows fogged from my breath, then handprints appeared, large, four-fingered, smeared on glass from outside. No prints in dust when I checked. Then the voices, Joe's, perfect. Tommy, help, down here, from the canyon, or Grandma's voice. Grandson. Come home, wind carrying it. I'd park, listen, heart pounding, knowing better but tempted. Escalation in September, cooler nights, aspen turning gold up high. On patrol near CG Canyon, saw it first time. Shape loping parallel to the truck on a ridge, fast, too fast, on all fours, but upright sometimes. Coyote size but wrong, limbs elongated, head too large, skin pale and hairless under moon. It matched my speed 60 miles per hour on straight dirt, then vanished into a side draw. That night, camped at an overlook. Fire crackling, coffee brewing, rifle across lap. Heard footsteps circling camp heavy, bipedal. Then Joe's laughed, that deep chuckle when I'd screw up directions. Miss me, partner? Clear 20 feet away. Shone like nothing. But cedar beads I'd taken from his locker heated up, burning my skin through shirt. October. Full hunt. Monsoon's over, air dry, leaves rustling like whispers. Multiple sightings. Animal, wearing clothes, Joe's uniform shirt torn. On a thing running upright through arroyo. Face, wrong. Skin stretched over skull. Eyes yellow glowing, mouth grinning too wide with human teeth. Climax. Halloween night fitting. Solo patrol deep in Skeleton Mesa area, Badland labyrinth of hoodoos and slot canyons, places even locals avoid after dark. Radioed in position, then static forever, electronics fried. Truck died on a ridge. Walked with flashlight, rifle, calling for help that wouldn't come. Heard it. Joe's voice. Pained. Tommy, hurt bad. Over here, leading down a narrow canyon. Followed despite every warning, grief overriding sense. Walls closed in, red sandstone towering, echo amplifying steps. Found him, slumped against rock. Back to me, uniform shredded. Joe? Turned slow, face was Joe's, but wrong. Skin sagging like mask, eyes black voids, smile splitting ear to ear. Miss me? In Joe's voice, but layered guttural underneath. It lunged in human speed, claws raking air where I stood. Fired 3 rounds, center mass thing jerked. Black blood spraying, but kept coming, laughing in my voice now. Ran blind up canyon, branches whipping, rocks sliding. Behind, pursuit howls mixed human screams and animal yips, footsteps thundering. Climbed a chimney slot, fingers bleeding on sharp holds. Reached rim at dawn, truck miles away, but hiked to highway, flagged a passerby. Quit the next week, moved off-res to Albuquerque, changed name, cut ties. Therapy called PTSD, grief hallucinations. But I know, skinwalkers don't stop. Sometimes, driving desert roads at night, hear knocking on window. Or Joe's voice on wind. Partner. Come back. If you're on Navajo land or any reservation after dark, alone. Don't answer calls. Don't follow voices, no matter how familiar. Because ye now Lucy remembers. Wears the skin perfect, calls forever. Until you turn around. And see what's wearing your friend's face. Waiting. The Wendigo that stalked our winter trapping expedition in the remote Canadian wilderness. And drove us to the brink of madness. A true survival horror story from the Yukon backcountry that cost us everything. In the winter of 2023, I was part of a small trapping crew operating in one of the most isolated regions of the Yukon Territory in northern Canada, a vast frozen expanse of taiga. Forests stretching hundreds of miles with no roads, no cell towers, and only occasional fly-in supply drops from bush pilots who knew better than to linger. I was 36 then, a seasoned trapper born and raised in Whitehorse, with over a decade running lines from marten, lynx, wolverine, and wolf pelts. The money was good if you worked hard and stayed smart for prices high that year, and the solitude appealed to me after a messy divorce left me wanting nothing to do with people. My crew was 3 other guys I'd trapped with before, My old friend Harlan, 42 a big. Met a guy with Inuit blood who knew the old stories better than anyone. His younger brother, Levi, 28 strong as an ox but green on long expeditions. And Doc, 50, a retired army medic from Vancouver, who joined for the adventure and extra cash, always carrying his trauma kit and a flask of rye. We flew in mid-November on a beat-up beaver float plane, landing on a frozen lake deep in the Mackenzie Mountains border area coordinates. We keep secret for prime trapping territory. Packs heavy with snowshoes, rifles, for protection and backup harvest. Traps, snares, axes, a chainsaw for firewood, wall tent with Yukon stove. Enough grub for 2 months. Dried moose meat, pemmican, flour, beans, coffee, and dog sleds pulled by our 8 Alaskan Huskies, led by my alpha, Kodiak, a big gray male who'd saved my ass from a grizzly once. The plan: set a 50-mile main line with side loops, check daily on snowshoes or sled, skin and stretch pelts at camp, fly out in February with full sleds. The first weeks were golden. Temperatures hovered -20 to -30 Celsius. Snow deep but powdery. Northern lights dancing green and purple every clear night. Tracks everywhere evolve, packs crossing the lake. Lynx prints in spruce thickets, marten runs along creeks. We caught steady. Beautiful prime furs, camp smelling of stretching hides and boiling coffee. Evenings in the tent, stove roaring, cards by lantern light, stories swapped. Harlan told Dean Legends Wendigo, the spirit of starvation that possesses the greedy, turns men to cannibals with hearts of ice, calling victims with lost voices. We laugh city boys Levi and Doc, especially, but Harlan's eyes serious. Don't joke. This land old, hungry. Signs started subtle, late November. A blizzard hit 3 days whiteout, wind screaming 60 kilometers per hour, tent shaking like it'd rip. Dogs held constant, chained outside under tarps. When it cleared, our cache hung high in a tree 200 yards from camp was raided. Not bear. Hibernating, not wolves. Prince wrong. Meat slabs torn down, gnawed raw, bones cracked for marrow, but most left scattered like killed for sport. Tracks leading away. Human-like, but 2 long toes splayed. Deep encrusted snow as if heavier than man. No boot tread. Harlan burned sweetgrass. Prayed low. Something watching. We reinforced cache, set snares around camp. Next check. Snare sprung, wire twisted like taffy, impossible strength. December, colder, 40s, sun barely cresting ridges for hours of twilight. Trapping slowed, animals scarce, like fled the area. Dogs grew edgy, refusing to run far, snapping at shadows. One night, around solstice darkness 20 hours, I woke to howling. Not wolves, higher, anguished, human-like wail echoing across frozen lake. Kodiak lunged at tent wall, growling fierce. Then a voice, my ex-wife's, clear through canvas. Help, cold. Come get me. Impossible, she and Whitehorse hated the bush. Others heard too. Harlan, his dead mother's plea. Levi, a girl's cry from high school crash. Doc, his battlefield buddy, screaming for medic. We burst out, rifles ready, nothing but moonlight on snow, mist rising from lake cracks. Treks circled camp, closed those long bare feet, now with claw marks dragging. Harlan whispered Akai Wendigo in his tongue. We rationed food tighter, planned shorter lines. But hunger crept subtle, constant. Dreams of eating raw meat, endless craving. Levi lost weight fast, eyes sunken. One day, checking snares. Found a marten, not caught, but devoured alive, fur peeled back, entrails steaming and cold. Then the stalking began. On runs, glimpses of tall shape at tree line emaciated. Skin gray and stretched over bones 8 to 9 feet tall. Antlers or horns branching wrong from skull, eyes glowing pale blue like glacier ice. Moved unnatural jerky, then fluid, faster than possible on snowshoes. Always downwind, silent. Voices constant, now luring from side trails. Loved ones starving, begging share food. Doc cracked first. Wandered off during whiteout following his wife's call. Found him hours later, half frozen, babbling about feast in the woods. Frostbite took 3 fingers. January, brutal. 50 with wind-chill beard ice. Breath freezing lungs. Pelts, few animals gone or dead. Carcasses found half-eaten, hearts missing. Dogs thinned, one vanished, found skin later, inside out, draped on branch like warning. The Wendigo closed in. Nights. Scratching on tent, poles, long claws, slow, deliberate. Breathing outside heavy, ragged, smelling of rot and blood through canvas. Voices inside heads almost hungry, share, join. Harlan chanted protections. Burned tobacco offerings, things shrieked back. Glass shattering wail shaking snow from trees. Climax, mid-January, endless night, aurora flickering cold green. Food critically, low days left. Decided emergency evac signal flare from Kit. Hope pilot saw on flyover. But that night, it attacked. Winds died, sudden dead calm, unnatural. Dogs panicked, chains rattling. Then pounding on ice thing, running across lake upright, arms windmilling, speed impossible. Circled tent fast, shadow huge on canvas. Voices overlap tall are dead, screaming eat, eat. Levy's snapped grabbed axe, bolted out yelling, I'll feed you. Chased shadow into trees. Gunshots his rifle emptying. Found him dawn. Body torn open, ribs cracked, heart gone. Face frozen in rictus grin, eyes milky ice. We'd burned his remains quick, salt and sage per Harlan. But hunger madness hit us staring at body, mouths watering. Harlan shot a dog for meat necessary, but eyes changed after. Final days, thing bold. Stood outside firelight, visible tall, skeletal, skin translucent over elongated bones, face elongated snout with human teeth rows, antlers frozen blood. Whispered our names, promises of endless meat if join. Harlan held longest, sang death song, walked into storm with rifle, following mother's voice. Heard single shot far off. Doc and I lashed sled with remaining dogs, fled down river trail toward outpost 100 miles. Thing pursued whales behind, trees crashing. Dogs dropped one by one, hearts burst or necks snapped invisible. Doc turned on me last night, eyes black, grinning unnatural. Hungry. Share. Shot him self-defense thing, wearing his voice laughing as he fell. Made outpost alone, half dead, babbling. Pilot flew me out, officials called exposure delirium. Cannibalism accusations dropped, lack evidence. Years later, cravings never left. Hear wails in wind, see tall shadows at forest edges. If trapping or winter camping far north anywhere, endless snow and dark heat signs. Animals flee, unnatural tracks, voices calling lost ones. Because Wendigo never full, smells hunger miles away. Waits for storm, for weakness. Then calls your name with voice you can't ignore, until you answer. And become the hunger.